There we go. Looks like we're live here at Houston at the International Quilt Festival. Thanks for joining us. If you're going to be joining us live from around the world is what we have, and then we have a few here in the audience. Thank you for being with us. Jerry actually asked a wonderful question asking about circle cutters. Well, we're going to be talking about a lot of the different options that we have for cutting today. So if you're with us, we are live in Houston at the George Brown Convention Center, just across the aisle from the Grace booth. So if you're joining us, we are excited to have you here. Normally we would love to do a lot to welcome and invite a lot of people in. I'm not sure if we want to look at the monitor so we can say hi to some people, if that works from Bryant's perspective. So we're going to come over here and be part of this with you here as well, Jerry. I'm going to come and pull up a little bit of a chair here for just a minute. And I say this because, well, not just standing. I'm going to be working with our audience and then a few people that are joining us. So if you're coming on live, thanks for joining us. Yesterday we went live at, what time did we go live? Right around 7:30 maybe? 7:30? And everybody's like, is this really live? We're like, yes, it's live. So if you're joining us today, thanks. Let us know where you're joining from. We'll have people from all over the U.S., so maybe a few people outside of the U.S. joining today as we talk about a couple products. In the audience, we have Jerry here with us. We're trying to bring a few other people in to hear and look at part of the demonstration today. And let's go ahead and see what we can bring up on the stage. If we anybody, if you're joining us, tell us where you're joining from. Again, I'm Nathan with the Grace Company. Excited to have you here. Excited to be doing some things. They're working on a couple details. First one of the day.
Good afternoon. You're going to get a lot more people.
Yeah. That'll be all right. So
Walking since 9:30.
you've been already walking. That's good. So how long was the line out front?
It was long.
Long?
To get in.
Did they get you through pretty quick? Oh, that's good. That's good. We heard that the line, if you're joining us live today, the line was fairly long. I know they said they went out past Papado's down the road. So, all the doors were that way. So if you're joining us, I'm Nathan with the Grace Company, joining us live from Houston at the International Quilt Festival. The lines were busy. It's busy here. So if you're not here, we would wish that you were here. We're hoping, and that's why we're bringing you a few things. Amazing quilts. I'm not sure. Is that on your list later today?
I've been through the quilts and just phenomenal.
So Jerry is mentioning that she's been through the quilts and they're absolutely phenomenal. Here we go. Luann, welcome, Luann, here from Beaumont, Texas. I don't know how far Beaumont is. What's the drive to get here? About 100 miles. So, hey, maybe you'll look for a weekend trip down to the International Quilt Festival. From Montana, we have Becky Ryan. Thanks for joining us from Montana, Becky. Ellen from Sparks, Nevada. Thanks for being with us, Ellen. So we got several other people joining us again. Thanks for being with us. Pat from Missouri. Welcome, Pat from Missouri. Edna coming in from Tyler, Texas. Far north Texas, I'm being told from those here in the group. Indiana, Paula. Thanks, Paula Becker, for joining us today. We've got Donna joining us from Stansbury Park, Utah. Know where that's at? Not too far from where our offices are, actually. So thanks for joining us today. Thanks for being with us here. We've got Connie joining us from Alberta, Canada, is logging on there. Now, you're a ways away. Unless you've got a plane flight scheduled, we know you're probably not going to be visiting us down here at the show. Connie's coming in from Alberta again. We've got Carolyn coming in from Pendleton, South Carolina is what I want to say on that one. Thank you, Carolyn, for joining us. Thank you, Barbara, Idaho. Morning, good morning from Idaho. We're joining from us from Idaho. Where else are we coming from? Okay, well, we're going to let people come on in. If we have some things, we'll probably look at getting to some questions. So if you're joining us, this is live. We're at the Quilt Festival. If you're joining us, feel free to come and take a seat. We're going to be talking about cutting tools that make cutting easier, safer, and more accurate, which helps reduce a lot of the pain in our wrists and our arms and in our joints. We're going to be demonstrating circle cutters, rotary blade sharpeners, rulers, a whole line of things. So if you're with me, thanks for joining us. And let's just start. Let me go ahead and I'm going to bring up a tool. Let's go ahead and do my close-up camera on this if we're okay. And I'm going to show you this because this looks a little bit different, and it has all these holes. And what we have found is, well, one thing that we did when we designed things is our goal was not just to go make another ruler. And you said you have one of these? So, okay, so our audience has the ruler. And what we've done is we made it so that the edge is twice as tall. Okay, so making a twice a tall edge, what that does is add additional safety and security, and when we're cutting, it actually gives us a better space to put that blade up against. Now we also have holes. Well, what are the holes for? Are you using those to help hold the rulers down? So the holes are great because when you place it down, you can put your fingers through the ruler to help hold the ruler in place. You can also mark through the rulers, and then we injection mold them so these rulers are much more durable. If you're with us online or here, does anybody have a ruler with a chipped corner? Yes, everybody's shaking their head yes, because if they fall off, they're going to be chipped. These ones are durable, so they actually aren't going to chip, and we're not going to break them as we use them. So if you haven't seen these, I would encourage you to come and take a look at the ruler's edge. And so our goal is how do you take what is cutting and take the bigger challenges, and then how do we make it easier? How do we make it safer, and how do we make it more accurate? So I'm going to come over here. I'm going to step outside of the camera for a minute. I'm going to have you just fill that edge. I want you you'll pass that along so everybody can kind of see. It's quite different, right, from what we have? Yeah. I'm going to block one of these back here too so you guys can kind of feel that for a minute. I want everybody to kind of see what that is. Thanks for joining us live. We are live as well. We have people joining us from Canada, from all parts of the U.S. Here, I'll take that back. So quite different, right? Does anybody know anyone either online joining us or here who was injured their finger? A couple people shaking their head. So the idea is if it's thicker, it's going to be much harder to get up and over the edge, okay? So if you think about it, this ruler just helps enhance the cutting experience. Okay, well that's nice, but let's talk about this. Let's talk about this crazy cutter. Let's do a zoom in on this one really quick. If we can go ahead and zoom in on this one, I'm just going to show our audience. What is this cutter? Does anybody here, how many cutters do you have at home? Do you have one cutter? 2, 10 cutters. I had a 10. 4 cutters, 5 cutters coming from the back. So people say, well, why do I want another cutter? Well, what we did is we actually took a straight cutter. So if we look at it, it's straight, but what we've done is we've relocated the blade. Well, why did we do this? If I'm going to cut, what we found is that while I'm cutting, that most customers are either using an index finger or they have a thumb, and what we do is we raise our hand, and the reason, do you guys know why you're raising your arm to cut? To put pressure out and over that blade so that we can get more pressure to be down. So what we find is that what we have done is we've started creating pain points. Does anybody have pain in a knuckle? Or on a wrist, or your hand? You're talking about your whole hand, the whole hand. And so what we knew is we knew this was a challenge. So what we did is we altered where that blade rests underneath the cutter. And I'm going to show you this. Now, what I like to say is at home, do not cut this way. But what I want you to see is actually how this works. So I'm going to open the blade. I can actually take, and on the zoom, and you're going to watch this, I can take an open hand, and it actually can balance under the palm of my hand. And now we do want to hold on to this, but it actually is so ergonomic that I can actually physically cut because of where it's positioned with the pressure, that it actually transfers all of that pressure down. So we do want to hold on to that, but I do like to show people that the ergonomics is truly the most ergonomic cutter you're going to find because of the way for it to position that blade underneath the palm of our hand. Now what really makes this fun is that you can go ahead and you can put your own name in here, pick a picture of your cat or dog. Anybody here have their loved animal at home? Yeah, what's their name? No, not anymore. Okay. But here's where it gets magical, is that these two lock together. So I'm going to show you this. So this is one of the big differences that we have, is that you actually get a locking tracking guide. So we'll come back and we're going to show the camera this here in just a minute. But if you can see that, can you see that where they lock together? So you end up with that locking tracking guide. All right, so we're going to show the camera this here. So if we're going to look at this, what we end up with is we get this special lock that goes over the edge of that ruler, and as we go down, it keeps those together all the way from the front to the end. Again, when we normally are cutting and we're going down, this is usually what happens is we're going to put a lot of pressure and we get a little bit of a slip, right? So what we can do is by putting that guide on top of it, it actually locks those together, and if you'll notice that ruler stays locked to it. So that way when we go down, it helps give us that nice straight cut from the very beginning of our ruler to the very end of our ruler from top to bottom. So this is our most popular selling combo, which is our TrueCut combo, which includes the large ruler, which is really where we're finding our long cuts, which are the challenge. We're including the 60 to 45 millimeter cutter comes in here, and we have what we call our non-slip pads, and these non-slip pads are what we put on the back of the ruler in order to keep those in place. Those are on sale here at the show, just so you know. Normally they're about $65. They're on sale for $49.95, so $50 here at the show. If you're online with us, everything TrueCut is on sale at 20% off, including cutters, rulers, etc. I'm missing Jerry. Jerry was here earlier, and she was asking about our circle cutter. Anybody seen this by chance at all? Here, we're going to go ahead and do a close-up on this. If anybody maybe has seen this. So, are we turning that down? So, is that online? All right, because I'm not sure if they're going to be able to hear me here, so that's all right. So, this is the circle cutter, and what we have is we have the guide, and what that does is that flattens out the fabric. So I'm going to show you, if you can see this on the close-up, this is wrinkly, right? This is not flat. And what this sled does is when we actually push it over, it actually flattens that fabric out. And so this makes cutting circles very easy. And we can do from 2 inches, and we can go clear out to 12.5 on circles. Anybody ever do anything with a circle where you went and found a cup or a bowl or something, and then you use scissors or a rotary cutter? Yeah, so there you go. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move it to about here, let's do about a 4.5-inch circle here. And we have, this is the center point, so what this does is this helps hold it together. This is our blade. It's a little 18 millimeter blade, and I like to tease on this, because if I'm doing this, I'd say, okay, you can look at me here. Hi. Okay, just kidding, but I'm going to put this down, and I can close my eyes, and with the magic of circles, we can cut circles just that easy. And with that, we can also take it and do it off or on the fabric as well. And so this circle cutter has really helped a lot of quilters that weren't doing a lot with circles decide that they want to do more with circles, because cutting circles was much, much easier. You can cut up to 4 layers at a time. You can do 2 layers of denim. And then the blade is a little 18 millimeter blade that you can buy replacements on, and then you can use them here. Sorry, what's that? How hard is it to change the blade? That's such an interesting question. That was the same question that was asked yesterday. So with that, I'll show you. In here, this blade actually, when you buy it, has a special cover that you just put on top of it. Let's see if we can zoom in on that. I'll show everybody in a close-up here. We might want to even get closer than that as we're doing this to show some people here. We're going to zoom in. We're going to get a little bit closer for everybody. There you go. So if we can see this, that blade sits in there. It actually just pops right out, and it comes in its own cartridge. Again, it might look slightly dangerous, but this actually is covered when you buy it, and then that cover pops back on, and when we put it in, it can only go in one way, and it just actually just pops right back down in there. So it's very easy to put in and to take out of there. It closes. There is a safety. This safety keeps that from depressing. So if you put it in a drawer, or if you're going to travel with it, you don't have to worry about that blade popping down through to hurt you. So it's extra to be safe like that. So that is what we're going to do, and that is our circle cutter. A couple last items I'm just going to show you is our rotary blade sharpener. And if you've not seen this one can sharpen 28, 45, or 60 millimeter blades. They just simply sit here in the tray. Let's go ahead and see if we can zoom in on that just a little bit. We're good on the zoom. I just want to show you. So you put them in the tray. You put the 28, the 45, or the 60s, and we have the diamond grit stones. So how have people sharpened blades? With stones. It's been done for a very, very long time. Some of them might have these sticks that they use to run those blades against. So what we do is we put the blades in here. Going to close the lid. It does plug into your power supply at home. It comes with the charger power. And we're going to close the lid, and then we're going to spin this against those stones to hone them back in. And it's a great way to keep our blades always sharp. One of the things I like to talk about is when we're cutting, and you forget to go to the store, and you're like, oh, I have my next project, and you get out your blade, and is it just as sharp? No, it's dull, and we're pushing through there, and then it gets dangerous. That's often where we're slipping. Our fabrics fray. They start to shred. So what we like to say is with TrueCut, you never have to sharpen with a dull blade. And so that's one of the key things that we really want to do to make cutting easier, safer, and more accurate. Earlier I was talking about our cutting kit that comes with, again, the ergonomic cutter. You can choose those. It works with the ruler, and I don't know if I showed you if you saw the special tracking guide. So I'm going to zoom in on this so you can maybe see it on our computer. So what we end up having is it has a tall lip, and when we put this over it, it actually locks together so that it stays on the track all the way from the very back all the way to the very front, keeping those tied together for the cutting experience, because at the end that's usually where we're slipping and we're moving away from it. So we have this kit's on sale for $49.95, normally $65, just over at our TrueCut booth behind us. Obviously sharpeners on sale, we have our circle cutters on sale, we have wonderful double-sided mats. Sorry, go ahead. Sharpeners normally $80. I think we have it on sale for, so I want to say it's on sale. I know we're doing 20%. I'm hoping we're doing more aggressive. If not, I'm going to give you a special that you'll go get. I want to do it at $49. So $49.95 here. If you're joining us online we do have it on sale at the 20% off. Where is it? Give me just a minute. Thanks for your patience. True Grips, True Sharp 2. That's a combo. Where is a linear sharpener? Okay, we do have it on sale for $65.95 if you're at home with us joining. If you're here, we're going to give you a special. You can get it for $50. You can say, Nathan said so. If you're calling in, you can also call in and say, Nathan said so. That means a lot. Don't use that egregiously, so just so you know. So there you go. Any other questions that we have? Questions online for part of the system and how it works, or the different parts of that? What's included in the bag is the question that's coming from here. So what we found is, again, the rulers help make it safer. This is the 24.5 by 6.5 ruler. We also have the ergonomic cutter. And the ergonomics of this cutter does shift and reduce the pain in the wrist and the arm. Did you see me cutting that with an open hand when I did that with an open hand? That's included. And then also what we have is our non-slip pads are also included in part of what this package is. So that's all part of the package, on sale for $50, normally $65. Circle cutter. This is a circle cutter that works from 2 to 12 inches, 2 to 12.5. It's on sale normally $40 for the sale price of, I should highlight some of these here. Where is my 360 circle cutter? Is on sale for $29.95. We have a couple different combos. This one we're doing on sale for $99 on this package 2. I don't have something that includes this, but this one again would add $30, so you'd be about $130 for this system right here that you're looking at. Circle cutter, the quilter's combo kit, and the electric sharpener would be on sale for, again, $129 would be this one. I think that total is going to be right around the $180 mark on sale here for about the $130 mark. So, and then again, our booth is just right behind us, so that would give you a chance also to go ahead and try that and see that and look at all the other products that we also have. So, yeah, thank you. Great questions. Let's go ahead and answer a couple questions that we have online as well. Devin, if you want to see if there's any, there we go. How about the cutting mats? The cutting mats that Grace Company have are double-sided. They are 5 layers, so it has the exact same self-healing on the back that we have on the top. We do have 12 by 18, 18 by 24, and 24 by 36 cutting mats as well as part of the system. I do know that we have more people who have joined us live that are here in the show. I could be more than glad to help answer questions. Let's go back to our online studio, our online group, to see if there are any other questions that we have online we can answer, and then we'll see and do some more demonstrations here with those that are going and working with us. So here we go. Great products, just great products, love them all. All right, if you're just joining me for the first time, again, thanks for online. Stay with us. We're doing a lot. Said I'd like to buy the circle cutter. I have most of the rulers. Wonderful, Diane. I'd wish you well on that. We're going to do it as a discount high. So fill the edge on that. We're going to show a couple things that will show the edges. That's a different edge, right? The edge of our rulers. You go ahead and hold that back there, and you can pass that around. And then, Devin, I'm going to have you grab that if you wouldn't mind when they're done. So when we made the rulers, our idea so how do you take any product that you're using to cut, how do we make it easier, how do we make it safer, and how do we add accuracy to that process? So I'll ask, does anybody know anybody who's skipped up over a ruler and nicked their finger at all? Anybody know somebody who's done that? Yeah, we got some heads shaking. So having that taller edge is safer. That taller edge is going to keep people from going up and over it. And then you'll notice there's all the holes, right? So what are all the holes for in our ruler? rulers. I always joke and say it's because when we get hot we need to fan ourselves, right? I'm just kidding. It's actually because you can hold through them. So you can hold it down. And back there in the back, if you want, go ahead and give it a little flex for me. You can see that they're injection molded. So the rulers are more durable. So when we drop them, we're not going to chip or break the corners either. So it makes the durable significantly stronger. So we can mark and hold. We have the safer edge. However, let's quickly do this. I'm just going to show you this piece. Give me a minute here. And then let me show you why we also have that edge. Give me a moment. I'm going to open up this new ruler. I'm going to show everybody this. All right. So one of the biggest things we have, let's go ahead and we're going to do a zoom in on this. The cutters that we have actually lock over the edge of the ruler. I'll show you this just a moment here. So they lock over the edge. They lock together. So what this does is we find that the farther you get down, the farther we move, we tend to move and we slip and we slide. So our cutters have a patented lock that lock over the edge, and they keep that together from the beginning to the very end of the cut, helping us from slipping and sliding and those two separating. Now this cutter looks a little bit unique. Some people say I have my straight cutters. How many cutters do you have at home? 6, 7. If I'm asking you, I'd be curious in the comments, how many cutters do you have at home? Again, when you're at home with this, we find that a lot of people have those, but what we did is we designed an ergonomic cutter that makes cutting significantly easier. So if you think about this, let's see if we can zoom in on this again, do my close-up. I'm going to have you look at the screen really quick. This is a straight cutter. But what we've done is we've changed where the blade actually sits. And what this means is that when I'm cutting, and I'm cutting over my fabrics, normally if you think about this, normally with this cutter, we have to get our hand up and over it, right? I have a lot of people shaking their heads. This creates pressure in our fingers, in our arms, and in our joints. This one actually removes that. And what I can do is I can take an open hand. Now don't use an open hand, but I can actually, just with forward pressure, I can actually cut. So by putting this in the palm of my hand, we reduce the pressure and we get to relax our arms. Everything goes back in alignment. And then when we take our cutter with our edge, what we end up with now, just as an example here, is this gives us a chance to now have that locking guide lock over our ruler, and with our ergonomics, that helps give us those nice, straight, even cuts over and over and over, reducing the stress and the pressure. These cutters do have what we call a quick release blade, so it makes it very easy to go ahead and swap out the blades. And let me ask, you probably have 2, 3, 4 rulers at home that you're already using? 5, 6. Do you have rulers at home that you use? You do? Well, what's really nice is that the cutter itself comes without the guide that you can put on. So if you have all your regular rulers, you can use the rulers you already have at home with the cutter and get the ergonomics. If you by chance buy ours and you have the TrueCut ruler, then you can actually add the guide, and then that guide locks on to the edge in order to keep those going all the way down. So that's just one element to show you how we've really helped create ease and simplicity with cutting. Let me go ahead and show you this if you're just joining us for the first time. This is the circle cutter, which we did a presentation on here just a little bit ago. It does work from 2 inches all the way to 12.5 inches. It does make cutting circles easier. Have you done any circle projects at all? No. Has anybody done circle projects? Yes, yes. I always like to joke and say, did you go get a cup or a bowl or something? Everybody's shaking their heads to try to get the circles done. Well, now you have all your bowls, all your cups, and all your plates in one tool, so you don't have to go get them, and it makes cutting very easier. I'm going to go ahead and set this over a 4-inch circle here. This is the center positioning. The blade is an 18 millimeter. It's a very small blade, and what we're going to do is we just drop that down. Now you see this big shape? If you'll notice and look at my fabric, if it's bumped, and normal circle cutters, when they go around, they want to push and they move fabric, and so people feel they're unsafe because you're trying to hold it flat. This sled actually flattens the fabric as we go over it. So what that means is that we can actually just put this down in the middle. I'm going to put my hand, I'm right-handed, and I like to joke about this just a little bit. So I say, oh, look at me in the eyes. I'm like, oh, hi. But then what I can do is I can actually do this by closing my eyes. Let's make sure it's open. I'm going to close my eyes, and I'm just going to go ahead and spin this around, and there's my circle. Oh, there you go. So it is just that easy. So we have some hand clapping. You can also do it off or on, and so this makes it a lot easier to cut circles. And if you've never done one, this might make it a fun time for you to get into circle cutting as well. We also have rotary blade sharpeners. Do they really work is question number one. The answer is how have they sharpened blades for centuries? Anybody know? Anybody know?
Throw them in the trash and buy
Well, throw them in the trash and buy a new one. Swords have been sharpened with honing stones, okay, or knives with honing stones. This has diamond grit honing stones as part of the kit. And those stones, we simply can put the 28 millimeter, the 45 millimeter, or the 60 millimeter blades can fit in here. We close the lid. It does come with a power supply that plugs into your wall. We can lock the lid down, and then what we're going to do is we're going to push this button and spin the blade against those two stones for about 30 seconds. We then go ahead and open it, and we can flip that blade, and this is how we can keep those blades sharp, by bringing them back to a near factory edge time and time again. And so these are some of those things. Again, you think about it. Anybody here gone past safe with your blades and you're like, oh, I'll go get a new blade next week, or oh, I've got something, yes, and we don't because we forget, and then we keep on going. You're sitting there rocking a lot, trying to go, I'm gonna get through this. I'm gonna get through this. The goal is to not have to ever cut with a dull blade. If you have the TrueCut cutting system and you have the electric sharpener or a manual sharpener, you can keep your blade sharp all of the time. So that's kind of what we have as part of the TrueCut. We are just kitty corner from us back here. Everything is on sale at 20% off if you're joining us for the show. And so thank you for your time. Appreciate that. Yeah. Well, good luck to you as you're walking through. And then let's go ahead and see if there are any questions that anybody has while we're here, either from our audience online or with our crowd that we have here at Houston. If you're joining us online, thank you. We are joining live from Houston here. The George Brown Convention Center says, what is the combo kit? The combo kit online, I believe, is going to be right around $52 online. Here at the show, we are doing these for $49.95 if you're in person, so a slight discount for those people that are here. Just so you know, we had a couple questions asked from our online crowd as well. And this kit is what we call our quilter's combo. This has a 6.5 by 24.5 ruler, so our large ruler. It also has our ergonomic, let's go ahead and zoom in on this, and I'll just show them what comes in this kit there on the screen. It does have our ergonomic 45 millimeter comfort cutter. And it also has in this package our set of True Grips. And so these items is what makes up our Quilter's Combo, which is our most popular selling set that we have. Again, that's just kitty corner from us if you're interested in picking this up. If you're just joining us, let's see if there's any other questions from our online audience. I'm going to pass this around, and I want you to fill this if you just sat down. We have a few people that have come up to join us here just recently, so we're going to show them a few things on the ruler. Question is, do we have to call in to get the $50 bundle? The answer is going to be yes for that 50. I will, Devin, let's look at also for the people that are joining us live. I want to look at seeing if we can just give them a coupon so they can take the advantage of this online. For now, yes, give us a call. Say Nathan at the show gave us a $50 bundle special. We also are going to be selling that with the electric sharpener. That's a $100 special. So we got the electric sharpener and the Quilter's Combo at $100. So where did the ruler? Ruler's moving down there. And then I'm going to come by and I'm going to here, let's just do this really quick, and then I'm going to pass this around. So the blade is closed. I want you to look at this for just a minute and pass that along. It's quite different. So if you're joining us again, any more questions? Are we good? Here we go. Do you need to add the grippers to the rulers? The answer is yes. They don't come on the ruler. They do come in the pack, and you do place those down the ruler. The rulers themselves, let's go to my close-up camera here. The rulers actually have spaces. They're not necessarily easy to see, but we actually have circles on the ruler that help you know where to place them on the ruler. And the kit actually comes, if you have medium-size rulers, the True Grips work actually for one of these packages will work on a couple medium size or one really large ruler. Has anybody seen these True Grips? Anybody know True Grips that's in my audience here at all? The True Grips here. Let's get this. See if I can get those so you can see those there, the True Grips. All right, so where's the cutter? Is the cutter working its way down there? Okay. I'm going to come and grab these couple items from the audience. We'll talk about these again. So the ruler, really quick, let's just talk about this ruler. Did you feel the edge on the ruler, right? Which is quite unique. The edge on the ruler does help make it safer so that your blade doesn't jump up and over it. The other thing it does is it makes it easier to put your blade flat against it because it's a taller surface. Then we have holes. Well, what are the holes for? The holes are to mark and to hold. So if I'm on my fabric surface, that gives me a better chance to hold those in place. And we can actually mark through them. The last thing I like to talk about is that the rulers are more durable. We actually injection mold these, and what that means is that if we drop them, we're not going to chip our corner. The group I just had earlier, I said, does anybody have a ruler with a chipped corner? And everybody kind of puts their hands up, right? Yeah, they do. So they're more durable. Now, here's where the magic comes in. I'm going to talk about the ergonomics in just a minute, but everybody took this ruler, this cutter, and I'm going to show you this. You actually get a special locking track and guide, and I'm going to walk out in the audience so you guys can see this closely here, so give me a moment. They lock together.
Nice.
So one of the biggest challenges we find that as you cut down, the two usually want to separate, so we have a special tracking guide that keep us all the way on that, from the very top to the very bottom. Absolutely, and we'll show you. I'll do a quick demonstration. So this one here, we're going to walk around. So this keeps it from the top to the bottom with that edge. Right, there you go. And this is a unique ruler system that gives you a special track and a guide. Thanks for joining us if you're joining us. Thanks for joining us online if we're there. So one of the questions is, can you still cut? This is how this cutter normally comes. And let's go ahead and do a close-up on this one. And so if you look, it actually comes with the guide not on it, okay? And that's because you most likely already have one ruler, two rulers, three rulers. We have a lot of heads shaking, 4 or 5 or a bunch. That way you can get the ergonomic cutting with your existing ruler sets. If you buy one of my rulers, you can add the guide, and I'm going to show you how easy that is. But first, what I want to do is I'm going to talk about our cutting process. And when we've done this, what we did is we kept a straight cutter, because if you're at home, you have one cutter, probably two, and you got one that's a little bit bent because you were hoping to find something that was a little bit more ergonomic. And what we did, we just relocated the blade. Well, why did we relocate this blade where it was? Okay, we relocated that blade because normally when we're cutting with our straight cutters, we go up and over to create pressure. And we're doing that, and what ends up happening is over time we end up with fatigue in our joints and our wrists. We end up actually with some fatigue in our elbows and our shoulders potentially as well. So what I wanted to do is we wanted to solve that. So what we did is we took the blade and we put it under the hand. Don't do this at home, but I'm going to show you this. I can actually, this is so ergonomic. Now, we have had quilters who could not cut their own fabric come back and tell us, thank you so much for helping me get back into what I love most, because now I can cut so I can quilt. So I'm going to show you this. I can literally rest this, and the key thing we wanted to say is, can we move that pressure to our palm? So I literally, with forward pressure, I can actually cut fabric because of where this rests under the palm of my hand. And so this does eliminate the pressure points. And so this means that we can do a few things. One, I can cut with less pressure. Two, I can cut for extended periods of time without feeling the same level of fatigue. And what we have found is that when you start coupling these, like our ruler, with that special track and guide, so this has that guide that goes all the way down, what that does is that helps pair those two up. So we end up keeping those together, which helps make easier, straighter cuts, because the guide helps hold it together. The ergonomic lets my body relax, and as I'm cutting, the two work well together. We have a question. All of our rulers do have that guide from the Grace Company. Yeah, so she's asking, I'm guessing you have the rulers then, and they were like, hey, they were looking safer. She wanted to hold it, so she bought the ruler, and if you buy the cutter, now you can put the guide on it, and those two work side by side and will work edge. Yeah, so now here's another thing. So we did make this quick release, so if you want to use the guide or not, it makes it very easy on the new updated cutter so that you can swap those out. If not, we do have a nut on the original cutters that you were using to take them off, but this is easy to swap this again. And for us for changing the blade. We wanted to handle the blades less often if we could, which means it's safer, so we're not going to be dealing with those sharp blades. They pop together. So both our straight cutters and our ergonomics come with, again, the quick release processes in order to make those easy to change. Our straight cutters actually have magnets in them that make it easy to pick them up as well. So there's the ergonomics. This is the most popular selling combo. So if you go to our booth, is just behind us, what you're going to find is this one sells out usually when we're at the show because it has the big ruler, which is the 6.5 by 24.5, which is usually where we start to slip and slide when we get farther down. TrueCut Combo Special. Oh, so just so you know, we're doing a special here at the show at $50 for this entire combo, which is the ergonomic cutter, the large ruler, and our True Grips. And we also are streaming live to our Grace customers that are live, and they were like, how do I get the show special? This is normally $65 on sale for $50 at the show. If you want that, we do have a new code online. Grab that at TCKIT, so TC Kit, TrueCut Kit 50, and that will get you this at $50. The special is, and we'll talk about the rotary sharpener. I haven't talked about that with this crowd, right? The electric rotary blade sharpener. We'll talk about that, but this combo is $100. Before we do that, this is a circle cutter. So let me ask, did you see my circle cutter demonstration? You saw the cutting with that, so I'm going to point this out. This goes from 2 to 12.5 inches, but we had some yeses on that. So let's kind of see where my crowd is with what they maybe have seen. Let me ask, did you saw this as well? Yes or no? So I'm going to talk about, this is our electric rotary blade sharpener. And what this one does is it does work and it does sharpen 28, 45 and 60 millimeter blades, and it pretty much is any brand you can put in here. And how it works is we use honing stones. So we have diamond grit stones. That's how you would sharpen your blades at home. If you went to a professional, they're going to take that knife and they're going to grind it against those stones. Well, we put our blade in here, it plugs into the wall. Okay, so it plugs into your wall. We're going to lock this, and then we're going to push this button. It's going to spin the blade against those two stones in order to bring that back to a near factory edge to sharpen all those blades up. Think about this. Think of yourself, and honestly answer this question. I'm cutting, and the blade starts to dull. And I probably finish my project, right? And then I come back because I forgot to go to the store, and I get my cutter back out, and I'm not excited at this point, right? Because I'm like, I've got a dull blade, but I'm going to work through it, and we start cutting, and that's where we start to get in a spot that becomes dangerous because we're pushing this blade that's already dull over our fabric, and we put more pressure, and we're going to move. Think about this. You never have to cut with a dull blade if you were to buy the electric rotary blade sharpener, because this is a time, at any time it begins to get dull, we simply can take it out, place it in here, close it down, and with the cord, sharpen and hone that blade back to the near factory edge in order to keep your blade sharp all the time. Now, I don't have it with me. We also have a linear manual sharpener that you can use to manually sharpen your blades versus putting it into the electric. I have someone shaking your head no. Usually that just takes a lot more effort to do, and it's a little less precise, and so our electric sharpener does sell slightly at a higher ratio because of that. Are we okay, Devin, if we were to look at a code for this as well, to put this at 50? So I don't know if we have this if you're online. This normally, by the way, even here, is normally from the cuttings perspective. Our True Sharp 2 is on sale for $65.95. This is normally $80. As part of this demo, if you want, we will do this at $50, so $49 for the electric rotary blade sharpener if you're going to hear this. And we'll look at doing a special online if we can. TC Sharp 50. So if you're online, TC Sharp 50 will be your combo. You can log on if you're seeing this live in order to get show specials at $50. So thank you for joining us. Again, if you want, we've got a booth just kitty corner. These are normally $80 on sale for $50. These are also on sale, normally about $66 on sale for $50. Our circle cutters are on sale, normally at $40 on sale for $30. So just a little over 25% off at the show. If you're joining us live, we do have specials so that you can take advantage of those with a coupon. Joining us here, getting in and taking advantage, TC Sharp 50, TCSHARP 50 for the electric rotary blade sharpeners. And I think we have this one as TC Kit, TCKIT 50, get you access to this at the same show pricing for those that are live. By the way, I love this. If you're live, you're getting the same deals. Log online, take advantage of those if you're with us live. All right. Questions. Question we're getting now is how many times would you sharpen a blade? Let me explain a few things. I have people ask if anybody's ever gotten a flat spot if you've dropped a blade. That can be sharpened out, and you can sharpen them multiple times. Has anybody seen a butcher's knife that's been sharpened and it kind of gets a curve in it because they continue to cut the steel? You can do the same thing with blades. What we find is that most people are probably sharpening them between 6 to 8 times. The blade gets a little bit smaller. There is nothing as sharp as a brand new blade because they polish it. We hone it so we can still make it very sharp. We call it back to near factory's edge. If you run over a pin, what that does is it actually removes the steel. You would have to sharpen the blade all the way down past that. If you run over a pin, we would recommend that you just get a new blade, okay? However, if you get skip stitches and the flat spots and or it just dulls, the sharpener does a wonderful job at sharpening it back to that near factory edge, okay? Yeah, question? Oh, she's asking a question about our cutter. So those that are watching as well, the question is, do they work for left or right-handed? The answer is yes. When they come in the box, they come set up for right. I will quickly show you this and we'll answer some questions. I can literally pop this off. These parts just easily come out and we just switch them from left to right-handed. So the handle has actually been made to work both with left or right-handed. They can be configured for either the left-handed users or right-handed users. The instructions do show you easily how to do this as well, and we also have a video that shows you just how to set it up. Once it's set up, you do not need to change it. So if you're left-handed, you'll just swap it over. It'll stay in the left-handed configuration. If you're right-handed, out of the box, it will come up set for right-handed users. Okay, wonderful. So the ergonomic cutter, the question that's being asked is, what is the price on the ergonomic cutter? Today, the 45 millimeter cutter. Give me a minute here. Rotary cutters. And then I know we're going to come to an answer online. Normally, the cutter is $32.95 on sale for $25 for the cutter, okay? $24.95 on the cutter. Question, 15 minutes? Okay. Till the next demo is supposed to start. All right, that's a good deal. So we've been good. So thanks for joining us. We're going to put up another video for just a minute here to watch, and it looks like you might have something to hand in. Just right behind me in this booth is our booth, right, kitty corner? So you'll just go right over there. They'll give you a $50 price on it. So if you say anything, say, hey, Nathan, $50, they're going to give you $50. Okay? Thank you. All right. Thanks for joining us.
Hi, thank you for joining us today. My name is Mark.
And I'm Laurel.
And today we are going to talk about circle cuts.
Woo!
Yes. Or some of you might be like, not so much. I can't do circles.
Yeah, how many of you have gone and grabbed a cup or a bowl or something, you know, that you've tried that's not quite a circle, but you've gone and you're like, oh, that's close enough, and then you go back in and, you know, cut it out to make it the circle. How many of you have done that? Because I'll tell you what, I've done it.
So, circle cutter. This is our TrueCut 360, and in a little bit, we'll turn the time over to Carla, who's doing a project actually with the circle cutter called Spectrum Eclipse, where she uses a circle cutter, which makes her project easier because she's using the right tool. So this is our circle cutter. What I want to look at is the base of the circle cutter. We're going to go over some of the features, but let's first look at the base of the circle cutter and why we have it so wide. So LJ, one of the things that with circle cutting I should say, is the tool being used. Whether you're using something like a compass and it bunches the fabric up underneath, or the fabric might move on you, why did we design a circle cutter with a wide base?
Yeah, we actually did it to help avoid and actually prevent that. So a lot of times, just as Mark pointed out, that when people are going to do it, you know, sometimes you're like, oh, and sometimes if you try to move the cutter around, actually cut that circle out, it can actually bunch up or shift your fabric, so then your circle is no longer a circle. But with this wide base, it actually eliminates that, so you're able to keep the smooth movement throughout the entire thing and no bunching happening.
And that's great. And so what we're talking about is on the piece of fabric as we're going, you can see with the wide base that it's going to keep that fabric nice and flat. It will not bunch up underneath, and that's what we want. If we're going to do a circle and we want 4-inch circle, we want to have a 4-inch circle at the end. We don't want to have a little tail at the end or maybe a little smaller because it bunched up on you. We don't want that. We want to cut exactly the size we're looking to do perfect every time. The circle cutter also can cut 2 to 12 inches.
Yes.
And that is big. 12 inches is massive, but what's nice is you can layer it down. So from 2 up to 12 inches, easily cut. With the way this is used, you can cut those circles with ease. And how many layers, Laurel, can we cut with this?
Yeah, you actually can cut up to 3 layers of fabric, or if you're doing denim, you can cut 2 layers of denim at a time.
So it's very simple, very easy. Let's go ahead and look at making a couple cuts here. And right now I'm going to go ahead and do a 12-inch circle because that's the biggest, so we're going to go ahead and do a 12. And how we use this is we cross our hands. One of the ways you can do it is this way. Some will do it this way where their hands are straight in front of them. We recommend crossing the hands. And if you cross the hands, that will give you one nice motion all the way around. So as I go around this red fabric, you can see nice and simple all the way around. So let's go ahead and now make that cut. And we're going to press down. This right here is our pin where it holds it in place. Underneath the blue knob is where the blade is. And if we press it down, the blade is pretty much activated. We have safety in all of our TrueCut products.
Yes.
Right, LJ? We don't want anybody cutting themselves by accident or holding it and someone cutting them. And so this will come with a safety right here. We can slide this in and it keeps the blade from wanting to go down. So TrueCut is all about safe. In fact, you know, a lot of the stuff that we have is easier, safer, and more accurate. And this Circle Cutter 360 proves that with everything that we talked about, right? All right, so as we press this down, I'm going to go ahead and make one nice 12-inch circle. And there we go. So very easy. Very fast. I don't know if we were able to get that on camera because that just goes super fast, right, as we go around, and very fun. And so when you do circles like that and it comes out that clean and that fast, who wouldn't want to do more circles now, right?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I think I speak for a couple people out there. I mean, who wants to cut a circle, right? Cutting a circle isn't really something we like to do, but I'll tell you, when I tried this, I definitely went through some backwards, like, I'm just gonna cut another circle. And I was like, how about this size? And I cut another circle, right? So it's something that I think you'll find that you just love and is super easy, as Mark pointed out, very effortless to make really 2 to 12 inches of a circle. That's right.
And how we adjust that is on this pin, we simply just twist the bottom of the knob and now we can slide this up and down the base. All right, let's go ahead and do another cut. And right now I'm going to do 8 inches. And I have an 8-inch circle. So super easy. I'm going to show the other way of what we talked about, having our hands this way. You noticed when I was using this format, it was nice and simple. If we were to cut it, doing it this is what will happen. You simply, when you go down, when you go around, you end up hitting your other hand. So we come underneath and come all the way to the top. So you can do that as well. You can see you get a perfect circle, but I find using it where you cross your hands, you get a better motion all the way around. Yeah, a little bit of a smoother, easier motion to really, just like you're pretty much uncrossing your hands. That's really what that motion is. That's right. So if you have a project that you're working on and you don't want to go find a bowl or a cup or different size of those, you want to be able to use a circle cutter right away, get this TrueCut 360. It makes it very, very simple with your projects. And again, as we're quilting, we want to enjoy, right? One of the words I love is the word enjoy. So enjoy what you're doing, pick up the 360 circle cutter and just have fun doing it. Yeah, and actually one story that I love is there was this customer once who had a project. I'm sure a lot of you do, like, oh, I love that design, I'm gonna give it a try, and you have all these things you'd love to try. And one of them with this sweet lady is that she had one that had some circles. And so she had a harder time trying to do circles because, really to get a circle, it's pretty hard. And so I was like, you know what? Let me show you this. And I showed her our awesome 360 cutter, and she's like, this is amazing. She's like, I can finally go do the design and the quilt that I've wanted to do for years now. So it was amazing to be able to see her get to do a pattern that she had been wanting to do for a long time. That's right. One thing I want to point out is where the blade is. I talked about it being underneath. I'm going to go ahead and open this lever up. So I'm going to show you where the blade is. The blade is right underneath the blue knob there, and it comes in a cartridge. You can see it right there, and it's very easy to replace. You simply just take the cartridge out, and there's your blade. So it is a circular blade, and we have many replacements. So if you're cutting denim, you're going to replace your blade often. My wife, I got this circle cutter for her not too long ago, and she did a denim circle quilt, and I was the one cutting out each of those circles. And yes, it was fast. Yes, it was easy, but it will dull your blade because of what you're cutting, and that's okay. We have these replacement blades. You can get a couple as well, so you'll be ready and prepared for anything that you're cutting.
Okay, now we're actually going to turn some time over to Carla, who's actually going to show us a project that she did using the circle cutter, and you're just going to see again how easy, safe, and accurate, and really effortless it is to use this circle cutter.
Let me just jump off and show you a couple quilts that I've created. This quilt behind me, I made when the circle cutter first came out. I was testing it out to see if it really worked, and it really does work. And so I made this quilt. It's kind of a Japanese-inspired quilt because we make quilting frames for a lot of companies, and Juki was one of those companies. And so this went on the quilting frame that we made for Juki. So it
Circular blade, and we have many replacements. So if you're cutting
Is to use this circle cutter.
let me just made all these circles on by hand. I didn't even use the machine way back when because we didn't have our machines yet. So then over here, this is my very first free motion quilt I ever free motion quilted. And I just was inspired to cut out a bunch of different circles with different fabrics, and I just put them on the background, and you can see right here, some of them float off the edge. And so it's just kind of a fun take, and they're different sizes as well. So you can cut multiple pieces of fabric at one time, up to 3. No, I wouldn't cut any more than that. And I just put them on, and you can just see that it was really fun and just really different. And like I said, this was my very first free motion quilt, and it just turned out a lot of fun. And so those are just 2 styles, okay, that I wanted to show you. But then I was doing a little homework, and I was, fiddling around online, and I saw a similar design online, and I thought, hey, we could do that with the circle cutter. So last night I whipped this up, and it's just a fun little design that looks like, I call it my spectrum eclipse. And it just looks like, the lights turned on in this area and it's dark right here. And it was really easy to put together with the circle cutter. And so I just wanted to show you some of the many, many, many things that you can do with the circle cutter. I went and pulled out 9 dark, well, not 9, and 8 dark pieces of fabric. And then I got their counterparts of the light pieces of fabric. And then to make it easier on me, I cut out squares of heat and bond, and I ironed it on. And so now I can cut out my circles. My dark circles is what I'm going to cut out first, all right? And so what I did is I just cut out the squares. So what I'm going to do is just fold my squares so that they match up, so that I have a mark on them and a center point. And now I have my little intersection here. Okay, and I turned it over so it would be easier for you to see. So right here on the circle cutter, you have your anchor, is what I want to call it. And it's a little pin that you push down, and you can see right there, it's a little pin that pokes down into the fabric, and it has this wide surface. And this wide surface allows it to glide over your fabric without it bunching up and making it all bunched up, and you get the little wavy lines. Now, also on the circle cutter, you see right here, we have, it goes from 2 to 12 inches. And I'm going to make a 6-inch circle. So I just undid my anchor point, and I slid it down to my 6. And you see it has these little arms right here that come out so that you can know that you're right on the 6, and then you just turn the little knob here to lock it into place, and it's not going to shift or move on you. So what's nice about the circle cutter is it has a safety feature. So if you're not using it, you can lock it so that a little kid's not going to cut themselves, or, so it's got a lot of safety features involved. So anyway, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my little anchor point, and I am going to position it right over my intersection right here. Okay, so I want to turn this, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to just kind of cross my hands, okay? And I'm just going to twist it around just like that. And I have my circle, just like that. So I have 2 circles down, and I have 6 to go. But that's what I did with the circle cutter. So I'm just going to keep going. But as you're perusing, you can cut out circles, and you can use raw edge applique. You can applique them on like I did on these 2 quilts. You can, the sky's the limit when it comes to the circle quilts and what you can do with them. So I'm just folding it again to get my cross marks so I can find my middle. And then I'm going to fold it one more time right here. And I love the creative side of quilting. I like looking around, thinking of new ideas, ways to use our different products. It's just one of the fun things. It really makes my job the perfect job, because it's really not a job. It's more of something that I like to do. So I'm getting paid to do something that I really enjoy. So I'm just going to do it again. So I'm just going to, I've marked my X. I'm going to
apologize for those that are streaming with us live. We have some audience members that were wanting to kind of get into part of this Cutie demonstration so you can see a little bit more about the Cutie. So we did cut that other video short. Just know we're going to make sure that's available for you to see. But I'm Nathan with the Grace Company. We've been around for 35 years. I have been with our business right around 17, and we're going to talk about the Cutie tabletop fabric frame. And the reason we call it a fabric frame is because you don't have to just do quilting. We find that people, if they're doing thread painting or felting or other types of things, are still utilizing a frame that they can move their machine over. And so we call this a fabric frame because we would say quilting has changed quite a bit in the last 15 years than what it has been and where it's at today. So we don't want, I've heard a lot of people say, well, I'm not a quilter. Well, what are you doing? Well, I'm doing raw edge applique, and I'm just putting it on whole cloth, and I'm doing murals, or I'm doing, different types of things versus just a quilt. So that's why we call it a fabric frame for those that are joining. There are 3 major components that make this work, and I'm going to kind of show our camera. We have our bottom carriage, we have our top carriage, and then I'm just going to kind of show us this bottom one here with what we have here. So we have our top carriage, and then we have actually the frame itself. Now the frame has been built so that if we're going to store it, we can just lift it off the surface, and then we can put it up on its end and store it in a closet. Some people's beds are tall enough. This is right around 8 inches, so this might be able to slide underneath it, but it's been meant to place it on any table. And a lot of people say, well, can it work on my dining room? Is it going to scratch the surface? Can I put it on a countertop? And if you feel underneath there, go ahead and feel underneath there. You'll feel that it has a really nice rubber pad. So we have a nice rubber pad that will protect any surface this is put on. Across the way, we actually demonstrate this on a 4-foot folding table for those that don't have space. The ones you can buy currently at like Lowe's or Home Depot, actually you can stand at them or you can fully sit at them, and they're about $50. So we love demonstrating on those because those are the quick store. You can go put this back in the garage. And the fun thing is, if you've seen or heard about the Cutie, people are taking them all over. They're going with people on their camping, more like in their campers. People are buying these also for a second home if they have a long arm and they're not wanting to reinvest in something bigger. And so what we end up with is this frame structure that allows you to take your home machine. So we have, what's your name? Mary. Mary in the audience has a 5100, a brother. And she was wondering, does this work? So we're going to talk about the different parts, and we'll talk about what makes it so that your machine works or not. So let me grab this bottom carriage. These do come assembled in the box as well. So you're not having to build a lot of this frame. There are parts that we build, but once it's built, we actually don't use tools. That is what we use to move the machines across the surface, left and right. This is the upper carriage, okay? And the upper carriage has the handlebars. They can be, if you'll notice, the handles are coming out the front. Let me kind of show you this. You'll notice that there's actually a spot in the back as well if you're joining us from the audience, because the handles can be taken out. And so this frame, you can actually do like pantograph work or laser work or etc. from the back on your table as well. And so our goal was, when we created this, we've been in the long arm business for quite some time, making professional frames and then making our own. And one of the things that we continue to have asked, the story was, think about this, okay? Here in the US, not as much, but we were in Europe and we made a 4.5-foot hoop frame. And we're like, yeah, we cut the frame down in half. And we're thinking we only need half the size. And the number one question was, so can I take the legs off? So how easy is that to store? I still don't have room for that. And I'm like, I know, but like this is as small as we can go, but it still wasn't as convenient as what they needed in their home. So this is meant to be a stowable or a portable frame that can be taken out when you're ready to do a project and then stored when you don't. If you have room, you can get legs for this table. So at a certain point, you're going to start to use this and decide, hey, this is easy. I really like this process. Let me go ahead and leave it out. And if you want to leave it out, you can buy a permanent set of legs. So this is the upper carriage. One of the questions, again, was, will my machine fit? That's probably the number one question we actually get asked. And what I was sharing with our audience is, as long as your machine from the needle to the back of the throat is right around 7.5 inches or larger. In the world, Janome has like a 1600 that's been around forever. Brother has a 1500 is what they call it. There's been these 9-inch machines that Juki has one as well that's been around for many, 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 many years. Those are wonderful machines. So really 7.5 inches or larger is what we're going to recommend. And that way the machine will then cover this plate. You need to be able to drop the feed dogs, or the feed dogs need to be disengaged because we're free motion quilting. So you need to be able to move the machine without the feed dogs grabbing the fabric. So this one just simply sits on the trolley as well. And this is the one that actually gives us the handlebars that allow us to control this machine like we would normally do with a professional sewing, a professional long arm machine, okay? So this is what we do to move it. So now we get this free motion. And I'm gonna take my favorite best friend machine, and never needs servicing, never breaks down. It actually even doesn't wear needles out, okay? So this thing just go forever. So we have a couple people some thumbs up. Now, if we look at this right now, this isn't gonna fit on here. It's not enough room, okay? And so this frame is very easily adjustable. On the sides, we have a couple clips, and I know at home you're not going to be able to see this very well, but what we can do is we can just very easily adjust this. So if you're in the audience watching, all we need to do is simply make a simple adjustment. Now, normally our machines don't just nicely slide in, so if we're going to put our machine on, what we do is we're going to slide our carriage all the way to the back. We're going to set it here. And Devin, would you mind just checking? I know that this one does not have the machine base clamps. Will you just go grab me a set off of the other frame? What we do is we have some clamps that actually just hold the machine in place, so it doesn't get bolted. It literally just sits on the trolley. Then what we're going to do is, with these upper clips, we can release it. The rail just comes right out. So we're going to set that down. We then are going to slide the machine forward, and then this will go through the throat space of the machine, okay? So this is how we will put your machine on the carriage system. And again, our goal is that once you have this frame, we don't want to have a tool. Well, if I always had to have this, well, maybe I set it down or I lost it so that I won't be able to use it. So there are no tools required once it's been built. So simply we can put that rail back in place, and then we can go together and held in place. And then we have our machine, and now this is the process we have, which is, again, if you walk around this area, you're going to see all these professional long arms with handles. This is the motion that we're using, which is like drawing with a pen or paper. So if you're with me at home and you're here in the audience, I'm going to work you through something and try this with me really quick. So take your writing hand and put it in the air for me. Okay, now put that down and put your opposite hand and give me a point. So let's pretend that this is what you're going to write with. What I want you to do is to take your other hand like a sheet of paper and go ahead and connect the two. Now here's the trick. Don't move your finger. I want you to move the hand that is the piece of paper, and I want you to try to sign your name. And what you're going to find, if you were doing this with a sheet of paper, it's very difficult because when you push fabric in the throat of the machine, it's actually upside down and backwards in order to get that same motion. So now take your writing hand for me, put it in the air. Quickly, just go ahead and now sign your name like you normally do. How much easier is that? Very easy. But that's how we draw. It's how we write. It's how we sign our name. This process takes pushing, which is upside down and backwards. And when people use the long arms, usually you're not doing a lot of demonstration. But when they try this with the domestic, all of a sudden they're like, wow, this is much easier than I thought. And it's not that the process of moving the machine is easier than anything else. It's that it correlates to how we've always drawn, how we write, how we color, how we sign our name. And they're the same. And so it's directly, let me go ahead and you see on our quilts, you'll see people signing their names. And the reason is it's because, I can sign my name because this is not hard to sign my name because it's like a pen on paper. So this process has really, really helped change the way that quilters use. So I'm going to go ahead. These are the clips. I'm going to go ahead and kind of put this here again. I know it's going to be a little bit harder to see this, but these just come on the carriage. So these, if you'll notice, this is what we use to hold your machine in place. I'll just use the back two so that when you put your machine, it doesn't slide. What we can do is put a little pressure in and we can lock those down. So now you'll notice that this machine is fixed in place, and so there's no motion as we move the machine over the surface. Now this quilting frame, the next thing people are going to ask quickly is, well, this is small, does it get bigger? Is usually one of the questions people ask. The answer is no, because this is using a different quilting process. This is called a hoop. So we call this a zone quilting frame. So does anybody know how we would normally hand quilt? Right? We're going to take two hoops. We have an inner hoop. We throw our fabric over it. We're going to take that outside hoop and we're going to compress it in order to hold the fabric in place. This is just a large quilting hoop. So if we look at this, but it's square. And what we end up with is we have these clamps and these clips that easily just come right off. And this allows us to take our fabric, and our fabric now drapes over the surface of the frame. And I'm going to show you how these clips all work here. In fact, Devin, one other fantastic quick thing. Will you go see if you can grab one of Carla's demo fabrics for me over there? I'm just going to show you how this clips on. I know this won't be a 3-layer sandwich. I'll make that for my next demonstration later because everybody's going to say, really, how does the fabric work on this? So we're going to pull these off. And let's go ahead and do a close-up on this so I can maybe show our audience here and our audience at home. There you go. That's good enough. I just want you to see these. These clips are very unique. They actually have small ridges all the way around them. And the reason we have ridges is our rails are square. And what happens is when we clip this over, it creates a ratchet, so we can actually create tension on the fabric. Now, when people look at this as well, they're like, oh, those are plastic. Okay, that's going to be what people are going to say. Are they strong or not? It's not just plastic. If you don't know what safety glasses are made out of, they're made of a material called polycarbonate, and they're very, 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 very strong and resilient. So these were made so that they could be flexed over and over and over and over again and not break and not wear. So here's my fabric. I'm going to open this up and just kind of do this. By the way, if you're not sure what this experience is, we actually have a Cutie frame with a couple machines, and we have one of these panels we're going to give you for free if you want to go just experience some of this over there as well. So we're giving out these free fun panels, and a lot of our customers, and the reason this is actually actually a miniature classroom. We can't get into a classroom here because they're always taken. We're like, hey, let's create a classroom on the floor so people that don't know or have not ever experienced this kind of quilting can go do so and not feel any pressure. So literally all we're doing is giving you a gift if you want to go experience what quilting is with a frame like this as well. So I'm just going to open this panel, and again, yes, I know this doesn't have my batting and my backing. I just want you to see how it clips onto the fabric. So again, what we would do is we would take our fabric and it drapes over the rails, okay? And we're going to take our clips, and you would normally start at the very, very top. So we would start all the way up at the very top. Right now I'm just going to show you how the fabric, and literally we're going to clip it on to the surfaces. We have the front as well. And the front one's going to clip on, and these is, you notice how that just created tension actually. I'm not sure if you can see that on close up, but that actually just created tension. What you would do is when you get farther in your quilt, this ends up rolling, and we actually have these, what we call our bungee clamps that come in, and we're going to tighten this down. So this is what we're going to use to help hold everything in place. I'm going to roll this up, and we've got another one. This one's for the middle one. Give me a moment here. So we're going to pull this tight. And so what this does is this allows you, as you continue to quilt through different size quilts, this is what we use to hold our fabric in place. And I will have a full sandwich later on today. Let's get more of that up. And so these just clip, and then these will work those through that in just a minute here. The front is the same. So when we put our fabric on, we would roll this up, and we actually have a couple clips up in the front here that we're going to use in order to hold that fabric in place as well. And so the fabric, what we do is if you have your quilt, you're going to start on the top left corner, and on a professional long arm, we have these giant frames, right? So we have these big frames, and we're quilting all the way across at one time. The Q zone, on the Cutie, we quilt in the top left corner, and then we're going to unclip our fabric and we scoot it, clip it back down, and we move to the next zone, but we still go across the entire top of the quilt. When we're done all the way across the top, we roll it to the next section, then we will go through the next row. So like a long arm, we get the motion, okay, which is ease of use. We get the fabric held off of us. Has anybody here quilted on their domestic machine? Have you done straight lines, or have you tried some pool and some puddling? Some pool and some puddling is pretty difficult. So a lot of the times people are just going to do a straight line because at least I'll roll it, then I can just push it through. But you don't get the freedom because to move within that space is restrictive. This takes all the restriction on holding and moving the fabric out of the way. What it also does is once the fabric gets thicker in the throat, instead of it staying just wound in the throat, it actually can be moved out of the way. So let's go ahead and do a close-up on this. I'm going to show you what I mean. I'm going to pretend my hand is the large fabric on this. And if my hand's here and that machine comes in towards it, normally it would just hit. But because it's on the rail, we actually can move that out of the way so that we can actually quilt closer to the front. And as that machine comes back, if it were to hit it, we would normally stop. But what happens is we can just kind of push that out of the way. So we actually get more space to quilt because that fabric is being held out of the way, and we can move it out of the way to keep it always not where you're trying to be quilting. So this frame will work with machines up to 19 inches. And if you look here, this has this extra space. We can very easily unloosen this, and we can actually adjust this frame. This frame can be adjusted out and in. It can be adjusted up or down so that whatever your domestic machine is at home. So if you have a thicker base, anybody here have a Bernina? Do you by chance have a BSR on your Bernina? Do you know? If you do have a BSR, your foot pedal will plug right in and you'll have stitch regulation. But if your base is thicker right here, it adjusts up. If you have a large throat, Janome came out with an M7 here a couple years ago. You got some heads. That's a 13-inch machine. Works beautifully, and we just extend this rail out so that you can use the full 13 inches of that machine to quilt. Certain machines, we have a lady that has a brother. We can also stitch regulate certain machines as well, but that would be one where you'd want to talk just across the aisle with one of our account executives, and they can say yes, it's compatible with your machine, or no, it's not. But otherwise, we just use our foot pedal. So when we're done, this is going to come off. Our machine comes off. You can leave your quilt on, and generally I do pull our quilt off, but again, I'm just going to show you these two parts. Literally, they lift off, and again, they're not bolted together, so they're just separate pieces. Makes it very easy to store those. Go ahead and put those in your closet. And then again, I'm going to go ahead and drop the frame all the way down. We're going to loosen it, push this down for storage. Drop that all the way down, tighten that back up. And then this again can be lifted off, and then again this, oh, I didn't put a clip on that, sorry, there we go. We're gonna clip that in place so everybody can see. I'm gonna loosen that again. This is how we adjust the length of that. So we can clip that in place, and now literally this is gonna be, we can hold any part of this now and then put this up on end. I like to say this can just go in a closet very easily. So it's not like weightless. I mean, there's some weight to it, but it's not heavy enough that it makes it hard for us to move around or us to place for storage. So what kind of questions do we have either online for those that are joining or here regarding the Cutie? Again, you can start with your domestic, and then our 16-inch machines and 19s will also work on the same frame, and you can add computer automation to it as well. Question?
So you said a stitch regulator for the feeding. What about if your machine doesn't?
So normally people will not use stitch regulation. So I actually have done several quilts. I've shown people with like a Juki where we're going to drop that foot pedal underneath. You do want to set the machine at a speed that you're comfortable with. Some people, when they start using frames, they start trying to speed up or slow down. No. You want to set the machine at a fixed speed, put the pedal all the way down, and then just kind of move more consistently. You'll find that actually once you do this, if you're a professional quilter, one of the ways they actually get to be really good is by making sure they just move more consistently with their speeds, okay? So you can use your foot pedal. There are several cords that come with most domestic machines that you can use as an extension in case you're short, your cord's not as long. If you have an old Kenmore, sorry, we don't have an extension cord for some of those older machines, but pretty much anything for about 10 or 12 years ago, there comes with one. And again, the folding tables, we like to demo these on. Your foot pedal just drops right down. You can sit at this frame or you can stand. I prefer to sit at one like this on a chair that has rollers, because we're really going to be about 1.5 feet on each side. So I kind of scoot a little bit, I'll quilt, I'll kind of scoot a little bit, and I'll quilt with my sit down chair. So if you do have a machine, we can look at stitch regulation, which is nice to have if you have a machine that it's compatible. If not, we just use our foot pedal. All right, what other questions do we have? Either online, if there's any questions online, or any questions here about the Cutie tabletop. They are on sale. Normally they're $11.99. They're on sale for about a little over $500 off, on sale for $689 here at the show. So it makes it very affordable and very easy to bring into your home.
And does that include shipping?
Yep, free shipping. No, free shipping. And if you have one, we can wheel one out to your car. If not, we will ship them to you for free wherever you're at. Same with you online if you're online with this. Go ahead. The size table you're going to want is a 4-foot table as a minimum. This is just one we have at the show. You'll notice over in our booth we have small 4-foot tables, 4x2. So we have the adjustable folding tables in our booth that are about 2 feet deep, which is the track size. I think it's right around 22 inches actually is all it is. And then from width left to right would be 4 is the minimum. This is a 4-foot frame by about 22 inches. So that actually is the standard smallest foldable table that you can buy is this size. So any other questions? We do have it with the domestic machine and the Juki. We are giving you a free gift if you want to go over and demo it as well. And we have the domestic, and then we have the mid-arms on them so you can see how they work with both the mid-arm and the domestic machines. Okay, thank you. Yeah, wonderful. In fact, I'll give you your free demo. Those ladies are leaving for coming here. I'll give you these for joining with us today. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. These are for the back of your rulers to keep them from sliding and slipping.
Morning, campers! We are so excited to be with you today. I'm Junior Counselor Devin.
I'm Carla.
And we are here at Echo Lake. And Carla's going to teach me all about echoing.
Echo stitching is just a great way to accentuate or emphasize applique or quilting design, but it also can help you as you're quilting along with a pantograph, get you to a new area where you can grow and expand. Get you out of some jams at times. We're going to have some drills today, and we're going to practice echo quilting.
I'm so excited. Now, I'm a total novice. I have not done any quilting. Is this going to be an advanced technique, or is this something that I'm going to be able to do?
Now, very simple. We're going to start out very basic, very simple, but I'm going to challenge Devin, because that's what we're here at camp to learn, is to challenge ourselves and grow as quilters. So, yeah, it's going to start out easy, but boy, you're in for some hard work. And you know what? By the end, I know Devin's going to be excited about what he's able to do and how he's able to accomplish that. You know what? He can teach the next segment himself.
Oh, I don't know if I'm there yet, but I'm ready to start. I'm ready to learn.
All right, so let's get started. So I sat down and started thinking about what would it take to start out very basic and very easy.
That's what I need, yes.
We're going to start out with just straight lines, but not only just the straight lines. So we're going to go across it, and echo quilting is just a repeat stitch. So we're going to start out with the straight line here, go across, come back and forth, trying to keep it as even as possible. So how do you keep it even without marking on your quilt? Well, we're going to use our quilting foot as our guide. So the back and the front are going to space our lines as we're stitching across evenly. So that's what
I thought I was going to need a ruler or something.
No, and not with this one. Echo quilting that's one of the benefits, that you really don't have to mark up your quilt unless you really want to. I'm going to have him do it diagonally as well. And then we're going to change it up just a little bit, okay? Because I'm going to challenge you. Then we're going to start with waves, and we're going to do the waves on a diagonal. And then we're going to jump into a little more complicated design, but Devin's up for the challenge, so let's give him a good workout. So I'm going to just mark on the quilt a square. And this is a blue pen, so sorry about that. Didn't have a lot to work with as I was coming, so you can see that square right there.
Wow, you're so good at freehanding squares, Carla.
I'm trying to be better at freehanding, so there's our diagonal. But we're going to practice first on a piece of paper, because I want him to understand the movements and I want him to practice control. So I brought some blank paper here.
Okay.
And we'll draw our squares on it. And we'll both practice together, okay? I will let you have this marker here, okay?
Thank you.
And I will use this one here. But there's a way I want you to hold your pen or your marker as you get to the machine, because we don't want to hold it down here, because that's not how we're holding our machine. Okay, we want to hold it up here away from it, because that's where we're standing. We want to practice good posture, but we don't want to be so anal and so tight, okay? But we do want to learn control as we're moving along. So I want you to just start right here on this top line. We'll say that's the ditch line. So you've pieced your square, so we're going to start on the ditch line, and we're just going to stand up. And if I'm trying to show you with my camera going down, but I wanted you to keep it straight up and down as possible, because that's how we're standing. Come down a little bit and move back across, trying to keep it as stable as possible, and then just come back and across, trying to keep it as even as you can. Look at how good he's doing.
Well, it's a little rickety, but I'm trying.
But it's not so easy, but it's not that difficult.
You start to get the hang of it a little bit.
Yeah, you do. And so you can go a little faster, and sometimes going a little faster really helps. But we're going to stop right there, because look how good. I'll just show you how well he did. You did a good job.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we're going to take that and we're going to add that element of starting on a diagonal.
Okay.
So with the diagonal, it's a little different. So we're just going to come up, start up with your pen straight, and then move across and then come down to the diagonal, and we're just going to come down just a little bit on that ditch line. Okay. And we want to make it as even as possible, and then we're just going to go back up. Come across, down, come across, whoops, sorry, there, and then we'll get to that corner, and then we'll go diagonal, diagonal, and now we're in the corner, so we want to come across our ditch line to get up out of it, and we want to go up.
This is kind of therapeutic in itself.
It's a lot of fun.
The lines.
Yeah. Nice job. See, you've got this.
Oh, good.
That's half the battle, okay? Just thinking about it. Okay. Just hold it up and go back and forth and draw back and forth.
So I'm doing this,
Hold
the straight
up,
across
and I'm going to
first.
pull that out of the way, okay? Okay, that's what camp is all about, is learning new techniques and doing them over and over until you get it right. All right, So do you know how to turn the machine on?
I'll need a refresher.
I'm going to show you, okay?
Novice.
Give you
Brand
a
new.
refresher. So
I
we're going
cannot
to
stress
start
that
up
enough.
here, okay? So I'm going to show you how to do it, and then I'm going to let you pull the threads up. So we're going to insert the needle, and then we're going to bring it back up, and then we're going to pull up our bottom thread. Really important, Devin, because we don't want any dangling threads down below. So I'm going to let you move it up here to this corner, right here, and do it.
Okay, so I'm just
Using
touching that.
this button here, insert it, hold on to this thread here. Yeah, so you'll have to swap hands there. There you go. And then push it one more time. As you're holding onto this thread, pull the machine away and see how it pulls that tail up. It's pulling that tail up. We're going to grab that tail and then we're going to move back, okay? So now, to anchor the stitch, we're going to do a couple single stitches to anchor it. And I don't know if I've ever shown you guys really how to anchor your stitches as you're free motion quilting. On the automation, it automatically does it. It's called a tie-off stitch, okay? So we want to move our needle right over here to where it's pulled up. That little mark right there. And then you're going to do a couple stitches, okay? Just really close. And that anchors it, okay?
Great.
Now, to turn it on, you just push this button here, the big button there, and then you have to hold it down and start moving across.
I'm just following.
Yeah, just follow the lines that you drew. There you go. Now, use your foot as your guide. This time we're using our foot, not our lines, okay?
Okay. Okay.
So
you
come
have
down.
the bottom of the foot kind of go on the line.
Right. Or the back of the foot running across the back. And
So remind me, why is it called an echo stitch? What are we
because
echoing?
it's a repeat
repeat.
stitch, okay? So when you're echoing, you get that vibration of that echo, and it's a repeat stitch. There you go. Yeah. So you're just going to use your foot right there. Okay. Okay. And then turn it off right there. And then what we're going to do is we're going to pull our threads forward and cut it, okay? So pull it to make a tail. Actually, I'm going to give it a little tail right there, okay? Pull it, and now we're going to pull it back, and you're going to insert the needle one more time. And you're going to hold on to it, and we're going to pull that thread up, and then we're going to get our nifty little scissors here and cut our threads.
I did it.
Yes, you did.
Am I an echo stitcher now,
Yes,
officially?
you are. Okay. So now we're
That
going to
simple.
refine his technique a little bit more, okay? I want you to use the foot a little bit more rather than the lines, okay? So when you're echo stitching, I'm just going to show you right here. I'm just going to do another one just show you how to use your foot. So I want the back of my foot to run
back.
along the line here, okay?
I was using the bottom,
Right,
which
yeah.
is why it was
So-
now ending up
so-
between all my lines.
Yeah, so just use the back of your foot. That's why I wanted to show
Ah.
you. Run
Oh,
across.
yes.
Okay,
Much better.
now we're going to come down just a little bit till the back of my foot, and then we're just going to go back and forth. It puts them a little closer together, but it makes it a little more even as we go. And you'll just go back and forth as you're quilting. Okay? You'll just pull the bottom thread up, really important.
And kind of pull that out.
Yeah, he's got it.
And then how far am I? Oh. I
That's
lost
okay.
it.
Yeah, you lost it, but that's because it's hooked to the bobbin, and that's why. Okay, so now don't try to be too anal about this going diagonal. Just come straight down. Yeah, and don't worry about it. Just, go straight up. Diagonals are tough. It takes a little work and a little more control on your quilt. That's why I wanted you to try them and do them. Nice job.
Thanks. Trying really hard to follow the back of the foot.
Yeah, so make sure that the back of the foot is hitting that line, okay? Now come up and so come back just a little bit. Now go up this direction. And now come down, now hit the back of the foot, hit it.
It's a real skill. It's a real
right.
thing you have to practice and work on.
Right,
Okay.
turn that off, and we're ready to go to our next one.
I'm
okay?
almost doing the waves.
Yes,
just
you
naturally,
are,
right?
and that leads us
I'm
right
skipping
into
to the next step,
waves.
everybody. That's
And
what
so
we're doing
we're
here.
just going to do another little box. It's okay. All right. Okay. I'm just leading this to it. Okay. So there. All right. Here you go. All right. Okay.
Do I need the marker? No, marker.
You can try it without. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
All right. So now we're going to throw a little bit more of a monkey wrench, but the waving lines are a little easier to do because it's hard to keep them nice and straight, okay? But we'll see if they are, or if they're a little bit more of a challenge to get the waves nice and even. Okay.
You're right.
So I'm going to challenge Devin to go across without marking it at all. Don't do these little tiny bumps
Just
because
little,
you kind of,
I'm
as
doing
you're
that anyway,
echoing,
right?
if you do tiny, tiny, tiny little bumps as the waves, you'll lose it and it'll start to flatten out and become even.
So something I noticed too is as I'm doing this, I feel like the more confident I am, the more precise the line is. If I'm really getting nervous, that's when I start to
and
get
you're
bumpy.
holding on to it so tight that
So
it
you
starts to
kinda-
become really shaky. So loosen up,
Just release your inhibitions.
take a deep
just
breath, and
let it
enjoy
happen.
the process. And just keep practicing, and you will get more and more confident in your stitching abilities. All right, just right along that ditch line to the next one, and we'll just go all the way across, and we'll start here, going from the bottom to the top. We'll
Just
really
waves
work
again?
Yeah, we're gonna do the waves,
Okay.
so you're gonna come in and kind of
Should I
do
go
the
up?
waves at the diagonal.
Add a diagonal. Okay.
Yeah, out of the
Should
diagonal.
I start at this corner?
Yeah, start at that corner.
You put
I
yourself
feel like I'm
in.
gonna get caught halfway
You,
through.
you won't.
Okay. All right. I trust you. I trust
Okay.
you.
You're good.
Am I going this way? Just all the way across?
Yeah, go that way, and sometimes it's easier just start in the middle with the waves. There you go. Look at how good he's doing. And for him, starting in the middle and going across, and then he'll do the top and the bottom, and then he'll right along his ditch line and do the rest of it. Look at you mastered
no,
it,
I've done
dude.
it later.
Yeah.
I'm doing it.
Look how good you're doing.
Miracles happening every day at Echo Lake.
It's a lot of fun too.
I do notice, like if I don't do my waves prominently at the beginning, it gets, they get kind of less and less as you go. So you want to start
So you
really
want to
prominently.
make them prominent, right along that ditch line to get to the other side. Yeah, and it's, I have to admit, Devin's taller, so this frame is really not set for his height. Your frames are, so use them to your advantage. But look how well he's doing, and also he has the added disadvantage of the camera right there. So it's kind of hard for him to see what he's working on.
I kind of like a little bit of the variation too, though. It adds flavor, it adds character to it, right?
So what we're going to do now, after we've done that, I want to
So
teach
many
you a
things
little
I need to
flower.
learn, really,
okay?
honestly.
I want to teach you a flower. Okay, I'm starting all over again, okay? You don't have to, but see how the loops work? That was easy, huh?
Yeah.
It was simple. Okay, so I'm starting right here in the middle, and I'm going to start out and come out with a spiral, okay? Then I'm going to hit this 12 o'clock position right here, and I'm just going to come up and around, and I'm going backwards now, the opposite way, and keep practicing. These loops are really a lot of fun and add a nice little element to a design that you have, and so you have to come out and around. So what I did is I came up to the 12 o'clock, and then I'll go this other direction. So let me do it one more time, because I like these, and these are a lot of fun to do on a quilt, okay?
Again, very
So I'm
therapeutic. You just kind of do the
Right.
one motion, just
right,
continue
and
it
then I'm
on.
going to come back up, and I'm going to come the other direction, which I'm much better at. And then I'm just going to keep going all the way around. I'm going to go around. I'm going to start out here, and I'm just going to start right here. And I'm going to go around and come down and stop. I'm going to go along that ditch line and come around. I'm just going to keep echo stitching all the way around. So then I'm just going to go like that and around.
So where are you connecting in the ditch? Like, are you doing
Yes,
this
I'm
all as
connecting
one?
in the ditch, and I just
motion?
keep going in the ditch. And notice how you made that little flower stand out now. Or do you want to draw it first?
I may be getting cocky and not confident, but I'm gonna
that's
free
fine.
motion. I'm gonna free motion.
Okay,
I'm gonna
cool.
try it.
All right, find your center.
Okay.
Did we cut it? Nope, we didn't cut it yet. So let's give it a little tell.
All right.
Let's cut our thread so you can start in the middle and then you know what to do. We'll pull that thread up. All right, there you go.
Okay, so I'm starting. Does that look middle?
That looks pretty darn good.
Enough? Okay.
Bring your thread up and we'll pull it. Okay, I'm just going to be his assistant, okay?
I need
I'll
it.
cut
I need
your
all the
threads,
assistance
all
I
right?
can get.
All right, do your little spiral.
Okay.
There you go.
Little spiral, and then I'm just going for it.
Yeah, just go for it.
And then kind of coming around. Oh, that's a big one, but that's
That's
all right.
okay.
Again, it's a character flower.
Yeah, it is. It has a lot of personality.
I think all of us are character flowers at
Yes.
one time or another. So this quilt is for everybody.
Yes.
This for all the characters out there.
One more. All right, and then come back out right there. Come back out right here.
Okay.
Follow along the line, and then just start going around it.
Should
Do your
I come
echo
out
stitch it.
in the middle of it?
Yeah,
or?
just right there.
Okay.
And then start going around it.
right, all right.
And now come back this way and keep going. And then go. So you just do it. There you go. Yeah. That one has a lot of personality. That little
That one
petal
petal.
does, yes. It's a big one. It wanted to stand out.
It did. It wanted the attention
Yes,
that the
it
stitch
did.
draws
That's
the attention
right.
to. It's taking full advantage of the echo stitch.
You can go outside the lines. Yeah. Nice job.
Should I do another round?
Yeah, do another round. So show them. Go back that direction.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
I
It's a
think so.
lot of fun, so try it. And the next thing is I'm going to show him what I call raindrops, and it's called a downpour. This is a real fun one to try, but it's not the raindrop with the tip up, it's with the tip down. So it's going to come like this, all right? And then we're going to echo around that, okay? Then you're going to come out from this point here, and you're going to do another one. And you're going to echo around it. Now, we're to this point where I kind of want to make it going facing down. This is a filler design. And see, you have the little space right there. It can go back and forth. So you can just echo to get back out of that. And then I can go back this direction and keep going. And then I just want you to kind of connect them. And if you feel like, oh, hey, I want to come back into this area and fill it in, do one more, all right? And then come out and do one more. And then we'll come out this way, do one more. Okay.
Okay.
And I'm going to give you several different feathers to practice. Nice job. Now come in this V, pull a raindrop right there. Yeah, even if it's big, just go for it. Yeah, own that raindrop. And then go up in that V, that open area that's like this. This is where you want to put your raindrops. There you go, you got it.
I'll do some big
Even
ones,
if it's
some little
small
ones.
ones. But see how it's coming together really nicely.
Ooh, I really like this one. This
This
was
is
actually,
a fun one.
this one might be my favorite of them.
Yeah, it's a fun filler design. So if you have an area that you want to have your applique or your design pop, this is a great filler to use. Nice, he's even getting that little hook on it.
I'm pretending there's a ditch and just moving forward.
That's okay. See, he's getting more confident, so he's already coming up with lines and ways to get out of the situation. So, all right, there are several ways to accentuate a feather. So notice that on some of these designs, see how I did this little, I call them the little Taj Mahal petals. I went around it, but I did the little feather design, so I just accentuated it. I was just practicing. Here's a little water meander where I used my foot, where you would use your foot as your guide, and then my popcorn. So the popcorn's just really easy for you to do. So the popcorn, you just come around like this, you make a hook, and then you're just going to go make your humps, and you're going to repeat using your foot for the humps. And now you're just going to keep going across, humps, 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 back.
So this one's kind of a variation because you're not following the exact pattern,
Yes,
but
and
you are following your general
I got a little
lines.
confused, so I'm just coming back down this way to fill it in. So that one had 2, and I'm going to come down in this area here to pull out of that so I can get back to where I started. Some of them may have 3, some of them may have 4, some may have 2 echoes, and I hit the side of my quilt. But anyway, so while I am showing you a couple of things, I'm having Devin practice a little spiral feather. It kind of looks like a prehistoric one where it comes in with a spiral and it has the little feather humps on it. Feathers are a lot of fun, okay? And there are several different ways to make them. You can start from the top, okay? And you make a teardrop, okay? You make your raindrop, okay? On it, but you want to come halfway up and then do your little heart shape. Halfway up, come down. Now sometimes I will come down my feather, other times I will go up it. Now with the position right here, you just want to make sure that you position it correctly and just go halfway up, and then you want to right along that line and come down. Okay, so now I'm going to go halfway up again and come down. Halfway up and come down. Notice I'm getting in a little spot right here. I just want to pull it down. Okay, so now I'm going to do my echo around it, and I'm going to show you how fun it is to use your foot as your guide and echo around it, and see how it just accentuates my feather as I'm moving around. And you can do as many or as few as you want.
Oh, wow. That's beautiful.
Devin's practiced his little design that he's going to show you, okay? And he's going to start from this point right here.
So, I'm going to kind of come up.
He's going to go around a spiral. And use your foot as your guide. Just come in and use it. There you go. Got it? And then you're going to kind of want to hump around it. So you can just do some little humps on it. Nice job. Little popcorn humps on it.
My friends and I were talking, and we always feel like in the Olympics, they should have an average person do it for comparison.
That's true. It'd be nice.
So that you can really tell like how
Right.
skilled the people are.
Right.
And then at this point, I'm just following along.
Yeah, just
And I
follow
feel
along.
like I'm that person for everyone today. Like,
But
you have
look how
Carla,
good
who's
he's
amazing,
doing.
and you have me, who's just beginning my quilting journey. But we've all got to start somewhere, right?
Yes, we all do.
And again, kind of the bigger it gets, the more you lose the intricacies. So you want to start really detailed, so that you can get as much of that.
And that's the echo effect of it.
As you
Because
go.
that's what's drawing the eye in. The more detailed it is, closer to the design that you're making.
I'll just get my last little corner up here,
All right.
and there we go.
I'm just going to show you one more
Okay.
way to make your feathers and to accentuate them. So I'm just going to come down here and branch out from the bottom here. And so I want you to try the feathers several different ways, okay? I'm going to come back down on my line. I've made my stem. And I don't care because that stem, I can fill it in with some pebbles. Okay, so you can, I'm going to do one side one way and another side the other way. So I'm going to come in from this part and come in like this. Go around. I've been practicing my feathers a long time, and it's hard when you can't see what's going on, but see, as I'm going down, I'm trying to make that little teardrop on it. And don't be too anal about it, okay? All right, and then I'm just gonna make that teardrop there. And now this other way, I'm gonna come back down. I'm going to come around this way, but I'm going to come in from the top rather than the bottom. So notice this. I'm just gonna come out right here and start moving around it. And then, as I go around it once or twice, then I could add pebbles to it. On this row right here, I could do some pebbles to really accentuate that part of it. Or I could do some up down, some little loops. I can go in and fill my sign out. Or I could just start echoing around this whole quilt. But I'm gonna come over here, start doing some spirals. So spirals are a nice little filler as well. And you'll just use it and keep going. You can make them as dense as you want. Now, just enjoy echo stitching. It's a lot of fun. And just practice it. You saw how good Devin was?
If I can do it, anybody can do it. And I'm at the very bottom, so,
Yeah,
it only gets better from here, right?
Yeah, it does. We at the Grace Company are always constantly, how can we help the quilters get better skilled at what they love to do? There's our free motion starter kit. It will get you started and jumping into quilting. It has some simple designs that you can expound and use. It really just gets you familiar with your frame and your machine. So that is the 9-piece foot set. It has 3 different sizes of the Echo feet. It's a great one to get to know and love and use. You can make your distance a little larger, really large if you have a baby quilt that you wanted to go across and keep your spacing of your design the same and even. This would be a nice foot to use. You get 3 sizes of the Echo feet. A large, a medium, and a small. Now it comes with a special foot. This foot here, it comes with this foot and you put these feet on, so, okay? And that's what the foot would look like. So as you're moving along, see how it's going to space your design nice and accurately because you're using your foot as your guide. I have our Quilt Perfect ruler set and it has this nifty little foot right here that if you want to repeat your stitches, man, it goes around the squares and makes them nice and square. This is near and dear to my heart, this Wonder Foot. So you get this lens that has the crosshairs. Really probably not the best one for echo quilting because you're going along, but it really does help you keep you in the ditch. And if you wanted to repeat your crosshair design or your ditch design, that's the one that you'd use, stitching in the ditch. Now, we've got a 1/4-inch foot, which really helps you mark in on 1/4 inch and keep going around your quilt. And as you move, notice the foot moves. It's 360. So it's very neat, very cool. And it also, this is great for straight lines. Then, if you're doing more circles and you want beautiful, beautiful spirals and circles, this is the one to use. This little circle one. And it really makes, this foot just makes your circles more circular and beautiful as you're quilting and moving along. Because it has this little spring right here that springs down onto your fabric, just like a regular presser foot. You know, you can never have too many pairs of shoes. Well, you can never have too many feet to change out and use how you wanted to use. So, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for teaching me something new. We'll see you next time at Echo Lake, and we hope you enjoy the rest of your summer camp.
We'll see ya. Welcome campers, thanks for joining me today. I'm Quilt Counselor Carla and I'm here to show you today how to identify. And what that means is it's a game and we're in the tent making process today. So let me go through and tell you how I made this adorable tent. So I'm going to go through my list and how I made the frame of the tent, and then I'm going to talk to you about how I designed the fabric to go in the tent and what I did to make it identifiable for you. So let's get to the framing of the tent. So the first thing that I was thinking about is I wanted it large enough that anybody could sit in there and just let their imaginations go wild. I have a big imagination, and I know that there's so many people out there as well that have huge ones, and we just need a place to think and ponder and to think about all these creative ideas that we have. Let's talk about the framing. I made this out of PVC pipe. And I used different fittings. I was not aware of how many fittings there were out there. So PVC pipe, awesome. I'm a new fan. I wasn't before, but I am now. I wanted to make it tall enough, and it started out being a little shorter, squattier, but my husband had a great idea. He said, why don't we just make this part be the triangle and put legs on it just like a regular tent. And I thought, hey, that's a great idea, so that's what we did. Going across the top, so these longer poles right here are about 52.5 inches. Now, let me just stipulate that you can make this whatever size you want to. I'm just giving you and sparking with you the ideas of what I did, and you take it and you run it with it and you make it your own. These are 52.5 inches, so you'll need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you need 5 poles, 52.5 inches long. That's in length, and I did cut it down. It was 55.5, so you can make it as long as you want. But notice that if you make it longer, there's more fabric involved and maybe a bigger sheet. Who knows? So on this fitting right here, I'm going to just show you the front side, but the back side also has the same exact fittings. This is what we call a 3-way fitting, and it's called a 3-way 90-degree fitting. So it means it has 2 45 angles. Those are your little triangle pieces like this, and 190. Who knew? At Quilters Camp, you're learning about angles. So this is your 90, straight across, okay? With that one being said, you have the same one on the other side, so that is giving you your triangle piece right here on top. Then what we did is we started out and we had another angled piece right here, and it just didn't look right. So we changed it up and we went and got a 45-degree fitting. So it's taking that 45 angle right here to right here and then making it a straight angle. So this was one all 45 degree and it just didn't look right. So we made the legs straight. So we went and got what we call a T fitting. So you'll see that this is the T shape right here from this point to this point, and then it's straight on. So that's what's holding my 45 and my long centerpieces. Then the last fitting that I went and got, this one right here is my elbow. It's a round, smooth fitting, so it doesn't have any sharp points on it. And those are 4 of them on each corner. And those are all the fittings that I use. So right here, we have 2 of the 3-way fittings, that's the 90 degree. Then we have 4 of the 45, and we have 4 of this one right here, the cheap fitting, and then you will have 4 elbows. So once I had the skeleton and I had it all put together, I was able to lay this up. You'll need a tall room, okay? Can't do this in a low basement. I was able to lay this down on a piece of paper or my fabric. My fabric was wide enough, and I was able to outline this for the back. And so that's how I made my backing back there. I was able to do that shape and sew it all the way up, and then I actually put that over the poles and put little holes back there so that this piece right here could fit into it. Sleeves will help make it so that you can just slide it on. However, it gets a little tricky putting a heavy tent and not being able to push it in. So make sure you have somebody there who can help you with it, and also have a rubber mallet so that you can start putting it together. You can see it's kind of a rough finish because it's not totally. I wanted to put a door on it. You could put a door on it as well. A door that could be this shape and it could just roll up, and you could have a piece of string and tie it together. Well, that would be a lot of fun and keep the kids busy. Also, you could put little windows in it. You can do whatever you want. This would make a cute princess tent. It would make a fun down under the sea tent. You can, oh God, your imagination can really run wild. And also, I was thinking about it, is actually you could just make it all black and then use Velcro and pin up some different colors of fabric and make it whatever you want. So as I was piecing it together, this piece right here, from the bottom all the way over and around, is one long piece. I sewed all these sections together. And then I put this top on as my backing so that I could sew the lining or the inside to the backing, and I'd just be one long piece so that I could put it on the tent. So I made this section right here extra wide so that I could sew the sleeve across, and that's what I did on that. As I was thinking about it, I wanted to make a game out of this called Identify. So I went and found lots of fabrics that had different designs in it and fun. So I've got Pokemon, I've got flowers. So it's something that you could get the kids involved with or even yourself. So I cut these all up in 5-inch squares. And then I thought maybe if I butted them together, it might be too busy and they wouldn't be able to play the game as well. So that's why I did every other one with the black, because it'll make it stand out, and I'll show you what I mean in just a minute. I sewed all my lengths together, and then I strip pieced it all the way down onto the backing. So that was a lot of fun, very easy, and easy to manage the fabric rather than sitting at the sewing machine. So my frame did the managing for me. Other than having to sew these little sleeves on, it made it a lot easier to do it with the quilting frame and my quilting machine. So I went and I cut the sleeves. I cut these sleeves, I think I cut them 5.5 inches wide, where I was folding them over and then sewing them into where I sewed these two pieces together, the backing and the top. So I made the 2 uppers and the 2 lowers, and I did the same thing on the back side. I found that it was very hard taking this on and off doing measurements. So use my measurements and you'll be good to go. Let's jump in and talk about what you can do with Identify. Can you identify with your eye something that jumps? And you'll move your flashlight around. You don't want them to know what you're thinking about, so you're moving it around, and then they get to ask you questions like, what color is it? And then you can answer, oh, it could have been a ballerina. Ballerinas jump. And I'll say brown in color. And then they'll look a little more, and then they'll say, oh, it's the kangaroo. And the kangaroo, he's upside down, but he does jump. Oh, and then you can play, the next person gets a turn. So they can say, can you identify with your eye something that has spots? And you'll notice that a lot of things have spots in here. So it could be several things. So they'll have to ask you some questions. So they'll maybe ask you, does it have whiskers? And you can say yes or no. Does it growl? Yes, and it is a leopard. And you could even get more specific. So there's the leopard right there. That's why I did it with the little blocks, because I wanted to interject a lot of quilting to your imagination, because that's really what it's all about, is what can you do and how you can create using quilting. So I have all these cool toys, and you'll notice that they are the interconnectable toys that my brother designed. My brother is Jim, and he's the owner of the Grace Company. And he has quite the imagination. Ever since he was a little boy, he was taking things apart and seeing how they work. And so I can just imagine my sweet brother Jim sitting in this tent, pulling things apart and thinking up a new toy. I wanted you to explore interconnectabletoy.com, and we'll have that all on there. And you also get 20% off. So there's a code that's TENT20 that'll give you 20% off. And his toys are so fun. They make you think about what you could do, and that's what all of this is all about. Exploring the opportunities with what you can do with your mind. And so check out his website, check out the toys, and I know your kids will have a lot of fun just sitting here and playing. See what you can do with your Identify and enjoy creating. That's what it's all about here at the Grace.
Hey, we're excited to be live, and I'm hoping that this is coming through okay. Maybe I'll be a little choppy, but thanks for joining me live at the Houston Festival. So, okay, we're good to go. So we're hearing that we're good with what's going on. I'm Nathan Erznosnik. with the Grace Company here in Houston. Let's do a slow pan so we can see all of the people, everything that's going on here. Take a look, beautiful quilts down the way, lots of people here, big booth space, doing live demonstrations. And this is the 16X series demonstration version of what we're going to do. And we're going to be talking, behind me I have really the Cutie booth, and we're going to be looking at this 16 Elite. We have what we call the 16X, which is the stitch regulated version with touchscreen, a little bit smaller, less expensive. And we're going to talk, but hopefully we can help answer a few questions that you might have regarding this. So again, thanks if you're joining us. We know there's been several people throughout the US. We had a couple people on earlier from Canada. Thanks for joining. Thanks for being a part of this. We also have some of our team members back in the office in Salt Lake helping us with this, and then everything's behind the scenes. And then thank you, quilters from around the world, for joining us today. And again, the International Quilt Festival in Houston. You probably, if there was a bucket list, this might be on your bucket list to come to an event like this. It's been fun for us. We've been excited. Crowds are amazing. We heard this morning that lines went all the way down the road. You know, with COVID being here over the last few years, that was not the case. And so last year, there was a little bit more room to get around because aisles weren't as packed. But I'll tell you, thank you, quilters. Thanks for being here. Hopefully, if you're going to be joining us, if you're coming in person, come stop by the booth. We have a free gift for those that are here. We're going to be doing a demo. And we also have some specials for you online that you can participate with our specials that we're also running here. As you're doing this, also know, reach out to any one of the Grace dealers. These promotions you're going to hear are available for you to take advantage of online right now as well. All right, with all that being said, we're going to talk about what's happened and what we have with the new unique 16X series of machines. Launched the 1st of October, so they've been out only a month. And I'm just going to give you a little bit of a history. Like, why did we do this? We had a 15-inch machine. Some of you, if you've been with us for a long time, you know we also had a 14 plus, which is actually a 15-inch machine. We just called it 14 plus. What we found is those people moving from the domestic machines into the mid or long arms, very often, if you were to think about this, if this is you, usually it's like, oh, I don't have space, they're big, they're expensive. And then this justification, like, I'm not sure if I buy something at that price, how much am I going to use it? Will I do enough quilts? So these are all questions. And that's what got us into making the 15 series machine. Well, over the last 8+ years, what we found is we developed our 21 professional series as we upgraded like our 19s to the Elite series. We started understanding that it was possible for us to take those same features, those same functions, in essence, enhancing the quilting experience. And what we talk about is elevating it, making something in your home space, in your studios, or just in your sewing room. We know that you hopefully have stacks of fabrics that you're now kind of moving through, maybe a little bit more. But how can we help you do that in a way that just takes less effort? So I'm going to go ahead and we're going to show you this machine. We have one just down the way we're going to point out in just a minute as well. But I want to ask you a couple quick questions. So think about this. If I'm at home, how many unfinished quilt tops do you have? Throw that in the comments. And then Deb, if you're watching some of those come through, let me know. I'm curious, is it one unfinished quilt top? I've had a few quilters here who are just starting, so they don't even have one yet. Is it 3? Is it 5? We have had people with 15, 20, or even more. So what do we have coming through? Anybody coming through those numbers? Not yet. If you do, put those in the comments as we're streaming. There we go. We got somebody with 2. But keep those comments coming as we're walking through this. The goal is if you try to push and you're moving the fabric through the throat of the machine, what we have found is that that's a pretty big struggle, and especially the larger those quilts get. You probably have heard our Cutie, which is the best way to manage fabric. Well, one of the best next steps that makes it the easiest to finish would be something like this. So let me just quickly tell you, those that don't know, what the size means. So the 16 is from the needle, and then Devin, I'm gonna have you kind of just see if you can get this in the picture. So what it is from the needle of the machine to the back, and that's what determines the size of the machine. If we're talking a 19-inch machine, that means we have 19 inches. If we're talking 21, that means we have 21 inches from here. So this is a 16-inch machine, meaning from the needle to the back gives us 16 inches of space. And then on the frame, part of what that does is if we're using our domestic, we're sewing in a smaller area. Once we add the space, that means that we can just come farther to the front of the frame before the back of the machine will hit or stop us. And so this ends up being the entire quilting space. Now, what we end up doing is the machines have a slight variance in functions or features, but in general, when we came out with this new X series, there were some things that we took from the professional line. So we're going to just talk about these handles briefly, which are a really important part of the quilting experience. Not only just the shape, but the ergonomic are going to be easy and comfortable to hold. The bigger is that they actually adjust up and down. So I'm a tall person. This is not at the right height. I have a simple screw that I can use, and I can actually bring these up taller so that I could use them without having a problem. Ideally, you're going to raise your frame, but they can be lifted up, they can be lifted down. And the other thing is, if we look at this, they can be dropped and they can be pivoted to what you're most comfortable with. So this allows us to do like micro quilting. And the other thing is they can extend. And the extension is used so that when we're at the very back of the frame, let me go ahead and tighten this up here. So that when we're at the back of the frame, I don't have to lean over. So I can still stay upright, quilt with those in the background. And I can work at the back half of the frame a lot easier than I can when we end up with just the short handles. They're very easy. We just loosen the lever, they push right in. We can tighten that back down to put those back into place. And so this is the set that we have from our 21 Pro. So we took the 21 professional handle series and we've brought them back to our, in essence, our entry-level machine, which is the 16 series machine that allows it to be very, very easy for us to now quilt more space. Well, one of the other things, this is a simple one, but fun. If you're at home and you're quilting, the bobbin size does make a big difference. So a machine like this or any other professional machine, we have these very large bobbins. These are what we call M-class bobbins. So they have about 3 times as much thread on a bobbin like this than on your domestic home machine. Some domestics are trying to continue to increase this size, but it just means you can quilt for extended periods of time without having to wind bobbins. So you can use several less bobbins on the quilt at a time when you're doing that. So the 16 series does come with those M-class bobbins. The biggest thing that you start to get into is actually how does it move, not only from a smoothness, but with stitch regulation. Those that don't know, stitch regulation means, and I'm going to turn this on for a minute. So I'm going to have you kind of come up and we're going to zoom a little bit closer. I'm going to turn the machine on. What stitch regulation means? If you'll notice, if I go slow, the machine goes slow. And if I speed up, that machine will speed up with me. And what that does is that means we're going to get more consistent stitches. So stitch regulation helps us keep precise stitches as we move around. And on this, we're not going to spend a lot of time right now, but we have several different modes of stitch regulation, which is wonderful. Our simplified handles have also been a really nice upgrade by making sure we have our on-off button, which is really easy, which is fun. You'll see that this machine's needle sits there until I start to move. And then when I go faster, it will speed up for us. That's the stitch regulation. Our needle up, needle down. This is great if I'm going to be, I call it pulling my bobbin. If I'm going to trim the thread, it makes it very easy for me to quickly trim my threads. Let me see if I can find my scissors here. I'm not going to spend a lot of time, but that's a fun function. The up and down allow us to change the size of our stitch, which is available here on our screen. We can also swipe this to do so, or we can use our touch buttons in order to adjust. And what this means is stitches per inch. So this is showing right now that in 1 inch, we will have 11 stitches as we're going across that. So if we step back again, one thing I like just talking about is the experience that you get to have as you start to use a machine like this at 16 inches. That means that one is I'm free to move the machine in wider areas from front to back. It means I can complete a larger block, like a 10-inch block now versus on your small domestic, maybe a 6 to 8. We're going to get a larger block to quilt. And it means I will not move the fabric as much. So I can move the fabric less by having a machine that will quilt more at a time. So that means I can have a wider area up here on the top. So Devin, we're going to show you this. So check this out. Like, look at how much space I have here. And then look over here on the left. So this is our domestic machine. I'm going to have you kind of look at that. You'll see, we'll see, we end up with just a little bit less space in here. Again, so if you look at this, so there's our space. And then if you look behind me again, look at the 16. Look at that. We can come all the way up to the front. So this is the big advantage that a 16-inch machine gives us, is a lot more space that we can quilt at a time before we have to move through it. Now, this one has some fun things. We're going to talk about the screen in a minute, but I want to show you, this actually has lights in the throat. And we actually have a really, really nice light on the front of this machine that really helps disperse that so we don't get any shadowing. So we end up with extra lighting in the throat. We end up with extra lighting underneath the needle of our machine. And yes, we have several different fun feet that you can add to this. but it really makes it so that it's easier on our eyes in order to use this. So let's go ahead, and I'm going to just point out a few things. Let's kind of move back here to the bobbin winder, and then I'll talk about the screen. So back here at the bobbin winder, from our series machines, we include them, and this is fun. It has an optical bobbin winder, so it actually has a little electric eye that it can see. So when that bobbin gets to a certain spot, it fills. And the other thing that's really nice about this is actually independent. So I can actually start and stop it without the machine running. So it makes it very easy to wind bobbins. It's a high-speed, independent bobbin winder that is built into the machine. Kind of like you have with your home machines right now, is you usually have a bobbin winder on the side, or it might be on top. We've included the same thing on this 16 series machine. So we're going to kind of back out. Let's talk about this really quick. Devin, one of the things that other people ask, if you look at this, I feel it's an absolutely gorgeous machine. But a lot of the machines look like they're metal. Our 19 and our 21 have metal. Our 15 had a lot of metal. Well, I'm going to zoom in. We're going to come into this, because what we did is we took and we have the same robust casting. So this is our real solid, nice big aluminum casting on the inside. And our engineers did a phenomenal job at building the strength and keeping it incredibly strong. But what we did is we've been able to make it look prettier. Instead of always being forced to have the metal on the outside, we created the same structure. So it was very strong, very durable, incredibly reliable. It gave us all the rigidity that we needed to have, but then we were able to make this machine beautiful. You will not find another machine that looks remotely close to this, that has these kind of features, and that will help you finish more quilts in this way at this price anywhere. I love to talk about this. As a quilter, we've been around for 35 years. Okay, so we've had over 35 years of experience. We have thousands of hours of engineering. So we have, and we do several things for several other companies in the industry. Some of it's frames and tracks and carriage and computer automation. But we have, thousands of hours of engineering that's been able to go. And what we like to say with you is tens of thousands of customer experiences that we were able to find out, boy, it would be so great. I wish I could. Why doesn't it have something like this? And we've been able to hear and take all that, and we've been able to build that into the system in a way that really can give you the ideal and or that best experience at home with a machine that's at that 15 or 16-inch series. Last, we're going to talk about the screen really quick. So think about this. If I'm at home, I'm using my domestic machine. The most affordable next step is a mid-arm. Now, yes, we have wonderful 19s and we have 21-inch machines. This particular one, if you don't have a frame, is selling. So this is our elite model at $4,999. That does include your choice of a series of frames. It can be the Cutie, it can be our Q Zone series, or it can be our Queen frame. We're including that free at no charge in order for you to get into this. That is for our premium machine. We're going to go show you our midline machine that also has a touchscreen. It's on sale for $4,499, so $4,500. And we have an M or a manual only machine. That machine is actually on sale for $3,499 with a frame. So $3,500 can get you into a mid-arm with a machine. That one comes with the handlebars. It comes with a bobbin winder. It does have a speed control only on it, but you can upgrade this to regulation later. The screen has been a big, nice upgrade for a lot of our customers because it's much larger, it's easier to navigate, and we can actually use the screen or the button. As an example, earlier, I turned on the machine by using the button. Some people prefer touch, so you can just turn on the machine by using the screen as well. This has been one of the big wins for our customers, is we actually have built-in help. And so in here, we've had a lot of people ask, well, oh man, I forgot about threading. I have my cue card out. Let me get it out. We did print it on the machine, but outside of it, you can come in preparing to quilt and we can look at specifically, and let's kind of have you get a little closer. I'm not sure how well we can kind of show this, but this is the screen that lets us use different things. So we can go in and it tells us literally point by point what to do and how to thread that machine. And so we have found that customers were very, very excited. We're very excited. Let's see if we can, good luck, All right. Okay. Oh, good question. We have a couple questions like, does this come with a ruler base? We can step on back. Ruler base, it does and can use a ruler base, but that is an accessory that you will just add if you want to use ruler work. Same with lasers and same with three handles. You can get those if you're going to do them. Are there different kind of feet? Yes. In fact, if you were to go to braceframe.com, we have several feet, including our Wonderfoot 360 We have a new ruler foot kit. We have our normal, what we call our ruler base kit, and we have a 9-piece hopping foot set. All of those feet actually work with this. If you had a 14 plus or a 15, the feet that you already have also work. It's the exact same foot, the exact same system that you're really using. And now might be a time, if you have that 14 plus, we can look at helping you do a little bit of a trade-in and see if now is the time to upgrade to the 16 Elite maybe. The screen's wonderful. Again, it has a lot of features. I'm going to point out this last one. This is a patented feature called edge warning. And what the edge warning does is it allows us to define a set space of safety. I'm going to turn this on. I don't know where it's set, but Devin, I'm going to have you back out so I can kind of talk a little bit with everybody. So what this does is one of the biggest challenges is when we move the machine, the closer we get to having the machine run out of space, often we're going to run and we're going to get bumps and we're going to run into stuff. So let me see if this is on. So it has not been set. Let's go ahead and set this. So what I'm going to do, and I know this is a little bit more than probably what I was going to do, but let me trim my bobbin. And we're going to show you. Let's say that we're going to use, I'm going to define a space here. So I'm going to go into my tool, into my edge warning. I'm going to go ahead and set this. And so it shows me to go to the upper left area. And this is the area that the machine can operate in. But just for this really quick, let's just do this. Let's say that I'm going to say that this edge is going to be as far left as I want to go. I'm going to move my machine all the way up there. I'm going to set it. It's then going to ask for me to come down. Let's just say that we're going to stay inside of this. So I'm going to move my machine over here. We would want to do the entire frame, but for now, I'm just going to show you because this is a fun little thing. I'm just going to come all the way down to the machine where it can't go any farther. And I'm going to go ahead and set that. So now it's on. What that means is if I get within, I've selected 1 inch. If I get within 1 inch, it's going to start to warn me that I'm getting close to running out. On a hoop frame, we want to do it because if we're quilting to the right, we don't want to run and hit the side of our frame, which will mess up our pattern. Or if I'm coming down, I don't want to run out of space down here. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm just going to start quilting. And as we're moving and as we get closer, within 1 inch, you'll hear one is it audibly beeps and I get a red light, which tells me that I'm getting very close to running out. So if I can quilt, I'm excited, I'm moving. There we go. So I can still quilt over there, but it is warning and telling me that I'm going to potentially run out of space. Let's keep on going. I'm quilting down. Oh, look at how beautiful my quilting is. Oh, Nathan, you're amazing. Oh, I'm getting close. That's all right. Oh, there we go. And you'll notice as I continue to get down, there you go. That means I'm getting too far down. In fact, I actually can't go much farther than that. So there you go. I love just kind of showing you what that feature is and how it actually works. In fact, I can hear the, over here, we have one of our other machines that has it on. I'm gonna go turn that back off really quick. We have other features like you can measure. We have built-in calculators and so much more on part of this Elite. This machine does stitch up to 2100. So before I move over to the X series, the thing to think about is if you're in the market for mid-arm, holiday seasons are here. Maybe you're trying to finish a quilt and you've been thinking, am I going to do it? Am I going to go pay somebody? Maybe part of that payment is what you'll use as a down payment towards one of the machines. Again, frames are coming free. If you select this one, you have a choice of up to our Queen Q Zone for free, or you can actually upgrade to our Professional Continuum for only $780 more. So it's a very small cost upgrade. This machine is at $4,999. Our X series, which is the normal X machine with the same handlebars, stitch regulation, slightly slower speed, is on sale for $4,499. And we have a manual machine with a free frame again for $3,499. So let's take a walk down. Let's see, we might have a few other questions, but let's go down to this other manual machine. As we're doing this, you can see that this is we were on the same frame. This is a Cutie frame. This particular machine, what we've done is I've made this so that we can sit down at this one as well. And what you're going to notice on this one is this one doesn't have that big screen on it. This one does still have a touch screen. So we can go in, we have the stitch regulation, we have edge warning on this one as well. Same throat light, same bobbin winder, same handles. This one just has a slightly slower stitching speed at just over 1,700 stitches a minute, but all of those other great features that we can use while we're quilting. This also right now is set on cruise. Let's change my mode from based. There's manual speed. We're gonna go back to precise. Again, this is the one that the machine won't stitch until I move and stitch. So there's our precise. And like one of the other people with us joined asked, is, hey, yes, you can do ruler work on there, so you can add the ruler base to it. You can take the same feet. In fact, all 16s use the same feet, including the 15. So if you have those from the 15, you'll be able to bring those all in to use them and work them with this same machine as well. Again, this is the Cutie frame. This does work, and let's kind of walk through this side, Devin, if you're okay. And you follow with me here. And I'm just going to kind of be in this part of the booth so that we can show our audience. I like to kind of demonstrate. We were on the 16X. In the middle, we just have the standard Cutie frame on sale at $689 that works with your own home machine. Those same frames also allow you to later on move to a 19. And we just like to show the versatility because you can use 19s, 16s, 15s on all of these hoop style frames. Again, here's a stack of our Cuties. You can see we have everybody who's here. Another Cutie frame down there on the side. And a lot going on. So I'm not sure. Maybe let's head over towards Brent again really quick and see if there are a few questions. I'm not sure if you saw any questions that were coming up at all with the customers as we were doing some things. But if you do have questions right now, go ahead and pose them. And let's come over here and we're going to see, hey, Bryant, are there any other questions that you have on there that you can bring up? We're good. Okay, it looks like there's not. Let's just go ahead and pan this way because we're just about done with this segment. This again, we're going to do this later. We're going to talk. You're more than welcome to walk through. Over here, we have the 19, and you'll notice that this one is the Elite because it has that larger screen. You'll notice that we also have the 21 Elite systems up here and running. Another question that might come up is, can you computer automate the machines? Yes, you can. In fact, those are also on sale. You can add our beginnings for right around $4,000 or our professional version for right around $5,999. And you can add those at any time. Some people want, well, if I buy this now, do I have to do or get something else? No. You can use and add rulers or rear handlebars, or you can add the computer on any one of the frames from the Cutie up at any time that works best for you when you're prepared to do so as well. Let's see. What size quilts? Ooh, that's a good one. So size unlimited because you clip the fabric over. So you can do up to king size in the smaller footprints. And you maybe come with these a little bit here. We'll show you this. So this is where and how that fabric drapes over the side. So if you have a really big quilt with the 60-inch machine or larger, it doesn't matter. You can actually use your domestic machine, the same thing, but you can do up to king size. This is our queen frame. So we're going to kind of step out over here. And this is, again, the 16 series. Yeah, with the computer. So we put the automation on the Elite. On my left over here is the X series, which is our standard stitch regulated version. This is the queen frame. So this one you can quilt, do finished quilts up to 84 inches. You can't do bigger on this style because you would need a bigger frame if we call it roller. So if you look at the fabric here, the fabric rolls around the rail. It's nice because it is a complete no-based system and it brings it all into the throat of the machine. So again, we're just showing we have the two 16s on this one here. This is the Elite. Here's the other one. It looks like this one is sold. Looks like, oh, this one is sold too. Hey, people are buying. It's an exciting time. Oh, sold. Oh, good. Well, it's crazy. This is day one. That's awesome. So if you're joining us, just know that we have these same specials available at your local dealers. If they carry Grace Unique products, log online, find out. We have several of our online stores and shops that are selling all of these at the amazing show special pricing that we have now. There's never been a better time to get into a mid-arm. Right now, again, we have packages from $5,000, $45,000, clear down to $3,500, including a machine and a frame as well. And you can fully accessorize those out of the gate or when you most like to. I'm just going to show you this. So this is crazy. This price at $10,998 actually is for the 16 Elite with the professional series automation on this 8 series frame. So you can get a fully automated machine and frame at under $11,000. I love that. In fact, you can get one. This one I think is right around, it's on sale for $45,000 and for is $9,500 to get the X series automated with our beginning version. So under $10,000, you can get into automation and a mid-arm. So if there's probably a couple questions you might have, reach out. Feel free to call us in the office. If you're here at the show or you're going to stop by, come by. We're giving free gifts for demonstrations. You need to register. No registration for this event. There's no cost, no registration. For the show here, you would have to pay to get into the show if you're local here. for joining us live on, and there's no registration. And we have a free gift in our Take and Make booth if you want to come by and just experience differences on different types of machines. We're doing quilting, ruler work, free motion, automation, just to show people what's available and what's possible for them. So again, thanks for joining us. I'm Nathan with the Grace Company here live in Houston at the International Quilt Festival. Stay with us. We're going to be showing you some more information here over the next half hour. We'll be back live for other product demonstrations throughout the day through 5 o'clock. So thanks for being with us. We're excited to continue. And with that, we're good to play and roll our next series of videos for all of our followers and our watchers. Thanks, everybody.
Hello and welcome, my name is Jackson and today I'm going to be showing you Stipple Made Simple. So let's start off by heading to my sketchbook. At my sketchbook. Now, when I was starting quilting, I found drawing my ideas really allowed me to become more comfortable and gain a stronger understanding of how and why they worked. So that when I went to the machine, I had more confidence to actually quilt. So let's talk about stippling. I remember when I first tried stippling, I was like, this area I'm gonna stipple. And I just went like crazy. Oh, I've got to go up here. Oh no. Oh, now I've got to come to... Yeah, I think we get it. It was too overwhelming. I couldn't focus on anything. It was just so overwhelming. I've got to do this whole area. So then I broke it down. I'm just trying to find a blank page in my sketchbook. Perfect. So what I started to do was I divided the area up into bite-sized sections. So now I knew I'd go from one to the next and so on to complete the area. I was focusing on a smaller area and I was less overwhelmed by the whole area, right? So then when I'd start, I could do my little bumps. And I could go into the next section and I could overlap other sections as well. It didn't matter. When I mark the lines, I use a water-soluble marking tool anyway. So those lines aren't ever going to be an issue anyway. And in fact, if we do cross over those lines, that's actually completely okay. It makes it look more natural and fit together quite nicely without being stuck in a box essentially. Now, if I was stippling and I crossed over a line or two, I wouldn't actually worry too much about it because truthfully, I'm creating a texture and I'm adding interest to my quilt top. So that's completely fine. Forgive yourself, don't get too caught up on it and just embrace those little mistakes. If you were to go too far and wanted to avoid crossing over and you catch it in the nick of time, you can do a simple little loop. So here I'm just going to do another loop. And just like that, I could focus on each section and just work along quite freely and comfortably because I wasn't thinking about this whole area. I was thinking about, all right, I'm going to quilt this and get to here. I'm going to go from here to here. Instead of starting go, oh, I need to fill this area. What am I going to do? Breaking it up really gives you more confidence. So let's take this over to the machine and show it in practice. All right, so I'm at the machine and I have got my standard foot on. I like it as it gives me nice visibility. Now, I go needle down, needle up, and pull the bobbin thread. Next, I'm just going to hold those threads and take a few locking stitches. And I am going to start. So my machine is set at 13 stitches per inch in precise regulated. One thing I love about the precise mode is I can go nice and slow without worrying too much. Now, another reason I love this foot for quilting is it helps me keep a nice spacing. So if I see the edge of my foot getting too close to another area where there's some stitching, I know I can move away from that area before it's too late. So you can see I've crossed over into another area already, and that's all good. Okie dokie, so I'm just going to keep on quilting. Just come down and fill this area. Now, I've just stopped and I have actually put my needle in the down position. I actually love to do that because when I resume sewing, I'm at the point where I last stitched. Now, if I was to stop with the needle up and move around a bit and not notice, we would actually see that it looks like a really long stitch, but what had happened was the machine was bumped and that's what occurred. So I'm going to quilt this area along. Okay, now let's talk about doing stipple around objects like appliques. So although they fall into different sections, we can still quilt around them, and I'm going to show you how. So I'm just going to start. And I'm going to quilt partly around it. Then I'm going to just do some areas where there is no applique. I'm going to come back in. And if it means you quilt into another section to maintain a smooth flow, by all means, don't worry about that. So now I'm coming up. And there's little trees there. Now I'm going to quilt up and over this bird here, and then come back down and around near the tree to complete this area here. All right, so now we can see by just going around these shapes, we can still get some really nice results. Now I'm going to go around this bird and fill that whole background. coming up near Mr. Fox. I'm going to stop with my needle down. So when I resume, I'm not going to have a funny stitch. So here, it's always good if you're ever in doubt just to have a quick stop and plan. So I'm going to plan to come around under the fox and then back around and fill the rest of this area with the stipple. And I'm crossing over lines at the moment, and it does not matter. It's just helping us work on one section at a time. All right. And just like that, I'm just filling in the remaining area. And I'm just going to move around a bit more here. Okay, I'm not going to worry about quilting the rest of the area. I can demonstrate what I'm going to talk about here. So now we can see that the stipple has gone around our little tree, our bird, our heart, and our cute little fox over here. So as you've seen, we've quilted this whole area and we've gone over these lines and gone in between areas, and that's okay. And if you're ever in doubt, just stop. Think, okay, I need to fill this area. How can I get into that area and get out of it? All right. Now, if you're ever unsure, one thing that you can do is you can mark just a flow line where you go, okay, I'm going to come from here around that path. So you have a rough idea of where you're planning or intend to quilt in a continuous pattern. Okay, so here are some variations of stipple as well. This one I did a bit more of a geometric approach. This one here, I decided to add some circles for a bit of textural interest. This one here, I actually did the stipple and then I went back over, and I didn't worry about where I crossed over and how far I crossed over. I just did it for the effect. And you could definitely do it with one color, like pink, and then a purple for a nice effect. Now, I'm going to show you a little sample over here. So when I'm doing more intricate stipple, I like to use a tighter stitch. So something like anywhere from 13 to 15 stitches per inch to get a nice definition to that curvature, especially at a smaller scale. Here's what would happen if you were to use a shorter stitch length, such as like 8 or 10 stitches per inch for really intricate stipple. It doesn't quite have the definition, as every stitch in there helps that curvature flow quite smoothly. But if you were to use that same stitch length in a more open stipple, like this one here, by all means, it looks fantastic and is completely fine to do so. So if your stipple's a little bit closer together, just try using a slightly smaller stitch to get a better result. And that's a wrap. Thank you for watching Stipple Made Simple. I hope you have enjoyed watching and learned something new, along with having your creativity inspired. Don't forget to keep watching the online event and see what the other fabulous presenters have on offer. And in the meantime, don't forget to stay safe, stay inspired, and stay quilting.
Welcome! We are super excited to be here today with you. We are doing TrueCut and costuming. My name is Janessa and this is Devin. Really excited to have Devin here. He has kind of a unique background.
Yeah, I managed a costume shop, kind of went from retail into marketing into events, and now I'm here at the Grace Company as an event coordinator.
Devin had the great idea to use our TrueCut for something that maybe isn't used as often before. So what are we doing here today?
So we are going to be doing some costuming. Yeah, Halloween's just around the corner. I always got the question, what can I do if I can't sew? Like, I either feel like I can buy a prepackaged costume, which can get really expensive, or like I could sew one from scratch, but I don't know how to sew. So today, using TrueCut and our creativity and ingenuity, we're going to piece together a costume.
We're not going to be doing any sewing for this costume.
Yep, no sewing. You don't have to sew to have a great costume for Halloween. So I wanted to be a werewolf. That's what I'm doing. Spoiler alert. So to start out, we're going to be using pants. So what we're going to be doing is just really going to town on cutting them up. Werewolves, they rip through their clothes, they're messy. I already did one leg, kind of went through with the cutter and just had a fun time, just slicing stuff up. And then we're gonna put a couple of little cuts throughout as well. And we're gonna stick fur in through those, so.
And a lot of times when we're using our TrueCut cutting system, they really are super safe, easy, and accurate. With this, accuracy, like you just kind of go crazy, right? You don't have to worry as much about being perfect.
But what one should we show off first?
Ooh, I love our ergonomic cutter. I would say the 45mm cutter is probably our most popular and my personal favorite of our cutters.
Perfect.
Take it away.
So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take off our safety, and there's no rhyme or reason here. We're just gonna start cutting at it. This is a great way to get some of your aggression out if you're having a rough fall.
Frustrated.
Just slice that up. The wolf was running through some bramble bushes, and oh, there was a bush, and there was a bush. And look at that. Look how fun that is.
Oh, I love it.
Do you want to get some aggression out?
Oh,
do a couple
I've got a lot,
Perfect.
How am I doing? Am I passing the
great.
test?
You're doing great.
This
Again, the
goes
more afraid, the better.
against like everything within me as a quilter of what I should be doing. But you know what? I gotta say it's a lot of fun.
It is fun.
I'm enjoying it. I think it looks fantastic.
Perfect. So we're gonna leave it at that. And then the other thing that we're going to do with these pants is, like I said, you can kind of see I put a little hole in them. I'm going to do that in a couple of places, and then we're going to stick fur out of it. And I wanted to use TrueCut again for this. I mean, obviously you could probably use anything. Just
oh, I see what you're doing. Okay.
But I'm going to
put it on the side because I was like, it's going to cut through the front and the back.
No, yep.
Genius. Love it.
We're just going to kind of fold it and just do a little bit of a slice right there. And look.
Ta-da.
How many of these do we want? What's your favorite number? That's under
4.
5. 4. Great.
4 is my lucky number.
Perfect. So I'm gonna do one up closer to the thigh.
There really is just like no planning, no pattern.
No.
It's just going for it.
It's just, what do you think will look cool? What do you think will feel cool? That's the fun of Halloween.
So when you're kind of prepping and planning for a project like this, do you kind of already have a vision in your head? Do you like get it down on paper?
So I like to do a lot of research. So I was trying to look at, pictures of what have people done for werewolf? What's gonna read as werewolf? But yeah, I try to think, what's gonna be good without going over the top. But a lot of it's just trying it. Like I think any kind of creative endeavor, you can't get too focused on perfection because a lot of it's just trial and error. But you always learn new things as you're going, and you always pick up a new skill, or you have something to show for it, and then you just keep going. You just keep doing the creative stuff, whatever it is. So.
Love that. I want to take on that skill from you as a recovering perfectionist. I struggle with that. I'm like, I just want it to be just right. But yeah, I think this is a lot of fun. It'll be cool to see how it turns out.
We've done all of the cutting on the pants that we're going to. I think 4 little pockets is great. Got our tattered legs, and now we're gonna start putting fur out. So I have 2 different types of fur. I wanted to do kind of an ombre type effect.
Awesome.
That's my fancy word for the day. Ombre means a color gradient, right? We're gonna use the lighter fur for the pants. I'm gonna do a little bit on the belt, and then we're gonna use this darker fur for the shoulders and the arms, so kind of up top. We're gonna start with the stuff that we're doing for the pants.
And I'll be honest, my immediate reaction is, this is super thick. I don't think I've ever used TrueCut or a cutter to cut through something this thick.
I was like, well, you know what? You don't know till you try. So we're gonna try it, and I think we're gonna be pretty impressed. So first off, we're gonna make a belt for this, and it's literally just gonna be a strand of fur. So we are going to lay this out like you would your fabric, but we're gonna cut it on the back side, because that's what's really gonna be cut through.
Oh,
so
gotcha, that
it's
makes
gonna be a mess if we try to do it from the other side. But just lay it out on your cutting mat, the way that you normally would do any kind of fabric. So I'm gonna just pull that up, and I'm just gonna make a little mark at the 2 inches.
Perfect.
So I kind of know that's where I'm starting. I'm just gonna kind of roughly go across it.
Oh. And how'd she
look
do?
at that.
Oh my gosh, it's beautiful.
Look how clean that cut is.
Prove me wrong.
I know. All right, and we're just gonna pull this across, because again, this is a long piece of fabric.
And I love that it's still, even though we're not using the track and guide, it's got that nice lip on the ruler, so it's gonna keep your fingers safe. Almost there. Oh, we are making a mess.
Project's not good.
There's fur everywhere.
This is not for the super clean, just so you know. You've got to be willing to get a little bit messy. I personally vacuum this. All right, so again, let's go. And that makes it like you don't even feel that you're cutting when you do it that way. It's
Even
actually-
through this super thick fur.
Even through the fur. Like this didn't feel thick at all. This just felt like regular fabric. So yeah, so look how clean that is. This is going to be our belt. It's going to go through the pant
lovely.
loop. And hopefully, my hope is that it kind of creates so it blends the fur and the top. That's what we're going to use for that.
Awesome.
So that's one piece that we're doing with this lighter fur. The other thing is we're going to do the fur for the little holes that we made in the pants. Again, we're really just winging it on this. We just kind of want to measure roughly how much fur that we need. So yeah, not super long. We're just going to cut a little thing. Do you want to cut those for me? We need
I would
about
love
4 of those.
4 of them. I want to see. Let's see if our 45 millimeters is going to cut through this.
Great.
Okay, so I'm going to latch on our track and guide. Let's see, 45 millimeter cutter.
To work.
Oh my gosh.
Ooh.
This is lovely. Look
Yeah,
at that.
look at
Okay.
that.
Ooh, it's so exciting.
You're doing
Oh, I
it.
did it.
You're
Okay.
doing it.
We're done with that for now?
We're done with this fur.
Okay.
So go ahead and cut that into 4 little chunks. And the nice thing is too, we have plenty of fur if we mess up.
We do. We've
It's
got
not a big
one
deal.
extra
We've got
patch
4
there.
pieces. So we're actually going to do something with these on top of just cutting these out, because these aren't going to glue very well to our pants. So we want to put them on a little piece of fabric.
Just kind of like the backing, right?
Yep, that's going to be the backing. So, you know, we'll put the fur on, and then we'll actually glue around this part, and that's what will stick to the inside of the,
Got
of
it.
the pant.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm just going to put these on just wherever. Again, people are like, don't waste the fabric. All right, so I'm just going to cut around that again. I'm going to use this. And no measuring, just feeling it. We got 1. Very therapeutic to just cut stuff.
Right? So satisfying.
All right, so now's the fun part, glue. It's all the fun
And what
part.
kind of glue is this? I don't know if I've ever used
This
something
is
like
fabric glue. So you can get
Okay.
this at any fabric store. I'm sure even at the big superstores that sell different fabric and crafting supplies, you'll be able to get fabric glue.
Awesome.
So this is really simple, really easy to use. So I'm just gonna put a little bit on the back here. Again, no precision, just living life to the fullest. Stick that on there. Just let that sit.
How long does it take to dry? Is it pretty quick?
It's pretty quick.
Can I try?
Yeah,
Is that
absolutely.
allowed? Just
By
for
the
fun?
time that we've gone through and gotten these all glued on, we're going to be ready to stick them on the pants. Good job.
Did I
Have
pass?
you glued before?
I used to be an elementary school teacher, so
What?
I have
You're a
certainly
professional.
certainly glued before.
Have you ever glued fabric before, though?
I think this is the first for me, especially
You're a
fur.
true sewer.
Yes.
So we've kind of made these little patches. We're going to stick them in the pants. So we're going to flip this inside out. Going to find where those cuts are. And we're just going to stick it right there so it kind of sticks out the cut and glue around the edges.
Oh, awesome.
So we could probably tag team this. And I'll do one side and you do the other side, and we'll
Okay.
just pass the glue back and forth.
Perfect.
look how precise you are. I'm just like. Our next step is the top. We've finished up everything on the pants, and now we're going to move to the top half of our werewolf. So I bought this shirt online, which I love. I think it's so funny, but it was kind of plain. Like, I mean, it'd probably work if you didn't want to do anything to it, but I wanted to add some fur to the shoulders. I wanted to add some fur to the elbows, just to have some tufts of fur kind of popping off around it. That's what we're going to cut out next.
All right.
We're going to use this darker fur, and we're going to use some of the TrueCut tools in a way that you might not have thought of before. The circle cutter. So I needed to cut out some round shapes because I wanted it to look a little bit more organic. Unfortunately, the circle cutter, this was a little bit too thick for that.
Yeah, the blade on that cut through 4 layers of folded fabric, but again, this is pretty intense.
But I realized, I was like, oh, how am I going to cut this circle that I want to do? And we have this tracking system on all of the TrueCut rulers. There's this little lip, if you can see it, that the cutters just hook onto, and you get your perfectly straight lines. Well, in that design, I don't know who had the foresight for this, but they actually made a little bit of a lip on the circle cutter. So I used that to use that tracking system with the cutter to make a rounded edge.
I don't think that was intentional. It's a little bit smaller, but yeah, I love that it will work for this too. It's awesome.
I'm going to use the smaller one just so I can get around that edge a little bit.
And he's using our 45mm My Comfort cutter. We also have a 28mm comfort cutter, which would be probably pretty nice for these curves and stuff too. So
we're going to just press down, and you can hear that cut happening.
Oh my gosh. I can honestly say I think this is the first time I've ever seen this being used. I'd love to hear in the comments, what are some of the kind of new innovative ways that you guys have been using your TrueCut products?
So we're going to flip this around to the other side. And again, this isn't what it was made for, so it's not a perfect cut, but it's enough to get the round feeling that we're wanting. Yep.
Oof, you're making me nervous.
Always be safe. I'm trying really hard to not get over anxious and keep my fingers, keep those digits out of the way. But it does actually, it makes, you know, a pretty good little round side through our fur, which is exactly what I wanted. I just want something that's going to go on my little elbow and make it look like I have furry elbows. So we're going to do a second one. Do you want to try that out?
Sure, let's go for it.
I knew you would. I knew you would.
Okay, here we go. So we're using our, not made for it, but our innovative track and guide system for our 360 circle cutter, which is great.
The new circle cutter with fur cutting circle feature. You need a little bit of force. Again, it's fur and it's going at an angle, but it's actually not too bad.
Working all right.
Oh, look how good yours is. I can already tell. It's not about the journey. It's about the destination.
It's not perfect.
It doesn't need to be.
It'll do.
But here's the nice thing too, is that the fur fluffs out, so it's going to cover some of those edges.
I love it.
And it's going to be great. It's going to look like just a little tuft of fur. So that's the first piece that we're cutting out of this fur. Next, we're going to do the shoulder pieces. And this will be a little bit easier.
Side back.
Yeah, thank you. So for the shoulder pieces, I just wanted to do this ruler that we have. What is this
kite ruler.
The kite ruler. Oh, that makes sense. It looks like a kite. So I thought, hey, this will be a good shape to kind of
that's perfect.
Put on my shoulders. So we're going to use that. That's the best way to cut this where I'm not wasting the most amount of fur.
There we go. Here, while you're working on that, if you don't mind that I showed, these are our quick release cutters. So all you do is you're just going to pop it just like that, and then you can easily swap it to the other side, and then just pop it back on. Really great and easy and convenient for you. And ta-da! Oh my gosh, that's amazing.
Isn't that a fun little shape right there?
I love that.
I'm just gonna kind of line it up against that edge and cut it there.
Yeah, that works.
I think that's about as good as we'll get on that. And flip this again.
Another thing I'd love to hear in the comments, what is kind of the most unique, maybe non-quilting project that you've done with your TrueCut cutting tools? I would love to hear that.
Okay, so we've cut that. Now, I don't want these fur pieces to be like straight up triangles because I don't know a lot about werewolves, but I don't think their fur grows at a precise angle. I'm just gonna cut off a little bit of the edging just to try and make it a little bit of a more natural curve. It's not so much precise little corners. And I think that will make it look like more of a natural fur patch. All right, so for this next part, we're gonna attach it. We're gonna attach all of this to the shirt. I'm gonna put the shirt on so that it lays in the right space.
Okay.
And you're gonna glue it directly to me.
Okay. Wow, look at you and your six-pack. It's fabulous.
Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna need your help with putting this on. Normally I'd use like a mannequin or something, but not everyone has a mannequin. But I do need you to, I wanna make sure that it was laying right as we glue it on.
So we're gonna start with the shoulders?
We're gonna start with the shoulders. We're gonna do our best not to struggle with this glue. But yeah, just kind of do a nice perimeter, a little bit in the middle. It doesn't have to be thick. We want to make sure that the edges go down and that it has some support, but you don't have to make it overly gloppy.
Oh no, this is a lot of pressure.
Don't slip. Ooh, it's cold.
Is it? Is it
Feel
coming
the glue
through?
seeping into my bones.
I think it looks all right. Oh, don't move your arm.
Oh.
Don't move. The glue is drying.
I gotta stay
There
still
we
while
go.
the glue dries.
Yes, you stay. Mannequin
Okay.
status.
Doing great.
Working on my hand strength. Okay. Oh, it's getting a little messy. There we go.
Perfect.
Okay. Oh, I
Does it
gotta make
look
sure they're
even?
lining up. Oh, I'm so nervous. This
Don't
is
be
a lot of
nervous.
pressure.
It's not.
Your Halloween depends on this.
All right, how does that look? Do I have nice
You just
furry
can't.
shoulders?
You just can't
Oh,
do
don't
this.
move,
Yeah,
don't move.
it's got to dry.
All right.
I think it looks lovely.
Are you ready to do the elbows?
Oh, I'm ready. Should we just do one at a
Perfect.
time? So it
Yeah.
doesn't dry too fast. Okay.
Yeah.
Probably, maybe kind of like at a light there,
A little bit of a
little
curve.
bit, just so that when you do bend, it won't totally
That's smart.
fall off.
Planning ahead. We'll let it sit for a second and
That'll
we'll do the
do.
other one. And we're just about there, really.
Wow.
Got the other one on there.
All right, let's see. Let me see
All
the
right.
full ensemble.
How does it feel? Do I feel furry enough? Do I need any fur patches anywhere else, or do you feel like this?
I think it looks good. I think we should see the full look, and then we can decide from there.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay,
I'm
let's
gonna
see
go
it.
Change. Alrighty.
Wasn't that so much fun? So you can see that TrueCut cutting system really is for any of your crafting, sewing, quilting needs, and it really is just a lot of Oh, my God. Oh, I love
It's
it.
just me.
It turned out amazing.
Thanks. Yeah. Didn't the ombre turn out
Oh,
nice?
it's lovely. I seriously
myself.
love it.
Thank you. Well, as you can see, with some creativity, some ingenuity, and your TrueCut system, you're gonna have an awesome Halloween.
Happy Halloween.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. Hi, Nathan here at the Grace Company in Houston at the International Quilt Festival. If you're with us live, that was a fun little segment we saw. Love the questions. If I was pinning my leader cloth, I didn't see that last one really quick, but where would I start? I would tell you I would start in the middle, and you definitely want to work your way out. But not only do you want to work your way out, you want to put the pins facing out, actually. So if you go to smooth the fabric on those big frames, you don't jam your hand into a pin. So whenever I pin, I start in the middle, and then I pin outwards, and so that the points will go out. So that way, if I'm smoothing across the frame, I'll use the middle as I'm rolling all my fabric on. There's a little bit of an extra tip. Not only do you start in the middle, I pin outwards from the center. That way, when I go to pull or flatten my fabric, I'm not going to, because I'll tell you, I've poked my hand more times than I can count while I'm working through my thread. So thanks for being with us. We have several of you that are out there. I'm going to kind of work a little bit closer for just a minute. We're going to move into what we call our master cutting collection. Now, we're going to talk about what's included within the TrueCut line. We're going to talk a little bit about, again, what defines or how the TrueCut system makes cutting easier, safer, and more accurate. So as you're with me here, it looks like I've got a lot of people who've answered a lot of those. I will know we are answering live questions from those people that are streaming with us as well. So if you are with us, feel free to reach out, ask questions. As you'll notice, as I'm talking to people in the crowd and doing demonstrations, we'll go hopefully back and forth between you that are live and the live audience that we have as well. But we're excited to be here. And we're going to talk about some of the tools and the unique differences that actually make cutting significantly easier, safer, and more accurate. So let's go ahead and see what our close-up is looking like right here. So there we go. That looks great. So maybe if we can zoom in a little bit more for me, Bryant, on this one. That will be good. That's good enough right there. So we'll end up showing several people some of the different things that we have, sharpeners, etc. That is part of what we call Master's Cutting Collection. So let's just start here. If you want to, we're going to talk about some of the unique features and functions, but let's go ahead and let's go through each product that is included. And I'm going to bring those into the close-up camera here. So this is the 360 circle cutter. This is on the list. We have our True Sharp sharpener, and again, we will be talking about these products. What is the Houston special for the 16X with frame? Love the question. Just so you know, the 16X currently is selling at $4,499. It would be the same special you'll find on our site. I know we're doing TrueCut, but I'm going to reach out to that question. Includes one of the frames up to the Q-Zone Queen frame. You can also select the Q-Zone Continuum 2 frame for an additional just under $800. So it's on sale. The manual machine is at $3,499. The X series on sale for $4,499 with the free frame, and the Elite is on sale for $4,999 with a free frame up to the Q-Zone Queen. So there we go. This is going to be in this combo we're going to talk about. We're also going to be sharing, and we're doing the straight cutter as part of this combo as well. In this kit, because we have so many rulers, we're also doing a 5-pack of True Grips. So these True Grips are also available, and they're not available. They're coming in the Master Cutting Collection. With that, I'm going to grab a few other things here. We have 2 major series. We call this our square ruler series. That's great right there. So our square ruler series. So this is in the Master Cutting Collection. So we have the 6.5 square, 9.5 square, and 12.5 square. And then we have what we kind of call our rectangle combo as well. And so this one includes the big 6.5 by 24.5, a 3 by 18, and a 6.5 by 12.5. So let's talk about why this system is a great thing to get involved with. And then we'll talk about the different pieces of the picture and the puzzle, so to say. And we'll do a demonstration on all of those as well. But let's talk about this. Let's just start with the rulers and why the rulers are unique and different. Well, one of the things that we have is they actually have a tall lip on them, or an edge. And Devin, if you wouldn't mind, I'm going to have you let a couple people fill this that are out here with our audience, so you can have them see some of those things. Let them fill the edge on those. If you're with me at home, you're going to say, I wish I could fill that, but that's the edge of this. The edge is actually twice as thick, and there's a lip. In fact, earlier today, that's great, Brian, we're good. The edge of this, earlier today, one of the ladies said, I had had this system, but I didn't realize that actually with our cutters that works in conjunction, and it actually locks together, and it creates this track and this guide that keep those together all the way down them. And so it's a really unique combo. But the rulers, let's just talk about this. Twice as tall. If you've been out there, I would curious if you'd put a thumbs up or a one in the chat, or do you know anybody who's by chance injured their finger when cutting? So there we go. She says, I have here in the audience. So a lot of people have slipped up and over that. So this taller edge produces additional safety. It also helps with accuracy because you have a tall lip. This goes ahead and it can go easier. It's easier to put along the flat edge. So it's easier to help keep that straight cutter against that edge. The other thing is it has holes, and people are like, what are all the holes? So for a couple things. So when we put this down, it allows this to hold through them. We can also cut, and we can now measure or mark through the ruler as well. And with, I like showing this, the rulers are extra durable because they're injection molded. So a lot of people end up with chipped or cracked rulers. They can't use certain parts. This particular one's very durable. It's not going to chip or break if you drop this on the ground. So we really like talking about even something as simple as the ruler really helps shift and provide easy again, makes it easier, safer, and more accurate. Again, in this kit, we are including several sizes, but let's move over to our straight cutter that comes in with this kit, and I'm going to kind of show you here. This one actually comes with a couple things. One is it's a straight cutter. This one does have a what we call a quick release, and I'm going to show you how easy it is to release the blade, but it comes with this. What this is this is the guide that we use to hook it over the edge of the ruler. So that's what this is. But I'm going to show you. People say, well, how easy is it to change the blade? When we release it, this drops out the guide. This actually allows that blade, and it's very easy to take that blade and throw that in the garbage. So it's very easy. The other thing that we have with this particular one is it actually has magnets, and it actually will pick up and center that blade for us. So we can just simply recenter that, and again, put that back in place, which makes it very easy to add that guide back on it so that we actually don't have to touch the sharp edges, or we don't have to handle blade. Again, very easy to take off and throw away. In order to pick it up, we can just simply bring that on, go ahead and add that, put that back in there. So it's a great cutter. This one works obviously really well for left-handed or right-handed cutters, users. And then again, we can take this guide, which then match it with our special track and our guide. Now, I know this isn't part of the combo, but I also know here at the show, we are having tremendous success with our ergonomic cutter. We do have a combo with this that we'll share with you a little bit later once we go through this master cutting collection. But there is what we have on those couple items. Let's just briefly talk about, and Devin, I'm going to have you, if you wouldn't mind, run and grab me a couple more pieces of fabric about this amazing circle cutter, and I'm going to show you how this actually works. So the circle cutter, if we look at this, has this large sled, and what that sled does is that sled actually pushes down the fabric. So when I push over the fabric, it actually will help push that fabric down and keep that flat on the surface. Most circle cutters have an open blade, thank you, and as we move, what we find is that that ends up wrinkling and moving, and we feel like we're trying to hold our fabric down, but it's not as safe. And here's how easy this works. So this one of the amazing things is it does work from 2 inches, and it goes all the way out to 12.5 inches. So you can do 2 to 12.5 inch circles. I always ask this quick question. If you've done anything with circles, you probably used a cup or a bowl or a plate to try to find the right size. But this is, and it's going to find all of the sizes, and I'll be able to make all of them for you. I'm going to go ahead and turn this down to just right around 4 inches. This does have a center point. So this right here is the part that we hold in. It does have a really small 18 millimeter blade. There is a safety. I'm going to make sure that safety is off. I'm going to set it down, and if we're here, last time I did this we had a bunch of wooing from the audience, but this is so easy. I'm going to take my left hand. I can literally do this with closed eyes. If you're going to watch Brent, this can be a little tricky. Let's take a wide shot of me here, because I'm going to look into the camera and into our audience. No, you're good just with this one. So I'm going to close my eyes. I'm going to push this down. I'm not looking. What am I doing? Turning my head the other way, and lo and behold, there actually is my circle. So it is just that easy to cut circles, and because of this sled, we can also cut what we call on and off circles. So we can cut this off and on the fabrics as a whole. Again, it's wonderful because it will do, again, up to 4 layers of fabric. two layers of denim, and it's very easy to use. We're going to go ahead and put that safety back on. What that safety does is that safety is going to help me when we go to move this or put it in a drawer so that it doesn't bring the blade out, so it makes it incredibly safe. The last item, which is one of the most important in the entire lineup, is actually our sharpener. So you can sharpen your rotary blades, and people aren't quite sure how or why or what does that really mean. This is the electric sharpener, and this one will sharpen 28, 45, and 60 millimeter blades. And so in there's a tray, and in this tray you just simply drop your blade into it. Let's go ahead and do a demonstration here. I can just show you. So we're going to go ahead. Let's do our quick release here. We're going to take that off. We can slide that right in there. So this just sits in that tray. And if you'll notice in here, there's actually diamond grit stones that are on the top and the bottom of this. What we do is we close this down, lock the lid. It will plug into the wall. We're going to push this button, and this actually spins the blade against that stone to hone it in. When we're done, we would like to take this. You have the tweezers that are included. We flip it over to the other side. I'm going to go ahead and just pull it out, which is great, as this cutter does have that magnetic pickup guide, which makes it great and easy to use. But you can hone in and take those dull blades. If you think about this, let's quickly ask. One is, how many cutters do you have? One, two over here. How many cutters do you have? One. All that. See, you're being very conservative. I'm guessing you have three, two. So we have all these blades, these cutters, and then we've been going through, how many blades would you say you've gone through? Two? No, a lot, right? And so what we find is that when we're cutting, we start to get a dull blade, but we only have a few more cuts. And so what we do is we end up pushing a little bit harder. We're working back and forth in order to cut those fibers. And that's where we really get dangerous, because we're using all this exertion and this energy, and we start to slip and slide. And that's what starts to dull the blade even more and cause a problem. Well, now if you have the electric sharpener, you never have to cut with the dull blade. As soon as it starts to get dull, put it in the sharpener and bring it back to that near factory edge, and you can continue cutting without having to worry about a dull blade. Usually there's a couple people that ask, okay, a few things like, really, what does it do and how does it sharpen? So we have the stones, which is how people have sharpened blades for centuries with a honing stone. If you drop the blade, you might have probably gotten a flat spot. I know I've been cutting and I've actually had one fall off a table. Watch your toes. But I've had it hit and it created a flat spot on the blade, so the blade was not good. Put it in the sharpener, it's going to sharpen that back out. Or if you're cutting, you start getting those skip threads that are going up and down. Those things sharpen out very, very nicely. If you run over a pin, it actually removes the metal, and you'd have to grind all the rest of the blade down to the same length or where that pin was damaging it. So usually we say if you're going to run over a pin, or you really do need a new blade. And the nice thing is, well, how long can I sharpen a blade? I like to ask the question, have anybody ever seen a butcher's knife that has a curve to it because they've sharpened it so long that the knife kind of wears down? Well, you can continuously sharpen blades. I would say the average probably that most customers are doing is probably somewhere between 6 and 8 times, and they continue to hone that in. Again, it really just can continue to sharpen it with the stones that we have, and the stones are diamond grit, so there's not a need to replace those stones. Just kind of clean the dust off those in order to keep those stones sharpening nicely. So this is one of the last items, which is the electric sharpener. And again, I'm going to bring all those out here. I know we're going to be kind of keeping this wide shot camera, so I'm going to kind of bring these things. So right now we're talking about the master cutting combo. It includes the electric sharpener. It includes our straight cutter. It includes what we call our rectangle rulers, which is our largest ruler, which is the 6.5 by 24.5. It includes our 6.5 by 12.5. It includes our 3 by 18. It also includes our square rulers, which we have in the setup. In those square rulers, we have 6.5 square, 9.5 square, and this largest one is a 12.5 square ruler combo set. And right now, this particular set, let me tell if we have this here. We've got a special going on this one, which is 20% off here at the show. Combo 8. We're right around, normally it's about $430, on sale for $330, so it's $100 off this master cutting combo that we have available over in the booth. And actually, I think this is not at $600. Free grips, 9, ruler. So yeah, so that's part of where we're at. So it's a wonderful deal at 25% off the combo, actually, if you're interested in doing this. Now, those that are joining me now, let me show you one of our other most popular combos. That actually has to do with this cutter. Has anybody seen this cutter in the audience at all? It's a little bit different, okay? And our booth is just right here. So this cutter is quite a bit different. This is what we call My Comfort Cutter. And you'll notice that it's shaped quite different. However, one of the things that's interesting is it actually is a straight cutter. So we actually have that blade is straight in alignment. Although where the blade rests, again, is very different. That blade sits underneath it. And the reason we have designed it this way is it actually removes, if we zoom on out, I'm going to show you one of the things that we find most common, is as we're cutting, what we do is we end up getting up and over in order to keep pressure down on our cutter. So usually, if you're going to walk up to your cutting table, when we get our cutter out, we're going to open it. What we do is we don't cut like this. Usually we raise our hand up to get pressure, and then we're going to push through in order to create that pressure on our cut. And what we have found is as we do this, we're creating pressure points in our fingers, in our wrists, and even in our elbows and our shoulders. And so once we start cutting, we find that we get fatigued and even sore joints. Do any of you, when you've cut, find that your hands are a little sore by the time you're done with cutting? Well, what we've done with this one is we actually put that blade right under our hand, and this one takes it. And now, don't do this, but I like to show this. I can literally take an open hand, and I can just, with forward motion, we literally can cut fabric. It's so ergonomic because it helps align the palm of our hand and it keeps those all together. And at the end of the day, one of the biggest things is we have this special track and guide. And what this track and guide do, we'll show our online audience in just a minute, but I'm going to show you this, is it actually keeps the two together all the way down them. So it helps keep them from coming apart. Yeah, most of the problem, the farther we go down, the farther we split that. So we're going to kind of show my audience here. So what we do again, the farther we go down, the more we're wanting to separate those and they want to pop apart. So with all of our cutters, they actually come with a guide built into the package. So here's the cutter that works with your current ruler you have at home. If you add the guide, it then adds this guide that you can then use with our rulers to create this patented system that keeps the two together so that they don't separate or they don't move. And so that's a really, really great feature in order to bring those together. The other thing with this cutter is you can personalize the handle, put a picture of your dog or your cat, put your name on it. You can do that on both sides. And this does work on both left and right-handed cutters. So you can just switch the two parts over and you can use it for both types of cutters as part of that. We have a special package right now that is on sale. In fact, if you're online with this, this is the combo. This includes the 45mm My Comfort Cutter. It includes our largest ruler, which is this ruler here, and it includes a set of our True Grips. This is what we call our quilters combo in this package. This package is normally right around $66. If you're online with us, there's a coupon code. If you're here, we are selling this for $50 as a special. This you're going to use TC TrueCut, so TC KIT 50, TC Kit 50 to get the special online. If you're here with us at the show, you can go ahead and take advantage of that over there. The other thing that a lot of people have done is they're like, hey, what about the sharpener? This is another combo that we have on sale for $100 as a special. This normally is $80 for an electric sharpener. If you're with us, it's showing up at $65. We are doing this if you're part of this demonstration at $50 for the electric sharpener. Online, I think it's TC Sharp, TCSHARP 50 to get the discount if you're visiting with us online for part of the show. So again, that's part of our master cutting collection. So we have rulers, we have cutters, we have sharpeners, we also have mats, and much more that would be part of our TrueCut program. So thanks for joining us today. We're going to go ahead and do that and share with you those things. We're going to move into some other videos as we do. Please ask any questions so that as we come on, we can help answer any questions. Are there any questions from those that are here with us at all? No questions? Are all good? Okay. Well, let us know if you do, and we're excited to stay with us. We have other things coming up here shortly, so thanks.
Your camp counselor, and we have Maddie, your camp counselor. Hi guys! We have been trying to catch butterflies all morning, but they're really hard.
Yeah.
So we decided to make our own. Do you have like a ton of scrap fabric laying around?
I know I do. After every project, I always have a bag, and I can't get myself to throw them away.
Right? Yeah, me too. Do you guys have scrap fabric laying around? Well, have we got our project for you? How about this one?
I think we can work with it.
You actually made this design, didn't you?
Yes, I did. I was looking around to see if I could find a pattern, and I didn't find any that suited me, so I decided to make my own. I found that whenever you can't find a pattern, might as well make your own. Make your quilt your own and put your own spin to things.
I love that. You were so creative.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm so excited. Let's get started on this project.
Perfect.
What do we need though?
So we are gonna need our design.
Okay.
We're gonna need our fabric,
Okay.
an iron, and
Got it.
if you guys want, for me it helped if I colored in the pieces to know which piece of fabric goes where on my design.
Kind of like that.
Exactly. Except that's pretty perfect.
That's because I did it on the computer.
Okay, first things first, we have to take our design, which is right here, and we have to cut it out into the different little sections. Make sure we get every part. All right, so start cutting.
So I went camping last week.
Okay, where'd you go?
I went to Cedar City. Well, it was up in the mountains in Cedar City.
Okay.
Utah, of course. And I caught so many garter snakes, leopard frogs, and tiger salamanders. And we even came across a fawn. It was the most adorable thing in the entire world. That's like my favorite thing about camping is seeing all the animals and just like being able to interact with the wildlife. It's just my favorite. What do you love?
I hate bugs.
Okay.
So camping isn't my favorite thing, but I like this type of camping.
What about butterflies though?
I like butterflies.
Okay.
I don't consider a butterfly a bug.
Okay.
Only creepy crawly thingies are bugs,
Got it.
including ladybugs. I don't like those.
Wow.
Okay. After we have everything cut out, we have our piece, and we're gonna grab our first piece of fabric. And we're gonna make sure that the fabric is bigger than the piece so we know it's gonna cover the entire spot.
And this piece of fabric, this yellow fabric, we want to be number 1. So we're gonna follow the steps on the back. Number 1 and number 2, those are the 2 fabrics we're gonna be putting on right now.
Yes.
So number 2 will be this bright pink color.
Yes. So make sure when you put on the fabric that you're gonna put the right face towards you, and you're gonna put the wrong side of the fabric against the back of the paper, just like this. So then we're gonna grab our next piece of fabric, and we're gonna put it right on top. This way we know it's gonna cover the entire square, and we're gonna take one of our lovely pins.
I got you.
Perfect.
There you go.
And we're gonna pin it in place so we know it's not gonna move and that our seam is gonna work. So I just pinned that in place, and now we're gonna go and we're gonna sew right across this line.
Excellent.
So let's do that.
Go, Maddie, go. Go, Maddie, go.
Perfect. Okay, take that. Make sure that you go through and you check that you have enough bobbin and that you have enough thread.
So I heard you, even though you don't love camping because of the bugs, I heard you went camping.
It was so fun. Me and a group of girls, we just went up, and I wouldn't consider it camping because we stayed in the lodge.
Oh,
but
what? That's not, well, okay.
We called it camping. It counts. It counts. And it was seriously one of the most fun things I've done in so long.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, was it like just gorgeous up there?
Yeah. We were in Park City.
Oh,
Yeah.
Park City, Utah.
Yeah.
It's a good place.
It was pretty nice. It was super fun. I'm still a kid at heart, even though I am still a kid. But compared to all my other friends, they were like a lot younger. And so I hung out with them mostly instead
awesome.
of people who are more my age.
I love that. That's so much fun. I am also a kid at heart. Okay, so for our next portion, we are going to cut the excess fabric off of this. So like I said, we want the yellow to be number 1. So we are going to fold this pink one over to be number 2. And then this is gonna be our excess stuff. Fold this piece of paper, which is now perforated because of the sewing machine, there. And then lay this flat open. We're gonna cut along 1/4 of an inch off of this seam right here. We're gonna use our TrueCut system, which is awesome. It's got a track and guide system. So we've got a track here, there's a guide right on our rotary cutter, and we're just gonna put it on that track and shoop, take that right off. The best thing to do would be to iron this open. So we're gonna do number 3 now.
Yeah. I'm thinking we should do pink.
Pink, let's do it. So, I'm gonna hand this back to you.
Perfect. Okay, we're gonna repeat the process. We're gonna do the whole thing again. Just put your right sides together, make sure it covers the entire back, and we're gonna find it. We are gonna pin it in place so we know it's not gonna move. So, here's our pin, okay? And now we are gonna sew right across the line with 3, okay? So take it over to our sewing machine, place our foot down, and get all ready. Yes, okay, I'm gonna hand it back over.
All right, so we're gonna do the same thing that we did. We're gonna fold this over so we don't cut it off. That's pretty much why we fold it over, so we don't cut the rest of that paper. So we're going to measure 1/4 of an inch from the seam line and then cut this off. And fold that back open. I actually think that this might give it a little more texture, which could be really fun. So 5, 4, 6, and 7, we want those all to be white because that's gonna be our background.
Yes.
So that's kind of easy. Or, I mean, it'll work.
It's nice. Same thing, over and over again, pin it. Take it over to our sewing machine, and make sure you do it in order. So I'm gonna sew 4 first. Take it, put this over. So, what's your favorite part about camping?
My favorite part?
Yeah.
Is definitely like seeing all the wildlife. That's my favorite, for sure. I do love eating food though, camping.
What's your go-to food?
My go-to food is curry. Yeah, like,
interesting.
Because it's easy, it's like you make rice and then you just have curry. And then also if you're doing like a bunch of nights, it lasts you a long time.
That's true. So Courtney's gonna keep doing this.
Yes, we're folding that one over.
My favorite thing also is I love to do camp games.
Which games?
Mostly they're pranks.
Okay. So it's fun for you?
Yes, it's fun for me.
Okay.
And for anyone that comes, we usually get them to say something weird or something stupid, and it ends up being a great laugh.
That's awesome. Okay, we have a lot of extra white and we need some extra fabric, so I'm gonna cut this part off.
Smart idea.
Okay. And we will use it for number 5.
Yes. Okay. Take it over.
Do you like hiking?
I would love to say I do.
I feel the same way.
I would love to say that I'm super out there and energetic and ready to do all the exercise, but anytime there's a hill and it involves me climbing up it, I sort of cry.
Oh, no.
But I'll act like it's fine.
That's fine.
Yeah.
You just pretend it's fine.
I pretend, and I try and like quiet my breath at the very top so no one knows that I'm like.
That's me too.
So, are you a hiker?
I do hike. Do I like it? Not really. I'm gonna be honest. I want to like it so badly, and my dog sure does love it, but I always am like, I'm walking up the hill and I'm just like, and then we get to the top and I'm like, wow,
it's so pretty.
This is stunning. I'm like, I did amazing. Okay, cut off the rest of these guys. Fold it open. We have 2 more left to go, which we could probably do that.
Yeah.
6 and 7?
6 and 7.
Perfect.
Do you sing any camp songs while you're out?
No.
Anything fun like that? No, nothing?
I'm not really a fan of singing.
What? That's the best part.
I don't know. I'm not about it. I also go to bed at like 9 o'clock.
What? No. You've got to stay up. That's the whole point. You can sleep when you get home, like in your bed. It's not even nice to sleep out. And
That's true. Okay, let's cut this guy off right here. This is looking good.
I'm liking the colors.
I do too. It definitely, well, so it looks really odd right now. It looks kind of like gobbledygook. Check this
Gobbledygook.
out.
That is the professional term.
Yes. Trust the process though. So, last one. We are gonna cut off a little bit of this because we need more white. We're gonna cut this off a little bit more. Wait. Yeah. Last piece.
Awesome. Who are your favorite people to go camping with? That's
I love people who have really good stories. Like you're sitting around the campfire or making food or eating food. I just love like sharing meals with people who have really good stories and just like either about their lives or about all the other camping that they've done. That's just my favorite part. So anybody that has a good story.
okay.
What about you?
When I went camping, I went with like high school girls. So mostly we talked about boys.
It's just fun in its own right.
Yeah. Okay.
Nice. Okay, let's cut this off and then we will trim around. Let's see. I think I just heard a mourning dove.
I heard a bird. That's about as much as I know, but
No, wait. No, that's an Amazonian green peacock, an Amazonian green peacock. Have you ever heard of those?
no.
Neither have
I've
many
heard of
ornithologists, but I know they're out there. They're out there. Have you ever seen a snipe?
Actually, yeah.
Did you?
I have.
Really?
I've actually gone hunting for snipes.
Have you?
Yeah. I go every year. I've never caught one. I've gotten bitten by one though.
Oh my gosh, that's insane.
I know.
Okay, so next part. We are gonna flip it onto its back. We are going to trim around this area so it doesn't look like an abstract painting. Well, it will.
is.
It is an abstract painting. Okay, so it is gonna be a little interesting because we didn't quite get to the edge of there. We'll see how that
We'll
goes.
make it work.
Yeah, we'll make it work. Okay.
Mistakes are the best part. They make them fun.
Yeah, very human.
I'm definitely not perfect when it comes to quilting. I wish I was.
I don't think you have to be perfect.
No.
I mean, it's beautiful to see like really, really stunning, perfect pieces, but I really like the ones that you can see the human element in it.
Yeah.
Okay, so a couple problems. There's a few problems here, and it is that we didn't get enough fabric over this part or here, but we're gonna make it work.
We're gonna make it work.
Okay, so let's show them what to do next.
Okay. So we see all the rest of our pieces. All right. So hopefully you guys can see that it's sort of looking like a butterfly, and as we fill in the rest of these pieces, it definitely will. So we've already gone ahead and skipped through the process a little bit, and we're gonna show you how we're gonna piece these two sections together.
So just like any of your other quilting blocks, you're going to do right sides together, and then you're going to sew along. This is actually quite nice because you can sew along right along this this paper part. So go ahead and do that. This is such a fun project. I love that it like makes you think a lot.
Yeah.
It's definitely good for the brain. Make a lot of these.
And I love that you can make any animal or anything with it just as long as you have a pattern.
It's true. Wait, did you hear that? Yeah. Yeah, no, that's definitely a puffy crested jay.
Yeah, for sure.
Definitely, yep. Fascinating, I didn't think they were in this region. Anyway.
Me either.
Look at this. There we go, we have half of our butterfly done. Should we show them what we can really do with this stuff?
Yeah.
All right,
Love
let's
that.
go.
While Courtney is grabbing that finished project, I decided, instead of to put it on a blanket or just a normal quilt, I decided I wanted to put it on a jacket. And I wanted to use it so it's fashionable, people can see it, you can strut around with it. And Courtney is a queen at quilting with fashion. So I'll have my lovely model come in. Oh. This project took a few tries, so don't get frustrated with how long it takes. But I chose to do blue because I think the green and blue complement each other. It's very nice.
It is nice. They're calming colors as well. I love using quilting in fashion. It is my favorite. Like, it's so much fun to have quilts, like blanket quilts, but like to wear it places, nobody's gonna have that.
No.
Like, it is awesome. I love just designing with quilting things in mind.
What have you made?
So I've made a lot of jackets similar to this, where I take the panel out in the back and then put my own quilted piece in. I pretty much only use scraps in all of my projects because we have a ton of scraps here.
Yeah.
And I hate wasting things. So, and they always turn out really fun, like this one. Like, this is all scraps.
Yeah, all scraps.
So if I can make one suggestion,
Okay.
it would be to make this pattern smaller.
Okay.
Just on your computer and print it out. Sew it all up, and then put it on this pocket right here.
I love that idea.
Yeah, so you can see it from the front and the back.
Yeah, for
Yeah,
sure.
it's
I'll
gonna be
definitely
awesome.
have to do that.
Yeah.
And I'll have to do that, and then I'll post it on our social media so you guys can see the final results. Can I see it?
Oh yeah, for sure.
One more time. Gotcha.
Good catch.
Hello everyone, my name is Chrissy Schoaf. I am your Grace Company Ambassador. Today's segment will be Keep an Eye on the Sky, Finesse Feathering. So today's segment I'm going to show you different ways as to how you can put feathers in different shapes that may be on your quilts, even with automated blocks from Quilt Motion that you may have purchased from different companies, and also a border. So I'm going to show you two different types of feathers that I love to do, and also inside of the blocks. So I did not do it on a actual quilt top. I actually stitched out all the blocks on a black piece of fabric because I wanted you guys to see how amazing colored thread can look on top of black fabric. And so if you hang out with me, we'll get started. I start mine off with the little swirl before I go into my actual foliage feathers. And so when I get to this space right here where it gets a little bit tight, I make a swirl. Okay, so it's not perfect, but just gonna give it a go. When you get to the edge like that, just kind of stretch that feather out as far as you can. There on that curve. And if you're not good at backtracking, just make a stop right there and start back on the top of your vine, back at your figure 8. All right, so when I get here, I am going to draw a swirl, and then after I draw that swirl, I'm gonna come back, and then I'm gonna start my feather. I'm gonna bring it down, then I'm gonna go back up as far as I can to meet that line. And then I'm going to come down and then go back around. And then I'll just continue my feathers however, okay? And again, doesn't have to be perfect, doesn't have to be spot on. All right, so here we go. So I do something very interesting when I get to something like this and it's going down in this dip. So I will do something completely backwards, and I will make a swirl, and I will come back, and finish my inside of it like that. So here is how the border would look meeting at the center of my quilt. And as we go down the side, then we'll do the same thing on this side. It'll just be longer and it won't meet in the middle of the border on this side. It'll just keep going all the way down, okay? So again, when I come back, I'm gonna start here, and I may start from the bottom or I may start from the top. All right, so for this side of the border, we're gonna do more organic. I was gonna do the circle, but I thought, yeah, we're gonna do something totally different. And so if I were doing this particular type of feathering, I may or I may not use a swirl in the middle, but maybe I will. So I'm gonna make my swirl a little bit, not so straight. And this time what I'm going to do is I'm going to start from the bottom, the furthest it can go down. Okay. So now that I drew my vine, which you can see is totally different from what I drew with my pencil, I'm going to go back in and just make a sketch of what I'm gonna try to quilt out. So since this is not a end, I'm gonna like do an invisible hook down here, and then I'm gonna go out, and then I'm gonna start drawing. And then when I get down, again, this is starting one of those dips, I'm gonna come back down, I'm gonna go out, and then I'm just gonna continue drawing. Now all the time mine are not how I learned it was the bump feathers. A lot of times I will end up doing a swirl every few others. That's just personal preference, and you don't have to do that. And again, there's one of my little dips, so I go back down and I draw. And I continue on all the way till I get to the edge of my vine, okay? This side, you want to make sure that you get your thread as close as you can to where your invisible middle of your border is. Because this is one of the more organic type of vines that I did, I will unperfectly go back down this vine and start back over here. Now that I'm at the bottom, I'll start the other way. So now I'm reaching the middle, the end of it, and I want to start to make my feathers to go smaller so that I can bring my top one out. And there you have it. So this is the second type of feathers that I would utilize on a border. And these feathers, as well as the foliage feathers, can stretch. I've done borders that were 11 inches wide, and I used these type of feathers on that particular border for one, and then on the 10-inch one I used the foliage ones. As you can see, what I quilted out was not what I drew, but that's okay. Like I said, it's just a small guide. You don't have to follow it to exact T, okay? So this is how the feathers did. I went ahead, I also made it smaller going into that hook. Okay, I did 2 sets of small, and then I brought it back out to the larger ones. And as I got over here, I made sure that the feathers came out as close to the center as possible. And when I got back up to the top, I went a little bit small, okay? And then I hooked out and came back in and finished, all right? So this is the more traditional, or I'm not sure if they call it heirloom or traditional feathers. These are just my bump feathers, as I call them. So just remember to have fun whenever you're trying to do feathers. And this is how the two would meet if I were doing my quilt, to have my center feathers meet in the middle. Okay, so this is a block that I had stitched out through my QCT, and I'm going to add feathers to it, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start here, and then I'm just going to make a reference line of how my feathers are going to be inside of this petal, okay? And I'm going to use this particular edge over here as my vine. So now I'm going to take it a step further, and I am going to draw feathers in between these shapes. Okay, so since this side dips in, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a petal come out here. And then I'm just going to continue on till I can get to my smallest feather, come back, do the same. Okay, so I'm going to do that in each of these open spaces. Okay, so this block I stitched out on my QCT, it's just a regular diamond. I centered it in the box. So what I did was I made each of these blocks 9 inches wide. So the center part of my quilt is 27 inches in the middle. So I split it up between two, so each one is 9. So I took this block from QCT, just a regular diamond, and I stitched it out. So what I'm going to show you in this one is how we can add feathers to the inside of this diamond. So I'm just going to draw a line to the middle and to the center, so it looks like a kite. And so from the center, I am going to do the same thing like I did on the foliage portion of the middle. I'm going to make a figure 8. I'm going to then draw out how I'm going to stitch this. Okay, so that can either be 1, 2, or you can make it into 3. Right? So if you wanted to just make it into 2, this one would be an elongated feather and come down. So I'm actually going to make it into 2 feathers on each side. You're going to repeat the same thing down at the bottom. Alright, so this is the same diamond that I used on the previous diamond. What I did was I just turned it 45-degree angle and stitched it out on my QCT. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to find the center, draw a line just like I did before. This time, instead of the feathers going this way, I am going to go this way. So I'm going to again draw another figure 8. And then this time we're going to do regular, traditional, I guess you would call them feathers. I call them the bump feathers. That's how I learned to remember them when my mentor taught me how to do feathers. Okay, and then you would go and then you repeat it on the same side. Again, remember, it doesn't have to be perfect. You do not have to have your feathers directly stitched on this. This is just a guide to give you some type of picture as to what it is you're going to be doing when you get ready to quilt. All right, so this would be the feather completed out. All right, so this is another diamond that I purchased and I stitched it out, and this time I believe it's 13.5 inches wide because I wanted to make it elongated so that you can see the detail. And we're going to go ahead and draw a teardrop, and we're going to go ahead and go out. And we're going to keep doing that all the way down till we get to the tip. Then we're going to travel back up and we're going to do the same thing on this side. Okay. At the bottom, we're going to make the drop go the opposite way. And then we're going to do the same thing all the way down. I'm going to travel back up as slowly as I can to try and be straight. And then I'm going to continue on the other side. All right. So that top part of it is done. Now I'm going to go ahead and travel down to the bottom. This is the outcome of this feather. It kind of looks like eyelashes, but I think it's fun. And you can always fill in this part with swirls or lines, so it doesn't have to stay just like this. Alright, so this is another block that I purchased that I went ahead and stitched out. And so what I'm going to use this in reference to is if these two pieces were sashing. I'm going to draw a line. The feathers are going to go opposite directions of this. If you want to go further, you can do the feathers inside their circles, but I'm going to leave the circles where they are, and I'm just going to do feathers on the ends of these blocks, okay? The last block of the quilt top, and what I did was I made two huge blocks. So I'm going to show you how I in the past have took a big space like this and filled it with a feather. So I'm going to do one, of course, of the foliage one and one of the traditional bump feathers. I made a huge vine, and so from here I'm just going to go in with my feathers all the way up till I fill it. Alright, so now I'm gonna go in and start my feathers. So this is the feather that I did in the 13 3/4 inch block. Now I'm going to do the same over here, except I'm going to go the opposite way with the foliage type of
Streaming hi, welcome everybody, welcome in my audience. We have an audience here as we're going to be talking about the Cutie frame. My name's Nathan. I've been with the Grace Company for about 17 years here, almost coming up on 18, and I've seen a fun transition. Quick question for those that are joining us online and those that are here, how many of you have at least a machine at home you're sewing with? Everybody's hand goes up. Keep it up if you have 2 or 3 or 4. Okay, so we have a hand staying up in the air, so you probably have one. Well, just so you know, one of the things that we have found is over time as we have finished quilts, and you probably have your fabric stashes, that there's these two things, there's kind of these emotions that go on, is I'm feeling like I'm completing them, and I might take them out and pay for somebody to do that, right? So we might use our checkbook, which is great. Others of you, have any of you tried to finish a quilt on your domestic machine? Okay, so what are some of the challenges? If you're joining us live, what are some of the challenges? The weight, so the weight of it, right, depending on how big. What about just even moving it in the throat, right? We start to find that to shift in the moving. I have heard that many have done straight line quilting, right? Because it's one of the easiest. I can roll it and I can push that through. And what we had found is if we can look at just trying to take that weight off of you, and we introduce you to not a new method, but a method that you already know, as far as the motion of the machine, that those pair together really well at home with the machines you already have. Now at Grace Company, we do make 16-inch mid-arms, we make 19 and 21-inch long arms, we do computer automation, but what we found is that the largest bit of quilters were at home and they were trying to find ways of finishing quilts and making that easier at home. So this frame we're looking at is what we call the Cutie tabletop fabric frame, and we don't call it just a quilting frame because we think today, if you walk through the beautiful quilts, I'll tell you, you're going to see a variation of ways of people using fabrics, and some of it's whole quilts with just raw edge applique, which is not necessarily piecing before they go to quilt that. And you've seen there's thread painting, there's so many different ways. And so we're referring to this as a fabric frame because we believe that people, not just with the traditional style quilts or even the modern, are going to be using this to help bind multiple layers of clothes or fabrics. If I had a jacket, I could pin it on here and I could actually quilt on the edge of my jacket if I wanted to. So this is what we call a fabric frame. Now, does anybody know how they used to quilt in the old days? What was it? With by hand and a hoop, right? So we know we have the bottom hoop and the top hoop, and what we do is we drape the fabric. We would drape it over those hoops, right? You'd have the bottom, and then we're going to pinch that fabric around that hoop, and then we're going to go ahead and we're going to hand quilt through it. This is actually taking that exact same process. This is a large hoop. It is not a big frame that we're rolling fabric around, and so this has clips and clamps that we use that we then drape the fabric over. We are then clipping the fabric to this surface in order to hold it in place. So what that means is we are not restricted to the size of the quilts we can do. You can take something like this that's 4 feet wide, and you can complete up to a king-size quilt. So you're no longer restricted because the fabric does not roll around a rail like it does on our big professional frames. It sits over the frame. And if you think about this, if you take your quilt, we've all seen the long arms, right? And they're big. They're, ours are 8 to 12 feet. And what we do is we start on that corner and we actually work all the way across is what the long armers do. And they quilt all the way across from edge to edge. If I were strip quilting or using my machine, I would do the same thing. I would just push it through the machine all the way across. Well, what we do on this one is we start on that top left corner, but we will quilt everything that would fit inside of the hoop, or we would call this a zone. And so we would work through it. We unclip our fabric and we just shimmy the fabric across it. And then we continue quilting. So we would go, instead of maybe one entire row like we have on our big 10-foot, you would do that in 3 different sections. So through it, unclip it, shift it, continue quilting, unclip it, and then we would finish. Then we would roll the fabric and we would go down to the next row. So this is a hoop frame that we zone quilt with that. So we're going to quilt through the top of the quilt all the way to the bottom in zones, which gives us a chance to do any size quilt at any time with our domestic machines. Now we'll talk about how this works. So I'm going to kind of hold this up and we're going to show our at-home audience and our audience here. This also comes in a fairly small box, about 3 feet by about 10 inches by about 14, so it gets it easy to get into your home. And the parts I'm going to show you, I'll kind of talk about what comes pre-assembled. I'm going to kind of hold this up so you can see. This bottom area here is the track, and we're going to show you how that gets used. On the back of this track, I'm going to lift this up. This is meant to go on any of your tables you have at home. So what we do is we have this nice rubber pad. So people wonder, well, can I put it on a dining room table? Yes, you can. It's not going to hurt the surface. Can I put it on a counter? Yes. Our most common that we have over in our booth is we just use a little 4-foot folding table that you can get at Home Depot or Lowe's for about $50. What's great about that is they're height adjustable, so you can sit or stand at them, and they're very inexpensive. This frame it has a little bit of weight, but it's not that heavy. And the reason we did this is we want you to be able to go take it in a closet, put it up on end, and store it if you don't have permanent space. And then when you're ready to get out, you can simply take this, come put it on your table surface that you want. And I'm going to show you the other parts that actually allow you to move your machine across it. The goal is once it's built, you don't need tools to make adjustments. So your machine at home might have a little bit of a thicker base to it on this side. So you might have a machine, some of them vary. Bernina's are a little bit thicker, Brother's a little bit thinner, and they vary. But we want to very easily, and I know you're not going to see this, I have a couple little clips that I can do, but it's really easy to adjust the frame up or down without needing tools to get it at the height that works for our machine. So what we're going to do is we end up in the box, you also get what we call carriages. And this is the bottom carriage. So on every single long arm, as you're walking around, you're going to find that there's the track that goes left and right. This carriage is what we would do. It simply sets on the track, and it's what moves left or right. This is how the long arms get drifted down their frames. Well, the other one is, well, then how do these machines move from front to back? If you look at the professionals, they actually have wheels that are mounted to the machines, but your machines don't have wheels hooked to them, right? So what we have is we have a carriage. Your machine can sit on this tray. We have what we call machine base clamps, and what these do is these actually pinch in against the base of your machine to kind of hold them. So the machines do not bolt down, they just simply rest on the surface of this. So this is when we have our domestic machine. So I'm going to get this carriage out. These are our handles. They're going to come towards me because I'm sitting actually at the front of the frame right now. And as you watch this, as I kind of put this down, you're going to notice with my handles here that I can now move this tray both forward and back and left and right. Now, how do we get the machine onto this? Well, for those of us that are sitting here in the audience, you'll notice that I have this rail, and it has a thumb clip, so we're just going to move those thumb clips to the side. The rail lifts off. So we're going to set this down. So if you remember, we just lifted this, put it on our table. We took our carriages. I'm going to make sure that these are all the way on the outside and they're loose. We then are going to come around from the back of your machine, and you're going to, on the frame, you're going to set your machine on the trolley, and we're going to use these clips in order to hold the machine in place. And so now that keeps that machine kind of in place so it doesn't want to move. We're then going to take the rail again. This goes through the throat of your machine. So far you've noticed that I haven't had to use any tools to get the machine on or the frame up. We're going to clip that, and again, that holds that all back together. And now that machine is in a position where I can actually just move it across the surface of the frame. This is the same motion that all of the machine frame long arms have. So I'm going to have you work through a little bit of a challenge for me. So everybody put your right hand up in the air for me really quick. And I wish I had a sheet of paper because it makes it so much easier for a table. Now, okay, put that down and then give me your other hand and take the hand that you normally have, and let's make it like a sheet of paper. Go ahead and join the two. Now, what I don't want you to do is don't move your finger. What I want you to do is to try to move your hand and at least draw the first initial of your first name. Okay, it's complicated. When we sit down with the machine and we're pushing fabric, the image is actually upside down and reversed. And a lot of you, if you get down like, oh, sign your name, you're like, and I've done this, you're like, why isn't it working? Because it's actually backwards. Take your writing hand for me in the air. What I want you to do is to take in the other hand, go ahead and just go ahead and sign your name. How much easier is this? This is significantly easier because every time we've ever, written a check back in the day, or we sign our credit card slips, or if you ever drew a stick figure, if you ever drew with crayons, this motion is the same thing that we have when we take our machine now, and literally when I put it down, this is the same motion as drawing. So when I hold the handles, the reason when you walk up to a frame, if you haven't done so, over here behind me on this side, this booth, we're not selling anything. We're giving away actually this free panel if you want to go ahead and demonstrate, but so that you can actually feel the motion of what it's like to move a machine over the fabric. We also have this same one set up with some smaller domestic machines over here so that you can experience actually how easy it is to kind of sign your name on the quilt. So now what we've done is we've put this frame on here. This rail's a little bit high. I would say, I'm going to bring it over here. I'm going to adjust it down a little bit. So I'm going to take my adjustments. I'm just going to put this rail down just a little bit to get it close to that height. I'll come back down over here. And I'm looking at that. We want about a pinky width is what we want underneath the rail from our machine, so we don't rub the machine on there. We don't want any friction. We're going to drop that down just about a spot. So now what we've done is the frame's been set up. We're now ready to take our fabric and to drape it over the frame. This is not a sandwich. Yes, I know I don't have 3 layers. I do want to show you how this process works though with the clip. So I'm going to take a couple of these clips off. Let's go ahead and do a close-up. I want to show this audience some of these clips if we can. I don't know if we have a close-up shot on this, so we're going to zoom in on here. I'm going to show you. So if you look at these, there's this texture on the outside, which is unique. Well, if you look at my rail, these rails are square. And the reason we've done that is we don't want the fabric to wrap or slip around a round rail. So what we do is we actually have these clips that when they clip on can work like ratchets to create tension on the fabric. So the other thing that people look at, they're looking at these and they're going, okay, they're plastic, are they going to break? Well, does anybody know safety glasses? Okay, they're made out of what's called polycarbonate, a very rigid and a very strong and a very secure material. We extrude these out of polycarbonate so that they're not going to break, they're not going to bend, and they will not wear, because one of the natural things from polycarbonate is that it holds its spring and it holds its shape for very, 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 very long periods of time, so that these won't wear when you're using them over and over with the system and the frame. So what we're going to do is I'm going to slide off a couple of these clips. They just pop right off. I'm going to leave these on because we're just going to drape the fabric here. You're then going to start, if you think about this, if this is a big project, remember we're going to want to hoop this upper left corner first. That's what we're going to drape over this. You can use leader cloth as well, but we're going to drape, the fabric gets draped over the surface. You then take our clips. The clips, again, we can just literally just push them down. They just get popped onto the frame. We're going to take the one in the front of the frame here. This one also goes on. There is a direction. There's our logos on here, so you want to be able to read the logos when you clip them on your frame. And the reason is we actually have some little, like what we call bungee retention clips that will help hold it. So now that actually created tension on the frame for us. And what we're going to do is we're going to roll our fabric. So you're going to have your long roll on your quilt, and it rolls up. And we use what we call these little bungee clips in order to kind of hold. And what they do is they lock onto the frame. This extra is meant so that when you get larger and larger quilts, we can make sure to expand this to hold those quilts. These have these nice little catches that make it very easy for us to go ahead and kind of just slip this in. Let me go ahead and put that in there on that one and put that on top. I'm not going to spend time on theirs, but this is what we do in order to keep that from falling into the throat of the machine. And now what we're done, we're ready to move our machine over. If you have your normal machine, you would take your foot pedal underneath it. We would take it over. We'll now depress our foot pedal, and we will go ahead and just move the machine over the surface and quilt through this zone. So this is one of the things we can do. If you've ever done ruler work on your home machines, you can use ruler works the same way. Instead of having to push your fabric in the ruler, you actually just glide the machine around the edge of the ruler. It's like if you were a kid and you ever traced around your hand. Makes it very easy if we can just take that pen or pencil and move around the outside, so it makes it easier. You can pounce. If you want, you can also, these handles come out from the front and we can put them in the back, and we can do and get a laser, and we can do pantographs on the back of this as well. And the other thing is that this frame has been meant and made so that if your machine's a little bit bigger, this front rail is adjustable, so we can actually put not only our 16-inch machines but up to our 19-inch elite professional machine on the same frame. So no, you do not, but So Steady actually makes a ruler base for any one of your domestic home machines that works with any one of our frames. So we actually sent them our Cutie and our other tables, and so you can get a ruler base specifically for the frames for your specific machine from So Steady. So that is, some of them have a wide enough base. If not, you would want to get a table that would attached to the frame, and it gives you that extra large surface to do ruler work with. So that is available in the industry from So Steady, which makes tons of tables for all of your machines. We don't do that, so we're like, hey, So Steady, would you mind making a ruler base for all of our customers if your machine needs so? And then you'll need to have a ruler foot for your machine as well. All right, so with that, we have over here, they're on sale at $689 if you want as well. We are doing some demonstrations over here on the side that give you a panel, and I'd like to open up both to our audience online and here. What other questions can I help answer for you regarding the Cutie frame? Not too many. So as you're using it, one of the other things you might do is you continue to use this. Usually there's two kind of quilters. The first one's going to use this once or twice a year. I know this because we've sold frames for about 17 years since I've been here, and this customer will come to me. I'm like, hey, we can get you a 16-inch machine. They're like, no, I'm good. I have my own home machine and it's working fine, because they do 1 or 2 quilts a year, which is great for them. We find that the other quilter is going to start to do this, and you're like, this motion's a lot easier, but you start thinking, I wish maybe I had a little bit of a larger machine, or maybe I'd like to add stitch regulation, and that's when what you can do is either upgrade a machine, or we also have what we call a Sure Stitch Elite, that you can add stitch regulation to your machine. It's not all the machines, but we are compatible with many of those that have been manufactured within like the last 12, 13 years. So, and then you can also add computers as well and do computer automation on the same frame with several of those domestics. If we can stitch regulate, we can computer automate. So that's kind of the other thing as well. So in this booth behind us, we have this with domestic machines. We have it with 16-inch machines. And then we also have a same style frame with even 19-inch machines for you all to try, okay? So thank you very much for joining us. Yeah, absolutely. Appreciate that. If we have any questions for anybody online, please feel free and reach out. We'll see if we can answer those as well. So thank you for being with me today. All right, do we have any questions coming through from anybody in our online group that's viewing and joining with us today? Okay. Well, if you're with us, thanks. We're going to go ahead and put up another video and come back with this because our next one we're going to be demonstrating is 21. We're going to be doing the 21X Elite over in our booth here later, right around the 4 o'clock hour, I think. So thank you again. We'll be joining you shortly.
Welcome, I'm Laurel Erznosnik. I'm an account executive here at the Grace Company, and with me we have...
I'm Maddie, or Madison, you can call me either. I work in the education department.
Why don't you go ahead and share with us a little bit about what we have on our table and kind of what our audience can look forward to today.
Yes, so I am so excited for this project. I have worked on this project for at least like 2 months, just planning, designing, everything. So I'm so excited to show you. So honestly, all we need is our materials, which is our nice sewing machine, whichever one you have and love, and then our TrueCut travel kit. This has been my favorite thing. I've held it to my side for the past 2 months as I've decided what to do. And let's just dive in. Let's go through what it is. Oh, also, the project is paper piecing. Since our last event, I have realized I need to simplify it more, and I have created new projects and new ways to do it. So let's open this.
So Maddie, what is this that you're opening right here?
So this is our TrueCut travel kit. It is absolutely amazing and it's perfect for any size of quilting that you're doing. Honestly, for piecing, I just liked it because it was nice to have right next to my sewing machine. What's in it is it comes with our favorite little cutting mat, and it's so cute. It's little and it's perfect to fit into any size right next to your sewing machine. Then we have our little ruler, which is also perfect just to have near you at all times. I use it for quilting and for piecing and anytime I need to cut. And then also what comes in it. So it also comes with our scissors and our 28mm cutter. We also have our fun prizes that are here. We have some marking pencils. We also have our magnetic pin holder, a seam ripper, and we have our pencil sharpener. I've customized this to fit me, and I've added some needles in here in case I need to bind or anything like that for my project. And I've also added my favorite 45mm cutter. It is our comfort cutter. It's awesome. It works for anything.
So Maddie, let's really quickly, maybe if we have a moment, would you tell me what's maybe the difference between the comfort cutter and the straight cutter, and maybe why you tend to like the 45 maybe versus the 28?
Yeah, for sure. With this project, there comes a lot of cutting. You have to use a lot of brain power as well, but my wrist usually gets super tight, and I feel like if I have my straight cutter, I need to push so hard for it, and I start getting cramps. I feel like I'm 107, but so I love my comfort cutter. It helps with that, and I have like big clunky hands, so I feel like it
bigger size helps you a bit more.
It fits me more. So I've put that. Let's just hop right into the project.
And so remind me again one more time a little bit. You said this is paper piecing, and then you said previously we had done a segment and that you found you just wanted to simplify that, right?
Yes. So our paper piecing, we're going to start out with this design. It seems super simple, and it's perfect because you could piece this and not have to use paper piecing. So I wanted to show you how to use it with paper piecing. So I'm going to move this, and first thing that we need, I've already cut my pieces of fabric, but we are going to need pieces of fabric that are bigger than the piece of paper that we're working with.
And why is that?
So we have enough room when we fold the fabric over.
Okay.
It might be a little confusing now, but I promise you it'll look so cute in the end.
And so then tell me, how are you choosing the different fabric colors to use? Like, how do you know you want that one there, this one there, and then that one?
I do all the planning before I start the project. Okay. And what I figured out is naming each piece of fabric. So on this, we have 1, 2, and 3. So beforehand, I make sure that our first fabric I always pick, and then we have our second fabric, and we have our third fabric. I'm so excited about these colors because they remind me of just fall, and fall is my favorite season.
Yeah, I love fall, cozy, warm.
What do you love about fall?
Honestly, everything. My birthday happens to fall during that time, so I like to use that as an excuse to do a bit more celebration. And then I honestly just love the colors of it, and then that feeling of being able to cozy up with a sweater, you know, by a fire or whatever. I love that. So
awesome. That's me. My birthday's also in fall, so
look at that.
I do love my birthday, gotta say. I'm gonna open our 50 pins.
And so tell me too, because I know you talked about you really love fall, and then I know with this design, we'll get to a bit later, but you actually did a bit of a boot design. So can you share with me maybe kind of why you wanted to do that design with it?
Yes, I love my boots, my cowboy boots. They are probably my favorite piece of clothing, if you could consider it clothing. And I wear it for everything. I got it for my 18th birthday, got them. And I just wear them all the time now. So I'm a cowgirl at heart. It's my favorite thing. All right, so we're gonna start with paper piecing. The side that has the lines and it's printed and it has the numbers, that side is always gonna be against the wrong side of the fabric. So we're gonna place it, and we're gonna make sure that it's placed nice, and we are gonna pin it in place. I make sure that when I pin it, I'm always gonna pin right in the middle, so on these lines, I know I'm not sewing on them. So let's hurry and do that. I put one pin down, and I usually try and put another pin towards the top. All right, so I'm gonna finish pinning. Perfect. So now that we have it pinned, and I turn it on the back side, you can tell that the wrong side of the fabric is also when it faces us. Okay. So now we have to place our second piece of fabric. Our second piece of fabric, the best part about this is you just place it right on top.
And then it looks like you're putting, is it so the correct sides of the fabric together?
Yes. Okay. So you'll put right sides together from now on. So this is how we see it. We're gonna pin the same way again. And when I pin, I try and make sure that I don't make any bumps in the paper and try to keep it as flat as I can.
And then it looks like, do you typically, when adding the next layer of fabric, try to just pin similarly or close to where you originally had pinned?
Yeah, I try and make sure that that's always stable, just so that when the first piece of fabric moves, the second one will also. Right. Okay, we're gonna take it to our lovely sewing machine, and we are just gonna sew along the black lines that are already put in place.
And so then when you go to start actually sewing, do you sew on both the lines that are there or just one?
So you're actually just gonna sew on one of the lines. Since I want the fabric to be in the number 2 spot, I'm gonna sew along this black line next to the number 2. So let's start. Let's make sure that we have pulled our bobbin. We can set the needle down, and we are ready to go. So we're gonna sew along right on this black line, as close as you can. Awesome.
And so then I do have a question, Maddie. So when you go in and you start to actually sew, do you just sew to where the black line ends, or do you tend to follow and go off of it?
That's a good question. I tend to follow and go off of it.
Okay.
That's just personal preference. I find that it stays better in that way. Okay, this is where it can get a little tricky. So we're gonna take it and we're gonna face the paper up towards us. We're gonna fold our number 2 spot back. And we're gonna take our handy dandy little ruler, and I'm using the My Comfort cutter, but you can use either, does not specify. And we're gonna cut 1/4 of an inch off the inseam. Awesome. Okay, we're gonna fold this back over, and this is when I would take my iron and I'd take out my pins. I'm gonna put them right back on our magnetic strip. and we fold this piece of paper over.
And so then really quickly, Maddie, would you mind be able to just show me the other side? Because it looks like you didn't remove all the pins, just 2 of them.
Yes. So I removed, this is why we pin it twice, is so that we can keep this, the first piece that's gonna be in this first block, we're gonna keep it staying in place because we have to sew on the other side as well. But we just removed the pins that held this fabric down.
So the number 2 fabric are the pins you removed?
Yes. I'm just so grateful Laurel's on here. She asks the best questions and keeps me in check. Perfect. So we're gonna fold it over, and then this is where I'd take my iron and I would iron right along this seam. But since I do not have that, then we're perfectly good. And that is your first piece. Now we're gonna take our second piece of fabric, which is our number 3 fabric, and we are gonna do the same thing. We're gonna put right sides together, and we're gonna pin it, and we're gonna flip it over and pin it in place. Perfect. Okay, now we have that, our pins are in place. We're gonna sew across this line right here for the 3 on the black line. Take it to our sewing machine, put our needle down, awesome. So I had my threads a little tied up a little bit, but it's okay. It's sewed correctly. I'm gonna cut off our excess string. And now we're going to repeat the process. So we're gonna take our piece of paper and we're gonna fold it down. So I'm gonna show you on here. Fold down right here, make sure that's creased. And we're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna take our ruler, cut 1/4 of an inch off from the seam, take our comfort cutter, cut right through. Awesome. And now we're gonna take our pins out, and we can take all of the pins out now. Since both sides are done, we're gonna put them on our magnet. And we're gonna fold this over. And I would take my iron now, and I would make sure that these seams are put down, and voila. This is now your paper pieced first block, and we're gonna take it and we're gonna cut 1/4 of an inch off from the sides. So you're gonna come here, turn it, we're gonna go right along.
So the 1/4 inch, is that just kind of what you've chosen to do, and people can do slightly wider on that, or?
So for specific blocks, I think it's a necessity because that's how we sew, is we sew 1/4 of an inch inseam, and that's why we cut all our fabric more, and we just make sure that we have that. It's also, it's needed for my boot piecing that we're gonna do, because that is how all the pieces are gonna fit together. Okay. And we are all finished. So we have our paper on the back still. We have our 1, and that's gonna be this fabric. Then we have our 2 right here, and that's that white fabric. And then our number 3 is this brown fabric.
And then again, that was something that originally when you were looking at doing the design of the quilt, those are the fabrics you had laid out, right?
Yes. Okay, so now that we've finished, I'm gonna show you the first part of my boot piecing. This is filmed at home, so don't judge me for the quality, and I hope you enjoy.
Hey everyone, I'm gonna show you how to piece this first piece. So first, you flip this over, and I'm gonna put wrong sides together. So as you can see, and this covers my entire piece right here. that's gonna be the top of the boot. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take this and I'm gonna pin it. I'm gonna pin it there, and we're gonna pin it up top just to make sure that it stays right in place. Awesome. Okay, I think I did a pretty good job on that. Let's look. Pretty flat, perfect. We're actually gonna piece this top part here first. So, I'm gonna take my piece. I'm gonna lay it down like this just so I can know that I've gotten it enough. I'm gonna take this and I'm gonna pin it down. So I gotta make sure that it's right. Okay, I'm gonna pin it. I'm gonna place one pin right about here so that it will stay like that, and then I'm gonna place another pin above, or maybe off to the side a little bit, just to make sure that it won't move while I'm sewing. Okay, now off to the sewing machine. Good. Okay, so here's our line on the back. Doesn't really make sense, but as soon as you flip it over, we have that perfect line right on that red line that I have designed, and so I would consider that pretty good. So now I'm going to take my pins out that I've placed for the white piece of fabric, and I'm going to fold this over. And now I'm going to take my handy dandy comfort cutter and my perfect sized ruler, and we are going to measure 1/4 of an inch, and we just cut that right away. Now we're just going to trim on this side just a little bit. Okay. So we're going to fold that back over, and then we can fold this piece over. And I suggest getting an iron, but for time's sake, I'm not going to do that, and I'm just going to finger press it. I'm going to finger press it right across that seam, and your first piece is done. Now we're going to grab our next pieces. And these pieces are gonna go right here and right here. So I am gonna see, perfect, measures enough. We're gonna pin this in place. I'm gonna pin one above and one below just to make sure it holds in place. And off to the sewing machine. I think it looks good to me, so I'm gonna flip it over, take out my pins. I'm gonna measure 1/4 of an inch. Take this piece off, fold this back over, fold this over, and we're gonna finger press it one more time. And second piece complete. So let's go on to our next piece, which we're gonna piece this piece. We're gonna take this. I would iron down your pieces, but I have not had time to do that. I have been super busy lately, but I'm excited that I have time to do this right now. So I'm gonna place one right below. We're gonna see, we're gonna go right here. We're gonna place it right above. We're gonna make sure that we have all our pieces placed and that they look right together. Awesome. Okay. See this line? Flip it over. Ooh, that's a little messy, but we can just trim that off when I get a minute. So we're going to take out our pins. This is going to look so good, which I'm really excited about. I wish I used this fabric on my quilts. Okay, finger press it down. Oh, we're getting so close to finishing this first piece. Now on for our bigger sections. I'm gonna flip this back over. I'm gonna make sure that these are big enough. Awesome, perfect. With my eye, I'm just gonna eyeball it. Okay, I think that should be a pretty good placement right there. So I'm gonna take one, since this is a bigger piece, I'm gonna place more pins than for the smaller pieces just to make sure that it stays in place. I'm gonna pin another one up here. And I'm gonna pin on this side a little bit. Maybe not, because I placed that pretty well, but I'm gonna place it just a little bit. See if my sewing machine, yeah, that should be pretty good. Okay, so I'm gonna start down here, and I am gonna sew this piece. Okay, so I take out my pins. That looks pretty good to me. I'm gonna fold this piece over. I'm gonna grab my little ruler and I'm gonna slice away. Fold the piece back over. And, oh, I forgot to take out one pin. Boom. Okay, fold it over. Awesome. Finger press it down or iron it down. Awesome. So now we've got this. Let's do our last and final piece for our top part of the boot. I'm gonna pin one right there. Let's go one down here. And then let's pin one. Let's place it right here where that edge is. Okay, take it to your sewing machine. Gonna fold it over, measure 1/4 of an inch. And I'm gonna take my comfort cutter and I'm gonna, oh, I should have really changed my blade before this, but I did not, so we're just gonna go with it. Awesome. Okay, first, take out the pins. And you can finally take out your 2 brown or whatever color you chose for your base pins, since all parts are now sewn upon it. Awesome, finger press it. Look how pretty that looks. I'm actually very proud of this for how fast I'm doing it. This is the last part that you definitely need to do. You're gonna take it on the back and you are gonna cut 1/4 of an inch around the paper. This is so when you connect your pieces, it actually lines up pretty perfectly. And there definitely are gonna be some times where it doesn't line up, but most times you can't notice. When I first started out, I definitely did have a lot of mess ups and you could definitely notice, but the more you practice, the better you get. And since this is like my 30th boot that I've done, I feel pretty confident in saying that I have gotten a lot of practice in, and so I think that I have actually done pretty well with how this has gone. Okay, flip it over to see the final piece, and ta-da.
So now that we are finished showing you how to, I have jumped forward to all of the pieces finished, and now I'm going to show you how to put them all together. So this is why it was really important, and I'm grateful for Laurel's question on the 1/4 of an inch inseam. So because I have cut all of these to a 1/4 of an inch around it, now when I piece it together, it's gonna be right on line. So first things first.
And so then in doing this, Maddie, I noticed there's a couple different pieces here. So how do you decide usually what piece to maybe stitch together first?
So what you're gonna need is you're gonna have to do the top part and the bottom part separately.
Okay.
So this piece is gonna need to be pieced first, and then these ones are gonna be pieced together, and then both of them are gonna be pieced.
And is that with this design, or would you say kind of universally throughout paper piecing?
Depending on how difficult the design is, you would need different pieces to put together. Some are just simple blocks where you don't need to do that, and some are complicated like mine, and you have 5. So this design I actually created just trying to figure out my next quilt and what I wanted to do. And I thought after my paper piecing a butterfly, I really wanted to try and do something else with paper piecing and try and make it sound better so that other people could do it too.
Yeah, and so then a couple of things, Maddie, before you go ahead and stitch. I noticed when you do it, this time it looks like you didn't pin the 2 pieces together. Usually when you're at this point, do you not pin those pieces because you kind of already have those 1/4 inch seams laid out, or?
It's totally personal preference. I have done this design about 15, 20 times in the past 2 months, so I feel a little more comfortable not pinning it. But for your first time, I strongly suggest, and also if you want a cleaner and nicer look, then really pin it.
Okay, and then I also noticed, and you did this in that previous paper piecing block that you were showing us, but you usually drop the needle. Do you do that all the time to help giving you a starting point and to make sure the fabric is lined up, or?
For me, on my home machine, if I don't do it, once I start sewing, my thread comes, like it unthreads itself.
Gotcha.
So I do it out of habit, but I do think that you are supposed to, but
okay.
If I'm wrong, please correct me in the comments. Okay, we're gonna start.
And you know, Maddie, while you're doing that, I think that you brought up a really good point, is how long have you been quilting for? Because I think really before you started the Grace Company, you hadn't really ever done it before.
So I used to take sewing lessons from one of my sister's neighbors as a kid, and I loved it. I thought it was so fun. But now working here, I've actually started to use those skills, and I've never quilted before. And actually when I got the job, I didn't even know this was a quilting place, but I now love it, and I think it's one of the best hobbies to have. It's super fulfilling, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, now we're gonna pin our next 2 pieces together.
And so this was for the bottom of the
This is
right?
for the bottom, correct.
Okay. And so then, even again, I guess kind of going back to the original question is, does it matter what order you were to do or stitch the bottom together in, or really now you're just doing that bottom portion?
So it doesn't matter, just as long as they go, the pieces fit together.
Okay.
So as I'm sewing, I'm trying my hardest and best to sew right along the paper line. So I'm not going on the paper, but I'm just sewing right along it so that my 1/4 of an inch, I know for sure it's a 1/4 of an inch inseam. So as I unfold it, look how perfectly those 2 pieces fit together. Now our last bit, we're gonna take our last piece, we're gonna line it up, same thing, and we are going to go ahead and sew it.
Okay, and I do have a question, Maddie, because I think paper piecing is something I've always thought was interesting, but then I always thought that maybe it was a bit more complicated.
Yeah.
But I wonder, have you ever had a chance or had a time where you maybe, you know, like coming to this part, stitched it together wrong? And I'm curious for you guys watching as well, maybe put a 1 in the chat if you've ever done that. But Maddie, have you ever stitched the pieces together wrong?
Yes, like a billion times. I actually was doing this earlier today, and I actually did mess up. And one of my pieces wasn't flat, and so I had this big lump, and I was running out of time, and so I asked one of my good friends at work, Anna, if she could unpick it for me real quick while I was doing it. It was so funny. It was like, this is like my 40th boot, I would say, and I still mess up. This takes a lot of time and a lot of effort, and I wish I could show you the whole process of doing this, but I can't, so that's why I'm trying to show you the best pieces.
And so, Maddie, I know, you know, we kind of talked about that sometimes you may have stitched them together wrong, and I'm sure a lot of you watching have done the same thing. But do you maybe have any tips or tricks, or maybe any of you watching, do you have any tips or tricks on how to kind of avoid that? I know, Maddie, originally you'd mentioned you can pin the pieces. Have you found anything else that's helped you in that process?
Just taking my time, not rushing. When I take my time, I think through it more evenly, and I'm able to make better decisions also, which is nice. Go. Okay, now we're gonna unfold it, and here is your boot masterpiece. Now what you're gonna do is you're gonna take all the pieces of paper off by just folding along the seam, and you just rip it. And it should rip quite nicely, just like this. Okay, so now that's over. This design that I'm going to put for everyone is gonna be a 12-inch by 12-inch design. And now that this is done, I'm so excited to show you my final project. Here is my final project. I worked so hard on it, and I'm so happy with how it turned out.
It's adorable. So I do have to ask you again. So I know part of it is the country kind of style, but again, did you just kind of go to the store and find the fabric, or did you already have the fabric when you kind of did the design?
When I did the design, I knew I wanted a different fabric for each boot.
Okay.
And I just was able to find different light fabric and then find a dark for the heel. And then I found this cute bandana fabric, and I just had to have it. I didn't even buy it for this project. I've had it forever, and I knew I was gonna use it for something. And so I bought it, and now I have a use for it.
Thank you everyone for joining us. That was wonderful to be able to see that piece quilted. And just thank you again everyone for joining us and for being a part of this paper piecing journey with us.
With so much more, and in today's video we're going to be making the bunny block. Look how cute these blocks are behind me. We're going to be using these really great fabrics from my own online shop, and I just love this pastel bundle. We're also going to be using the TrueCut cutting system, and I'll show you just how easy it is to do this. Let's get started. This lovely bundle of fabric was pulled from my shelves for this project, and I love the pastels, and it just really makes me excited for spring. I'm using the TrueCut cutting system. The rulers and rotary cutter work together to help provide an easier, safer, and more accurate method of cutting. You see, on each side of the ruler is a track that works with the guide on the rotary cutter. As you move the cutter along the ruler's track, the guide keeps the cutter from veering away from the ruler's edge. I'm also using a straight cut cutter with a 45mm quick change blade. This straight handled rotary cutter is perfect for most projects. It has a textured side grip for safer handling and comes in 3 different sizes. TrueCut rotary cutters also feature more blade exposure, which makes it easy to cut through thicker fabrics or more layers of fabric at once. Now I'm only cutting 2 layers in this video, but I'm able to stack fabrics and cut more if I wanted. Now that we have our fabrics cut according to the pattern measurements, it's time to start assembly. The first thing we're going to do is snowball the corners of the bunny face and the bunny ears. And we'll do this by laying the background squares on each corner of our face block and our ear blocks. I'll be using my TL2010Q straight stitch sewing machine to assemble this quilt block. My extension table has a grid glider on top with markings that help me snowball my blocks without having to draw a line. And I'll show you what I mean when I start snowballing these blocks. The grid glider is a great accessory to add to your extension table. You can easily lift it up and place it back down to gain access to your bobbin area. And I'll be using a regular presser foot to snowball the corners of the bunny face and the bunny ears. So I'm just going to add that foot to my sewing machine. Before I begin stitching, I'm going to make certain that I'm aligning the top corner of my background square with the needle hole on my base plate, and then align the opposite corner of my background square with a line on my grid glider. And this will give me a perfect diagonal stitch. Now obviously you don't have to have a grid glider to do this stitch. You can always eyeball it and hope for the best, or you can draw a diagonal line on each and every square. I used to draw lines on all my snowball blocks before I got my grid glider, so now I'm just saving time, which means that I can make more quilts. These little squares can get a little fidgety, so in order to keep this still, you might want to dab a dot of washable Elmer's glue on the tip of each corner. And these corners, and we're going to get to what we do next, but these corners are going to be cut off anyway, so you don't need to really worry about ruining the quilt block by dabbing a little bit of glue if you need it. Now I'm not using glue, I'm just going slow enough to keep everything together. If you don't have washable Elmer's glue, then you can always use a lapel stick or even a stiletto to keep things together as you stitch diagonally across each tiny square. As I mentioned before, we're going to be trimming off each corner of our snowballed blocks. The TrueCut ruler has several different markings for a multitude of measurements. The lip of the ruler actually measures 1/8 of an inch, which is perfect for trimming the bunny ears. I've trimmed these at 1/4 of an inch before, and I find that it's too much fabric for such a small corner, so I trim the bunny ears at 1/8 of an inch. But when I get to, see, it's super tiny, but the markings are clear, so that's very, very helpful. So like I said, I do trim the bunny ears at 1/8 of an inch seam allowance. And when we press, we're going to be pressing those over next. And it's nice not to have all that additional, even though 1/8 of an inch of fabric is not a lot, but these are tiny little corners. But when we get to the bunny face, I do trim a regular 1/4 inch. On all of those markings can also be found on your TrueCut ruler. And from these trimmings, you're going to have a whole bunch of half square triangles. And some of these pieces are so incredibly tiny that I just toss them. That's just what I do. What are you guys doing with these little trimmings? After we've assembled and trimmed our corners, we'll head over to the ironing board and press our corners out. And I like to use my Oliso iron. It gets super hot and helps me press out these corners. It also has a great amount of steam and can be refilled with just regular tap water. I don't have to use distilled, which is really nice. But before I press these corners, I like to set the seam and then press them out. And since the bunny face and bunny ears are white, I like to keep my seam allowance towards the background fabric. Let's take a look at how this block comes together. Now, while your pattern gives you step-by-step illustrations on how to assemble your block, it's always nice to kind of lay things out to see which pieces go into which place. One of my favorite things about this block is that you don't have to nest any seams. It always takes a lot of pressure off the assembly process when you don't have to wonder which way you need to press for next steps. Back at the sewing machine, we're going to change our presser foot to the 1/4 inch foot. And I'm also going to be using a line, there's a 1/4 inch line, on the grid glider so that I can be doubly sure that my seam allowance is perfect. There's a few different rows to this block assembly, and I'm going to start with the bunny ears. So there's a skinny strip that goes between each ear, and we're going to sew that on first. I like to give myself a couple of stitches for back tacking and then sew a straight 1/4 inch seam. And you see there is a line right there on the edge of the grid glider that I'm using to follow. And my 1/4 inch foot also helps keep the fabric at bay. Now I'm going to fold that open and add the next piece or the other bunny ear to the other side. I'll be following the same process as before, just back tacking and following the 1/4 inch seam. And this row has 2 side pieces, and those are sewn on just like the middle row was, back tacking at the beginning, following the 1/4 inch seam, and then back tacking at the end. And then finally for the other side to complete this row.
I wonder if Brian's going to go ahead and take that out. There we are.
And now that I've got the ears done, I'm going to sew this next row, which is the bunny face.
Uh-huh. Yeah, you can move it as far as you want. So looks like we're live. We're good. Hey, welcome everybody. We are on, and here still at the International Quilt Festival down in Houston at the George R. Brown Convention Center. Again, earlier we were doing this. We had a chance to look at the 16 series machine. It's been busy. In fact, I had a cheese stick. That's about the extent. I'm not sure, Devin, if you had something behind the camera. And here we go. Woo, let's say hi to the whole audience. Woo. Well, look, yeah, you look worried. There you go. Devin loves being in front of the camera. Then he's like, no, I don't. So, but we're glad to be here. With us, we were doing demonstrations over in our booth over here earlier with TrueCut. We just did a couple here on the Cutie frame. So thanks for joining us. If you're here from the quilters and you're outside of Houston, we hope that you're doing good. I know back in Utah, it's been snowing. I'm not sure if you're southern, if you're in Florida, it's probably warm. Here, it's about 83 degrees outside in Houston. So I'm pretty excited about that temperature today. But what are we doing? What are we here for now? And it looks like we are going to probably need to turn down that volume over there. Maybe I think we're good. You're not hearing anything. But we're going to talk about our 21 Elite machine. So this is a machine. If you have thought about quilting and you know about the mid and long arm, you know that you have space. You're going to need at least 8 plus 9 feet of space minimum. If you want the 10-foot frame, you're going to need 11. If you're looking at a 12-foot frame, you're going to need 13 feet of space. So this is for somebody who knows they have space and they're really looking at a tool that will take you, and you can still do anything you would normally do as a beginner, but it can take you as far as you want. So really, if you're looking at beginning, we have a 16 or a 19 if you're kind of comfortable, but you want a little bit more convenience. And what that means on 21 is from the needle to the back of the throat. I had somebody asking me that earlier, not quite sure when I'm calling something a 21, it's the space or the size of the throat of the machine inside. This is our 21 X Elite machine. And so we're going to talk about a couple functions and we're going to play with this. Devin, maybe if you could step back and just kind of take a picture of this whole, so you kind of see the bigger frame. This frame is 10 feet. From the end of it all the way up to the top. You can get a 2-foot extension, so you can buy this at 12 feet, which is even 2 feet wider. Imagine from down there, and it would come clear out to here, and that would be a large professional 12-foot system. That will get you an ability to do pretty much any size quilt you can imagine. Deep king top, kind of pillowcase, kind of a top you can do with a frame like this. This one, again, is our 10-footer. So what we're looking at here at the show is 10 feet. You're going to need, I say, like an extra foot because we do have the hand wheel on the side. And so you're going to need a little extra space. That does not get you around the back. So that does put the frame into a space that you can use. And the frame and the machine, because of its movement and its stroke, you're going to need right around 5 feet for the frame alone. And then you need, I call it the people space. You're going to need the space for you to be in if you're moving around. So that's who this system's for. This machine currently does not have a smaller frame. So this is the size 8 foot wide, 10 foot wide, or 12. And again, as I was talking about, from this needle point to the back. So from, again, the needle to the back is what we call is the throat space. And this one is 21 inches. We have machines that are 19 and 16. This one, again, is at that 21 inch space. This also has a 7-inch touchscreen. And with that, we're going to talk about some of the different features or functions that are built into this. But right now we have this one set up and it's free motion. So this one is very easy. The machine does have weight, but it's very light. It's very what I would call friction free. And you'll notice price tag on this right now, you can get online is $8,499. That show price is available at our dealers' websites as well. So right now we have a special. The machine normally is $9,500. The frame is usually an additional $2,600, $2,700. Right now, if you buy the head on sale, we're actually including the frame for free. So really, you're buying an entire professional long arm quilting machine and frame at that $8,499. Lights are optional. These are on sale at around $550. That is not part of that package, so you would add to it. And Devin, if you scroll back just a little bit, this is a computer automated system that you can also add. This is a fully loaded price. So if we can look at this price tag, you're looking at $14,498 is our professional system with our professional machine on our professional frame. You can actually save $2,000 off this price if you wanted to go at the beginning. So you can get into a 21X Elite machine with a 12-foot frame and automation actually at $12,500. So if you've been thinking about that, that's an amazing price. And again, this is for someone who's probably been thinking and searching a little bit. You probably have been looking online, and now you're trying to decide which one of the machines are out there or something that I would want. Question coming through?
How much workspace do you actually have?
Good question. So this is asking on a 21, how much workspace do you actually have? You're going to have, when it starts 18 inches, you do not actually end up with 18 inches. So you're going to end up with about 16 quiltable inches. That's kind of taking a 12-inch block, turning it on point is going to give you about that distance if you're wanting to. But you're going to end up with about 16 finished because as this fabric builds up in the throat, right now the rail's 1.5 inches, and that's why it's taking 2 inches out of the beginning because we also have the foot in the way. So you're going to start with on something like this 19. Very quickly, you're going to lose a couple inches down, and you're going to go from the 21 to the 19 starting out of the gate, and then we'll lose about another 3 to 4 as you quilt through a king size quilt. But you'll notice that it's quite some distance from the very back of the system all the way to the very front where we're going to bottom out with the machine hitting the back. And so this is why people will move to a 21 versus a 16 or 19, because we end up getting all those extra inches literally in quiltable space within the throat space of the machine. Great question. Let me know if any other questions come through. If you have them, go ahead and post a couple. This machine does come with multiple modes of stitch regulation. If I push this button here, we have precise, cruise, manual, and base. Right now I'm in precise mode, and so I'm going to tell you a little bit about this particular mode. This mode here, when we turn on the machine's needle actually doesn't move unless I move the machine. So this is what precise means. Precise means that the machine will stop and move when I move it. This is great. I don't have a ruler foot, but if I had a ruler base, this is the mode I would use so that as I'm tracing down something, when I'm tracing down something and we stop it, the machine's going to stop for me. We can go ahead and then pause the machine. And this one right now we have set, if we look on the screen, in the needle finishing in the down position. Needle up and down, we can do this, and we have the stitch being able to start in any one of those positions. So again, right now I've turned on the needle up. I'm in the needle down. So again, when we quilt and we stop, needle goes down. So we're going to go ahead and change that. This now shows the needle starting in the finishing in the up position, which we don't use a whole lot here at the show. We're going to do this so that when we stop, someone doesn't actually take the machine and pull that needle when they're doing something like that. So there we go. So showing a couple of those features. We also have single stitch. Again, this is an easy way so we can drag. What this is SPI means how many stitches are in an inch. We can do much, much smaller, much larger. 10's about an average. When I do a computer, I will use about 12, which makes a slightly more detailed stitch on that. And then we're going to just show you something else that's really fun. In here, we have some help. And this is really a great thing to have. We've found that customers that have the system, they are trying to remind me how to thread the machine. If we go in here, you'll notice that we have an ability to choose, are we at the top threading, or are we at the middle or the bottom? And it will have details that will walk us through the first phase, details on the way the thread moves. And this is a really great way we have found for customers. We also have cheat sheets that come in the machines as well. They have magnets so you keep them on the side of the frame. But this is a really easy way that solves that problem and prevents us from having to go find all that stuff. Again, so it's really helped a lot of our customers who have gotten into this, and it just really trying to make the experience easier for you as a quilter to be able to do things. Let's go back in there. Let's see if there's what else we have. Help. Let's go back. Choosing your needle. So we have helps on choosing your needle, things that you can know about that. We also have winding the bobbin. This one does have the bobbin winder built into it on the top. So this shows you how you can thread that and how you can work through winding your bobbin. And there's several other things that we have on here as well. Troubleshooting, general maintenance with that, using the touchscreen as well. What might we do to using this? And you'll see here, welcome to the Cutie tutorial. Bringing this up, it lets us go over a few things. It helps show you and highlight different items on the screen to help you walk through jogging the needle. So it's really fun because it actually just shows you how those things can be utilized. And again, really try to make sure that this process is as easy as possible for you as the user to experience it. Press here to start. So you can press the button on the screen, or you can push the start button on top of it as well. Let's keep on going through this. There we go, about done. There's a toolbox on the bottom. Wow, so many things on the toolbox. And let's see if we can get out of this now. That's the question. All right. All right, I'm not sure how we get out. I've not been into this before. So thanks for going through this with me there, Will. This is really teaching me a lot of stuff that I did know actually. So calculators, icons, help menus, setting the machine setting, brightness of the screen. You can do the brightness of the needle area if you want to dim that a little bit or make it brighter, turning off where the needle stops, up, down, and around. Again, I know you're not following a lot of this. I'm just looking through this so I can get out of it because I'm not sure where my exit button is. So thank you. There we go. That was a great walk. That was amazing. I did learn a lot. Okay, I did know some, but there you go. Other settings that we have. So wonderful screen that gives us several different functions and features. Again, this is the screen that we're working with. This is down for our needle area. Again, I'm going to go ahead and back out of this. Let's just talk about really, if I'm quilting, some things that are really important for somebody that's looking at getting into a machine like this, kind of our top tier professional system. What we're looking at is we have the additional adjustment on this. The reason a machine like this has that is so that we can actually extend and contract the handles. And what this allows us to do is when we're at the back of the fabric area, is I don't have to lean over the machine. I can actually have those handles extended out. The other thing that this allows us to do is it allows us to change the position. Some of you, if you've done this and you've been sitting down, we're used to having our hands flat, but also for micro stitching or stippling, it's great to bring these down so that you can kind of be right in front with that machine on that system and utilize that as we're building through it. So really ergonomically adjustable to work best for you in your home in this area. You can't, yes, go ahead.
You upgrade to elites when you have PCT Pro, you need a new hardware.
Ooh, this is a good question. So this is somebody who has maybe a 15-inch machine or a 19 machine, let's say, and you have the QCT, which is our Quilter's Creative Touch software, which is the computer automated software. The question is, do you need anything to upgrade? The answer is no, you do not. It will actually plug into your machine the exact same way. With that port, it does know the machine. Just make sure that your software is up to date. We're not going to go through that here, but you can go up to settings and help. There's an option where you can check for software updates. Just make sure that you're running the most recent version of the Quilter's Creative Touch. It has already been set for all of the machines, the 16 Elites, the 19 Elites, and the 21 Elites. And yes, we do have some specials. If you're looking to do a trade-in or upgrade, reach out. We would love to talk to you as well to help get you into that next machine. Then again, if you're in the market for $84.99 right now, we'd encourage you to reach out to any one of the dealers. Look online. You're going to find that there's it's an amazing price for really a professional quilting system, professional series frame with professional options at one of the most affordable prices you're going to find in the entire industry for something else. In fact, most machines end up at 18 or 20. We're at 21. We have that big 7-inch screen. We have some patented, really great technology that gives us our warning area called edge warning, bobbin estimators as well. And again, you can add computer automation, which is this little guy right here. I'm just going to quickly choose a pattern to show you how fun and how easy this is. Since we are talking the professional system, we've had several people here at the show today and last night. This is kind of what they're going with. They're like, wow, under 15, again, 12,500, you can start for a fully automated quilting system with the professional frame up to 12 foot and a 21-inch machine. Right now, this one's we're showing it with the Pro software. Let me quickly pull up our bobbin, and then I am going to show you with our automation. A lot of people are trying to decide, if I get into this, how hard is it or how easy is it to do or to use the computer? And we're going to show you the simplicity. We're going to go in, choose a pattern. We can choose any pattern. Right now, this is our continuous line. I'm going to go to our block series here. Let's choose a pattern that I like so much. Let's just do the butterfly. What it does is it pulls that up, and you can see that it's asking for 4 different points. I'm going to simplify that. For a butterfly, we're going to go put it in a square, but I'm going to just have it automatically stretch to fit that. We're going to kind of, Devin, scan down to an area here. Let's go ahead and just kind of sew that in this area. So it's going to move to the top left corner. I'm going to use a corresponding dot. Let's move up the screen so we can show everybody here. So tilt on up. I'm going to use and touch the corresponding point. I'm going to then move my machine down. I'm going to touch this point. So Devin, I'm going to have you watch this as we move down. We're moving down this corner. And I'm going to touch that corresponding point. It will automatically size that in there. Right now, it looks like my butterfly is touching the edges, and I can zoom in to show you that. I like to add a little bit what I call breathing room. So I'm just going to go from 0 margin. I'm just going to add a 1/4 inch, automatically scales it, and I'm ready to quilt. So literally, so what I did is I placed the pattern. Well, I selected the pattern. I placed it. It's now converted it to stitches, and I can sew it. Some of you that know, we often would pour bobbin. I'm going to check out how many tie-offs. Let's add a tie-off. Let's do some micro stitching, which is nice, is you can do different speeds. Let's do a medium speed stitch per inch, and we're going to say, okay. I'm just going to give this a go. I know how to do this, so I'm going to actually do a little bit of a cheat on my bobbin fold just to save some time. And what we're doing is the machine's going to move over the start point. It will single stitch for me. I'm going to swipe that, and we're going to let it do its tie-offs with micro stitches. It's now going to begin its pattern set. We could pause the machine. I'm just going to trim that, and we're going to let that quilt away. This is one of my favorite ways to quilt. I love using, and you're going to see shortly, I'll just show you how easy it is to even put your name into the system and quilt it out. On the professional system, it comes with just under 300 patterns, but you can also change any existing pattern. It's really easy to design, and then you can buy any pattern that's out there on in the industry as far as the digital quilting pattern. And you can see it's moving through that. If you look up top, it's following that. It's incredibly easy. If something like the thread, we run out of bobbin, there's a really, really easy process that allows us to simply repair what that is. So this is going to continue quilting that down there. There we go, coming up around one of the end parts of that outside butterfly wing. There we go, coming down around the bottom as it goes through into the middle, and it's going to come down and finish. You'll notice at the end here, again, it's going to slow down. It will do what I said is micro stitches. So it's going to do a bunch of little tiny stitches to sew off, and we're going to call it done. I'm going to hit finished on the screen. I'm going to do my own pull bobbin. We could use the digital system to pull the bobbin. I like to do it on my own, which is very easy. Do a trim. There we go. So we're going to come back to the screen up here, and I'm just going to show you. So there we go. We're all done. One of the things that the professional system has also is built-in design software. So again, I can go in here, literally take my name, sign that, and take that directly to the quilt. I can also smooth this out and fine tune it. There are a lot of really fun things in here. I'm not going to spend a lot of time in here, but if I'm going to go do some designing, you can go ahead and use what might be the software to help create patterns and designs. I'm going to select all those. I'm going to smooth that out just a little bit. There we go. It looks a little bit better. A lot of fun things to do. You can also take and record. So if you're good and you can move the machine around, we can hit start, and with the motion. So if you back up, you'll see I'm kind of moving my machine around. As I move my machine, you'll notice that it's actually tracking and it's drawing that on the screen. We can take that same pattern and take that into the pattern editing software and make quick changes to that. You can do that with quilting and while not quilting, which is fun to show people. We have other things as well. This is a really fun layout software, and I'm just going to show you because I think this is amazing, where I'm going to go choose what I call a triangle block. We're going to go up to a triangle, choose a simple pattern. We're going to put it in all those blocks. So that looks really plain. So we can actually just rotate those, and we're going to do some diagonal ones. We're going to switch every other here, and let's throw those in there. Now that's pretty interesting. Look at that. I just made that. We can quilt those out in blocks. Let's take the center one, do some crisscrosses with those. What's fun is I can take any one of these now, and literally it will open it as a single pattern that I can place that in a block as well. If we wanted to, we could take a row of these and put them into a border or a sashing. So I just love kind of showing you. Again, remember, keeping it simple. I simply opened the pattern at first. I opened it, we positioned it, and we quilted it. We also have an ability to do designing and creating, but the most common thing that we find is edge-to-edge quilting. Choose the width, choose the height of my quilt. We're going to just go to the left. We're going to kind of go across. I'm going to go choose a continuous pattern. Here we go. We're going to choose an easy one. It will auto-populate it for me. I'm going to zoom in so you can see this. It looks like there's a little bit too tight. And all I need to do is I can add a little bit of spacing. I'm like, that looks great. And when I take it out, it is smart enough that it actually knows how big the quilting frame is. It knows the space that the machine can operate in. Right now we have a little bit of a smaller section since we have two. And it will bring all those. It actually combines them and makes it one complete pattern from edge to edge. I'm going to show you this really. This is a fun one to look at here. So let's go back in to optimize. There's the pattern. Literally, this is exactly how it's going to quilt. So it just does all the work for me. This is how, if I'm professionally doing this, I'm going to do a quilt for my friend. This is the method I'm going to use, edge to edge. It's smart enough. It knows we'll find the center of the quilt. It quilts everything. So if you step back here a little bit, Devin, just as an example, that machine, we're going to go to the center of my entire quilt. It will quilt everything that it can in the throat of the machine. It then gives me a marker. We then roll the fabric, go back, it positions the remaining sets of patterns, and it will go from the top of the quilt clear to the very bottom. There's a lot more possible when you're ready to have that. But what I love to show is it's not something to be afraid of, because you can take and place and quilt, or we can do really easy edge to edge. And then we can give it and have a lot of fun when we're ready to have a lot of fun. So there might be a couple other questions. If there are, if they come through, let me know on the 21X Elite machine. It is our premium machine, stitching and quilting at 2,600 stitches a minute. What does that mean? It just means the machine will keep up with you as you continue to improve your free motion skills. You can add the computer as an accessory at any time. Right now, again, we're at $84.99 for the 21X Elite on up to a 12-foot frame. Computer right now is on sale from about $4,000 to about $4,000, yeah, to $6,000. And you can buy that later, and you can always upgrade between the two. The low-cost automation of the Pro, it has the same hardware. It just has a little bit of a different functionality set. And what's nice is when you have the low cost, you can actually try those professional features. It doesn't let you quote them, but you can try and see how that works and then upgrade when you're ready. I love it. If there's any other questions, please know. If you're here in the area, stop on by our booths. We have a wide range of things going on, from our cutting tools to our domestic home quilting machines to obviously our professional systems, all in one. And we would love to have you reach out to dealers or reach out to us. You can call our 800 number. Or if you're at the show, stop by. We have a little free gift if you stop by at the show. So thanks for your time, and we enjoyed sharing with you.
Everybody, thank you for joining me today for another Tuesday with Grace. I'm really excited about today's broadcast because I get to talk about one of my all-time favorite machines, the Cutie 19. Now, asking me what product I like is like asking me which kid is my favorite. I love them all, but I'm a little partial to some more than others. And this is one of them that I'm very fond of. So anyway, let me jump in and talk to you about the Cutie 19. It is a fantastic machine. If you're wanting to upgrade from your domestic machine to a longer arm, this is a great machine to transition to. It's lightweight. It's very lightweight. It's easy to move. So if you are losing your body mass and you're finding the heavier machines hard to move across your quilt, this is a great machine for you to do that with because of the lightweight. And you're not losing any of the integrity of the machine because of the lightness of it. It is just so easy, and it makes it so easy to glide across your quilt. Without that heavy. So let me talk to you about the handles as well. It comes with the adjustable handles. So you can turn them in, out, so you can position them just to the right specifications as you're quilting. Sometimes we need to quilt a little closer, so it'd be nicer to have them down. Other times we want them away, out of our way, so we can see our needle. You know, so you can adjust the handles just how you want to adjust them, okay? And they have this little screw here, so it makes it a little easier for you to loosen and tighten and really make it nice for you to, you know, when you're using rulers and the ruler work and the templates and things, you want the handles so that you can easily press on the buttons. So find the position that works well for you, and you might have to just do a little testing and find those positions, but it's very easy to reposition at any time. So let's jump in and talk about the threading. So like all of our machines, our unique machines, it comes with an M-class bobbin, which is a larger bobbin. Fantastic. You don't run out of the bobbin thread as much as you do with your domestic machine. One of those great reasons that you want to upgrade. Then you can use the full-size spools. Now this is our finesse thread. Just notice how it sits on this shaft very nicely, and it's easy to thread. So this machine has instructions on the little plastic pieces on how to thread it. So if you have a hard time remembering how to thread it, this is an awesome machine because it's going to show you every step of the way. It's very easy to adjust your tension with this machine as well because of all the calculations that we put into it. And as you're threading, it comes up and it has a thread cutter. Now it's not an automatic thread cutter, but it's awesome. The thread cutter is right here off the left side, right here towards the back, and you just are going to put your thread right there and cut. So that's a nice little nifty tool as well. Another reason, now you can use all the different styles of feet on this machine, and it has a touch screen so that you can change from one mode to the next with just the touch of your hand or your finger. It's very easy for you to go through and use the different modes. So let's just go through them and let me show you how they work. Now we're going to start out with the regulated precise mode. The regulated precise mode, as you are moving the machine, when you stop moving the machine, the needle is going to stop. So it allows you a little bit of thinking time. So when you're choosing your different modes, just remember that regulated precise mode, if you're not very sure of your design and you need a little thinking time about which direction you want to move, regulated precise mode is a great mode to use for that. So let's just jump in. Now you can adjust the SPI, and the SPI are the stitches per inch. And so you can raise them so you have a little bit smaller stitches, or lower them so you have a little bit bigger stitch. And then these numbers right down underneath that are preset SPIs. So we have 6, 10, and 14. So if you want to just tap on those, it'll automatically adjust to that preset. So if you wanted to move down to 6, you just tap on it and it goes to 6 SPI. And then 10 and so forth. And 10 is what it comes with. So anyway, and then right underneath here it has a nifty little feature called the needle jog. So if you're using the automation and you want your needle a little closer when you're making your placements or when you're following a design, so just have a little practice, this needle jog jogs the needle down in slight increments, and you can go all the way down into your quilt and then just pull it back up. But that's how it works. It's just an awesome little feature. There we go. And then we can pull up our thread. Right down below here we have the needle position. It'll stop either in the down position or the up position. So if you want to quickly, if you have it down and you're ready to move and cut your threads, you can tap on it and it'll move it up. Then right here we have our overspeed. Our overspeed is to remind you that you're moving your machine faster than it can actually sew. So you can actually turn that overspeed off so it's not beeping at you all the time. But when you're first learning to quilt and getting to know your machine, it's really nice to have that overspeed on so that you can make your movements nice and fluid and adjust them and recalculate how fast you're moving as you're moving across your quilt. So that's a really good feature to start out with, but it gets a little annoying, so make sure that you turn it off when you know your machine. Okay, and then right here we have what we call a single stitch. It just takes the needle down and back up again to make a single stitch. It's great for when you want to pull up your bottom thread and then quickly cut and move along. So those are all these nifty little features on your screen. So let me show you how easy it is to change your settings. So if you come over here, you see this little cog wheel, like this little wheel with little spokes on it. That is where you're going to go into and set your settings. So notice that we have our settings. We can set it our measurements from inch to centimeters for all of you international customers. And then we can do a full stitch or a half stitch. Now, that means the needle will go down. It will go down into it for a half stitch, and then you have to tap on the needle again, or the button, and bring it back up. So that's a half stitch. A full stitch is when the needle, when you're pressing on the needle up down button, it makes one full stitch. So it does it all at once, so you don't have to press the button again. So instead of taking the needle down and then you have to push the button again to bring it back up, you press on the button. If you push full stitch, then it will go down and back up, and then you can just move on. So that's the difference between half stitch and full stitch. You can change your buttons, your handles from left to right-handed. And then we have our screen settings. So if you don't like this lovely blue color, you can change it to green or a little pinkish color. And then you can turn your light on and off. And then the little eye is more information. So let's just go back, and we're going to press the little house right here, and that takes us back to our home screen. And now I'm on regulated precise, so let's see how well this works. So I'm just going to come down over here, and I'm just going to insert my needle and bring up my bottom thread because I don't want it dangling down underneath. Just one of those things that you easily do. And notice it was a half stitch, okay? So the needle went down, and I had to press it again, and it stayed down to bring my thread back up. That's a half stitch. I could change it to full stitch. Let's do that so I can show you how it works. So I want to change it from full stitch, and then I want to go back home. And then, see, it's just one full stitch. So very easy, so you choose what you like. Sometimes when I'm using the ruler base and rulers, I like the half stitch because it just allows me to leave the needle in a down position, reposition my ruler, and then tie it off. So it just makes a difference. You choose how you want to quilt. Okay, so let me just turn it on right here, and then I'm just going to use my on and off buttons. And I pull my thread off. And notice that as I'm moving across my quilt, how much fun it is to do my little spirals. But if I stopped, the needle would stop moving. I love regulated precise for that reason. All right, so let's jump into regulated cruise mode. And it's easy to change from one mode to the other just with the touch of the button. I'm really excited to talk to you about regulated cruise mode. I use this mode a lot. I use all of them a lot. So you choose what mode works best for you and how you are quilting. So let me go through and show you how regulated cruise mode works and a little bit about the screen. So in regulated cruise mode, you have your SPIs, which are, again, are your stitches per inch. You have your plus and your minus, so you can raise and lower them. But right underneath it, it has minimum speed. This is how fast the needle is going to move up and down. So I'll show you how that works. Sometimes you want it to move a little faster, and sometimes you'll want it to move a little slower as you're quilting. And then again, you have your needle jog, and the same thing, you have your overspeed, your needle down, and your full stitch. So let me show you about the minimum speed, and let me move it down to the lowest, which is 5%. So the needle is going to move up and down very, very slow, but I'm going to adjust it in increments so you can see how fast it'll start moving. So I'm just going to turn it on, and we're in regulated cruise mode. So notice how the needle is moving up and down, and it doesn't stop. So even if I'm stopped, the needle is not going to stop. See, I'm stopped moving. So you want to make sure that you keep this moving at all times, even if it's at a slow movement, because you don't want to build up that thread down underneath on your quilt. So notice that as I stop my minimum speed, now I can touch and see it's going a little faster. Then I'm going a little, I'll tap it again. Now it's 15. So the slower I move it, my stitches get really, really teeny. So I want to, if I'm going to raise that minimum speed up, I'm going to want to move it faster to make my stitches look a little nicer. I don't want teeny tiny stitches. And then you've got 20. So just remember as you raise or lower your speed to kind of adjust your movements. It's really important to learn how to quilt and give you the best success that you need possible. So that's kind of regulated cruise mode. I love this mode too. I really have a good time. You have to stop me from quilting because I really like it. And then regulated cruise works really well if you're stippling because it gives you those little extra stitches. And if you're micro stippling, really great mode for making those round, smooth corners. I like regulated cruise when I'm doing rounded pebbling or curvy designs, regulated precise when I come into a point. It just gives me a crisper point, so when you're quilting flames, anyway, that's regulated cruise mode. One mode that I know you're gonna love. So let me jump in and show you my next mode. Now we have a base mode. So you get short, medium, and long base. I used to not like the base mode, but I've started using it more and more to tack designs down and quilt around them. So I love it, and it works really well, and it's really nice to have all three sizes. So I'm going to jump past this and show you manual mode. I use manual mode all the time. So if I have drawn a design on it, manual mode is just a little bit smoother feel, and it really allows you to stay on the little path or the drawing that you have drawn on your quilt. So let me show you again. In manual mode, it's taking you out of stitch regulation. So you are no longer connected to what we call the encoders. So it's not going to adjust the stitch length or help you with that at all. So you are totally in charge of that, but it's a great mode to get used to. So put on that practice quilt and practice your manual mode. So right here we have our plus and minus. That is not SPI, that is speed. That's the speed that you're going to move at and how fast the needle is going to go up and down. Now, we also have our presets. We have at 100. If you can quilt fast at 100 speed, wow, you are amazing. You'll want to lower it, but just adjust the speed to what you're doing. So if it's a design that you know and love, like a stipple design or pebbling, you can raise the speed up. But if it's a new design and you don't know it, lower the speed down so it allows you that little thinking time. But again, it matters how fast or slow you move it. So let's start it out at the lowest speed. Now I'm going to talk to you about this. Okay, so we're at 20%. Okay, and notice that if I'm moving it pretty slow, it gives me a pretty nice stitch, but it's pretty small. But if I start moving faster, then it can actually sew, that needle can go up and down. See those long stitches that I'm getting? Okay. So I've turned it up to 25% and notice that it's a little faster. But you want to adjust your movements. All right, let's try it at 30%. See how it moves a little faster, but if I move it really slow at 30%, the small little stitches I'm going to get. So I want to adjust my movements and make it a little faster. But I don't want to move it too fast. So with the manual mode, you're just going to have to learn, and you can get really good at this, eyeballing and adjusting movement. I like manual mode because it allows you to just kind of follow along, have those smooth stitches. It's a fun mode to practice in. And like I said, it takes you out of stitch regulation, but just practice, practice, practice. There we go. I'll stop. I like quilting. So once you get in that groove, you don't want to stop. And anyway, it's just a lot of fun. So make sure that you're practicing before you get started on any new machine. Like, again, this is a great transition. This machine here is so awesome. It fits on all of our frames. From the Cutie tabletop fabric frame to our continuum frame, it fits on all of them, all the hoop frames that we make right now. So it is a great upgrade. So if you're tired of using your domestic machine, taking it on and off your frame to do your piecing, think about this. It's going to be at a great sell price, and it is easy to put on and off the frame. So anyway, let me just talk to you about the nice knot throat space. 19 inches. Wow. It works really well if you have one of our older frames as well. Doesn't work on all of them, but it's worth a call and ask if this is a good upgrade for you, that you've had one of the older frames and you want to upgrade to the 19. So anyway, just check it out. Check out all the wonderful features online at graceframe.com, and then make sure that you're registered for Tuesdays with Grace. Thank you for joining me today. I will see you next time with more fabulous ideas and things for you to do. Thanks for joining me. Bye-bye.